burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across our time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way.
Onto the tanks here because there's no more sustain.
The feed is filled with versus Pro. The bears, they're feasting.
The timer is slowly ticking. Will they be able to touch? Benny goes down. Corolla with a great set of push and damage here.
Hello and welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite in Group Stage 2. It's Day 2 and my name is Cozy and I'm joined with Vicky. Vicky, it's great to be back here in Ignite. I'm glad to be alongside you.
It feels like it's been forever with Ignite, Cozy, and I'm so happy to be back here alongside you. There's a lot of action to look forward to, especially with the way that Day 1 ironed out.
Yeah, if yesterday set the tone, today defines the story as we jump into more of this seeding for the group stage. And we know from last time at Ignite, that was the birth of Rivals Esports and just how important these seeding stages are and the group stage as a whole as we look towards what is going to be an epic LAN just announced going to Atlanta at DreamHack, Vic. I mean, there's so much to play for and to look forward to.
There's so much. Literally, new season, new changes, different compositions, and of course, my favorite part when it comes to MRI, Cozy, how that's all gonna affect our pick and ban system, especially with Atlanta being beyond the horizon.
Yeah, listen, Ignite has so many great things about it, and one of it is the pick ban system being for the team, right? And then against the other team, it really opens up comps and allows us to see different compositions. But also, I like to look at it as regular season for Rivals, and this is the playoffs. This is when things really rise up, and we're almost there to what is, our Super Bowl of Marvel Rivals. And so, leading to these teams, we had a lot of roster mania, right? We're going to find out. I think Ship said it great. Are you guys a fan of the players or the teams? Because there's a lot of things mixed up. We saw that a little bit yesterday here. As we take a look at Group A, Vicky, which they said yesterday, this is the stacked group right here. The group of death is what they call it.
Yep, that's exactly what they call it. And I agree with them. I mean, look at this. Envy being on top for a reason after everything that we've seen Envy, just really put down the work when it comes to the talent here in the high-level Marvel Rivals competition. And then Intergalactic, Odyssey, FlyQuest, of course, after so many roster mania adjustments, you have to imagine Group A looks incredibly scary. Rad, Dreamland, of course, we were talking about Dreamland back in the MRC. And we can't ignore what's on the other side too, Cozy. Aside from Group A being that group of death, Group B still pretty stacked. I mean, it's just crazy. To high-level talent when it comes to Marvel Rivals competition is just always on another level.
Yeah, last time they were like, oh, Group A is so stacked. Then we saw so much talent from Group B. Same story here. Some of the big names of the orgs, right? Sentinels, 100 Thieves. And then Team Nemesis, one that was always right there. I'm excited to see what they do now on the big stage. We looked at them at the MRC once again. But yeah, taking a look at the stat groups, I mean, if you don't know a team name here, y'all, that's completely fine, because last time we did this thing, it was a bunch of upsets and there were so many different teams that did not end up where we thought they would. As we take a look at the Group A bracket, well, we saw yesterday with Shib and Dogma and Envy, and all the favorites really, Vic, what I would say won yesterday, right? Envy 2-0, FlyQuest win 1-2-0. They're going to be playing each other there. But we move on now to Odyssey versus Dreamland later today. Rad versus Intergalactic, which Rad is Old Solaris. We're going to talk about these storylines more as we jump into the teams. But we're stacked today, Vic.
Yeah, we really are. And then looking at that bottom bracket after the action that we saw play out earlier yesterday, of course, Kiri having to fall down. And very unfortunate to play against a team like Envy first, but it has to happen, as well as FYR. So Fire, going down there too after losing out against FlyQuest. But let's take a look at Group B and how that double elimination bracket has shaped up. Because yesterday, in a series that I honestly thought was going to go the distance, Cozy, it ended in favor for Team Nemesis 2-0 versus Dark Zero, where Sentinels actually, having to go to that exact distance versus YFP 2-1. Now they're going to be facing off against Team Nemesis. And then later today, actually starting off the day, Extinction versus Busy at Work. And then later, 100 Thieves versus Alani Wind.
Yeah, so every single matchup's going to be elite. Like, we know that when we are playing at this level of caliber. And you're right, Sentinels versus your favorite player. I mean, that was such a good... If you guys don't know, that is, YFP was Cafe Noir, and we saw them a ton in MRC. Now they're kind of punching their ticket up. So all these teams qualified in different ways to make it to where we are right now as we form that lower bracket. Keep in mind, though, FlyQuest, they won the seeding last time, even though it didn't, end in a great sunset for them, but they won the seeding last time from the lower bracket, right? So it's fine, but listen, they're playing for not a little bit of money, 250,000, Vicky.
Sheesh, and look at the difference between first place and second place, Cozy. I love to always highlight this because that's a $35,000 money match, if you really put it into perspective out here. And with so many adjustments that we've seen going into Season 4, it gets tricky. I always say the first few days starting off of our MRI series, especially going into Stage 2, is usually the breeding ground for a lot of these coaches and analysts to figure out how those Season 4 changes have affected these compositions going into the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, that's a lot of skins. That's a lot of lunacy skins with that, amount of money. And not only that, right, but also playing, and we talked about this last time, but playing for the name, the glory, to punch their ticket to land. But let's take a look at the schedule of what we've got coming up today. Again, we're starting with Extinction, a team that is probably the most, I would say, widespread from roster mania. Bunch of players from a lot of teams versus Busy at Work, W for the name, but you might have known them as Phoenix Guard or PXG from MRC. So very fun team. We'll jump into more in them in a second here. Intergalactic versus Rad to follow. That's my match of the day, Vic. 100 Thieves, Alani Wind. We've got Alani Wind trying to look for their first win in Ignite. And then we end with Odyssey Dreamland.
Odyssey and Dreamland is going to be my favorite series. So, I feel like everybody, right? Of course, you're going to leave the best for last sometimes when it comes to some high-octane, close-octane action here between those two teams. I'm excited, too. You talk about Alani Win maybe trying to gun for that first Ignite win. Remember what we were just talking about with Envy and Team Kiri? It's hard. Sometimes it's gotta happen. But when you're facing up against a team like 100 Thieves, one of the teams that hasn't gone through some major overhaul changes, just losing out on one player, coming over when you talk about all these other teams that did shift a lot of players around, it's tough.
They say the only constant is change, right? And there's been a lot of change with these rosters. So let's go ahead and meet the teams and look at who we're looking at first here, match one. But before that, we've got our predictions here. And Vicky, pretty close. Me and you neck and neck on what we thought was going to be the results of today. We want to hear from you guys in the chat as well, who you think's going to win. The only difference is going to be I have Rad Esports, that old Solaris team. I think had a tough time, bad roster, or bad matchups in the last Ignite. I like him to go further this time.
Yeah, the only difference here, I got Intergalactic I got to look at right now. It was pretty tough for me to kind of look into what we're going to expect between that second series specifically. But overall, you and I kind of on the same page for the other series going into today.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was all the favorites, right? And so today, you know, a little bit tougher on exactly the favorites because some of these matchups are a bit closer, but we'll have to see. These teams have been practicing a lot. They've scrimmed against each other, of course, in grassroots tournaments, but we've seen it last time. We're going to see it again. Playing at this level is completely different, and some teams stack up differently against one another. But listen, meeting what we have, we've got Extinction up first. And Vicky, a lot to break down with this team here, but we've got people like Haluk coming from old LG, which we saw in Ignite Stage 1. We had Juker coming from Nightmare and TMR from the last time as well. A lot of Juker fans out there. And then, of course, Shikigami is bringing, the old Shikigami had Biblical. Now he's with Extinction.
Yeah, it's interesting because this roster consists of like a lot of those players that have experience competing from these other teams. So to see how that's going to be brought together as Extinction wants to figure out their cohesion as a squad and as a unit, it's going to be really a testament to see how they're going to deal with Busy at Work, which another team that you and I got to see a lot of, the SJW show. You know, you want to really put a little highlight onto that. It's not going to be easy for Extinction, but they have that experience.
The Comeback Kings, we saw them do reverse sweep after reverse sweep in the entire lower bracket of the MRC, and this was such a fun team to watch. Funny enough, I believe this team actually eliminated Intergalactic in the MRC, and so, you know, maybe that rematch, that revenge match comes back, nearly making it, you know, the full distance here. But taking a look at their roster as well, fully stacked. I mean, listen, SJW's got the Hawkeye, but don't let it fool you. The Phoenix, we'll talk more about him in a moment. Regis, a little disappointed I don't see a Star-Lord here representing him. I mean, Vicky was nonstop legendaries coming from this guy.
Yeah, legendaries, and I also heard it in my sleep last night after watching day number 1 too, honestly, because that Mantis, it really comes in clutch when it comes to seeing that Star-Lord. Whether we're going to see that Mantis go through for some of these matches is a different story, especially when we have that pick and ban system in place here within the MRI. Prince, Silent Blaze, Actuary 2, this squad is pretty stacked themselves. That's why I'm wondering, how is SJW's Phoenix going to par with the current meta, right? Because we've been seeing target bans here, but also we got to talk about the elephant in the room, Cozy. Triple Vanguard, triple Strategist. You know, you don't have a Phoenix slotted into here. You're gonna have to have that flexibility here if you're looking at this team.
Yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna hear a lot about triple strategist, triple Vanguard today, but we have to highlight SJW. Now, Dogman thinks SJW is the best Phoenix, and I love that because it's always who's the best duelist, but more specifically, who's best at what hero. We'll have to see if this SJW can, you know, really carry and help this team to victory. Listen, I saw a lot of SJW play when they did get Phoenix. They won, Vicky. So this is definitely something to look out for today.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, are we going to be seeing those target bans like we've seen so many times within an MRI? Because if you let SJW rock Phoenix, that I honestly, Dogman is on point because I think SJW is a very strong Phoenix. To say number 1 is really, you know, extreme, but I honestly, he's probably the closest to it. And if Phoenix isn't banned, I expect SJW to absolutely be the problem with the pure potential that we also have seen SJW with when it comes to making the awareness known for protecting that backline.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2, Day 2 starts right now as we jump into Extinction versus our very busy at work here. And listen, this is where the magic happens. People like to say a lot of the game is won right here. Well, they're not wrong. I mean, you see a ton of strategy go in. These teams have had time to really get to know each other. And we're going to see what we've got. We expect a lot of strategist Vanguard bans, as always. Emma and Ultron being the first 2 off the board. Ultron there to kind of shut down zero meta. He did play a lot of Ultron in the MRC, and Emma being that popular ban, as always.
And being the protect over on the Magneto, okay, and the Emma Frost being the first one banned from the other side. So already trying to make sure you won't have that Emma Frost team up here with that Magneto too. And Salak as the Adam Warlock is the next one banned from the other side.
Absolutely. Now, looking at the saves, Jeff at the top. Now, it's so funny. I love Ignite, Vicky, because last Ignite, we saw Black Panther being that hero that kind of emerged, and then Self and that whole story, and then Black Panther was everywhere. Jeff was the exclamation point of the finals to win it all. We obviously saw what they did over there with the EMEA team of Old Rad. Jeff is not slept on anymore. I think one of the best strategists right now because of what he can do.
I agree 100%. You see the protect on Jeff, and then you see the ban from the other side understanding, okay, they want to protect Jeff. Well, we're going to make sure they do not play Adam Warlock, just like they banned that from us. We know that that res potential could come in clutch, and even though we were seeing the triple strategist, seeing the protect on the Jeff after the action we've seen in EMEA, it makes sense as the Ultra's the next to go and the Venom's the next to go. So even if you get the protect onto the Mantis, and in this case, the Luna Snow, at least you still will be able to have that damage boost that the Mantis could provide.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a great point. When you look at domination, we saw this whenever there was triple res, right? You had to play so perfect against these teams that could just res back and have the passive. Still, though, that Adam res is so clutch in this game mode, and so just getting rid of that nonsense right away. Now, Venom, if you don't know by now, Mantis, Venom, Fear It, the symbiote is crazy. We're seeing tons of Venom in not only just pro play, but just top rank ladder. And so, without question, you're going to see plenty of Venom and or Mantis bans today. And then the cat ban, so they're getting rid of Dive completely and trying to get rid of what I think, obviously, they do pretty well there over at Busy at Work.
But then there you have the last ban from onto the Captain America from Extinction, and you know what that means, Cozy, as they protect the Luna Snow. That means the Phoenix is available to play if they so ever wanted to lean into that, as we get to take a look at already a sneak peek with the double support safety that we probably have the strategist, triple strategist coming out.
Yeah, that's a good point. We just said, hey, if he gets to play Phoenix, we're probably going to see them lock it down, and that's the difference between this pick ban system. Regis locking it, and just, you know, hey, listen, Regis very talented duelist as well. Funny enough, they're kind of playing the reverse of what each of them played in the MRC here. We'll see if they end up going with it all the way. But either way, Prince, I mean, this team, start to finish, Vicky, is stacked across the roles. And that's why I'm excited to see a team with this much unity against a team that has a lot of great players put together in an Extinction.
Absolutely. Let's get this going here with everybody already locked into place. Of course, we start off our first maps always here in the MRI on Domination, but whether what map we go into is random as we go into Hell's Heaven to start off our day for day number 2 of Stage 2 Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Yeah, and listen, you know, loser gets to pick the map, so there's a lot at stake here. And getting this first win under your belt, not only just in a matchup, but for all of Ignite group stage, is big. This really helps momentum. The game's about momentum in the match, but also in the big picture of things, right? We've seen teams turn it around, but especially these kind of teams trying to prove themselves. This is where it's all going to matter. We find ourselves in Hydra, and this is a map full of fun flanks and just good times here, as we might get an opening of chaos there with the penny. I love it. We saw a lot of fun from Dreamland. We'll see more of them later with the strange action, but here we go. Let's get this thing started, Vic.
Talk about Luna Snow skins here. One of my favorite skins that have emerged as of recent. I love the skins that Marvel Rivals has, as we get to see Busy at Work, Regis being on that Phoenix here. Extinction already trying to roll up here from the high ground too, so they want to take an upper ground advantage, as SJW being on that Bucky, and we saw what Bucky could do just yesterday.
That snowball hero, right? I mean, you always have one of your best on it, and so yes, we're going to have that for SGW after all the Phoenix talk about there. Love to see him on the Bucky Barnes. We have Prince now putting the pressure early there. Fantastic Vanguard player, and look for just insane double hits with the diamond form there, but Prince getting it right there on the money. The kick into Legacy to get an opening Vanguard pick. That's huge to get this first point halfway to it.
I love, too, the combination, the classic combination of the Groot and the Emma Frost. You get the drop kick, you slam them right back into that Groot wall. You're controlling so much space. Look at the damage input that we're currently seeing with Regis having that fight up on the high ground. Extinction think that they can roll up from the very beginning up here, and they get shut down together between Regis and SJW.
Just clean. I mean, that's the word of the day right now. That was just an absolute clean, perfect first point cap there, and then you can just look right into the snowball of what we're going to have. Silent Blaze now getting close to their boundary, right? And then everyone's going to follow. They have Axtree with the SJW combo if they want to lean that route. And then, of course, on this map in particular, the spawn push is tough. This is a tough point to kind of regain your momentum. We're going to see them kind of take this back alley to do so.
love being able to see Ritas on the Phoenix after we were highlighting SJW, but being on the Bucky, we know how strong Bucky's been so far, and they got 2 ultimates online, almost all 6 here, as they're going to be able to take up onto the high ground. Reverse at least has that invisible boundary, being on that invisible woman here too, but they come up from right around, they see the pick right in front of them. It's SJW who catches out Riku once again.
Oh my gosh, and they're completely stacked, and so getting that pick early is just going to make this near impossible for Extinction. And listen, we've seen teams have to warm up, get adjusted, but this is a rough go and start here. 50% already. Busy at Work has everything online. I mean, quite literally the entire Infinity War ready to come out. Heroes from the portals. SJW gets another pick, and this is why we highlighted him, Vicky. Just an absolute team captain for the team in terms of talent.
It's crazy, too, to be able to see Extinction now lean into the Namor and Hulk team up, too. They'll have some ultimates coming in, but look at this aggression. And I do agree with you, too, Cozy. It's very tough to try to break through the chokehold. Once you're forced back, you find yourself staggering in, but they have a plethora of ultimates, but they still have to deal with Busy at Work, who have so much in the bank here to just unleash on them.
Yeah, you know, we've coined it many times today as the Michael Bay special. We get all the lights, all the flashes on. And Biblical gets a massive combo with the whale there. That was fantastic. Going to see that combo a lot. 2 duelists getting the job done through the strategist ult, and we love that here as Juker, Biblical get a nice double duo hit there. 95% on it, but now we have a little bit of momentum going for Extinction.
I'm expecting them to stall right here, too. Yeah, with both of the tanks still alive here for Busy at Work, the Vanguards hold it down because guess what? SJW swaps back over to the Doctor Strange this time, so that way they have the portal, come back around, and Prince with the dropkick just tries to keep Haluk at bay. Riku comes right back around, finds Ritas. Legacy has that Magneto Meteor M, and Busy at Work, they're stalling for as long as possible. Is it going to be enough of that damage output after they lost Ritas originally, and now Zero Meta going down?
Yeah, they did their job, got to 99, right? So now it's just reset, get the ults farmed up. Everyone used kind of everything to get where we're at now. Legacy is back here and getting close to it. We have Silent Blaze. So at this point, good stalling. You don't need to stall any longer because obviously you've got what you've done with the 99. So reset, get refocused, and now you've got the strategist ult advantage to head in.
Exactly. Silent Blaze about having that invisible boundary is something you want to look at too when you have Extinction having that Meteor M. Legacy specifically wants to be able to try to pinpoint that, and with some help from Biblical, having that Phoenix ultimate we know does just enough damage to delete those shields and try to get that one-hit KO from that invisible boundary. But we have to see with actually trying to approach up on the high ground. The group hug is online.
Yeah, we can see them combo plenty together here. I'm wondering what Legacy's going to end up saving theirs for here now. Trying to get the good angle. X-Ray now looking to where he can throw this down. Maybe waiting for SJW right behind him. He can get that farmed up in no time here as he's pushing forward. On controller, you can see X-Ray, by the way. There's plenty of lethal pro players on the sticks this time. We saw TTK do it a lot, but now another joins the ranks. Invisible boundary up, Vicky. And here we go. Can they get the point recap? 50% just like that for Extinction. It's going to be a close one.
Ooh, they both did it at the same time, but the damage output from Extinction as Ritas follows up, finds a quick little 2K. The Meteor M, though, gets shut down as it not only doesn't find anything, but Legacy goes down with it back into the spawn room door. Busy at Work, outnumber Extinction as they don't have that sustainability. Nice little block here from X-Ray, and they're going to try to desperately retouch the point with the portal.
Yeah, they got to get on this point right away. They open up nicely here. Visible boundary out. Okay, and with the 2 going down, listen, it's okay if you start off a little slow. It's the end result that matters here. This is looking now way more promising for Extinction, who didn't have to use everything to get it done because they're close now with another Biblical ultimate, Vic.
I see you in reverse. I saw that, by the way. That pull in onto X-Ray after he had used that group hug earlier today was very nice. Through that invisible boundary, that was the first pickoff that has allowed Extinction to keep their feet on this point. Now going down to the wire, though, last 4 seconds, and Biblical has that Phoenix ultimate online. Overtime ticking away, and Silent Blaze will have that invisible boundary to keep Busy at Work here.
Would you expect it any other way, Vicky? 99 to 99 now. The momentum going towards Extinction. Here we go. Monster Hulk putting in the pressure early. Silent Blaze forced to put the invisible boundary up. The show is on. Coachella is out. And Biblical, here comes the Phoenix. Will they stop it? Will he get another connection? Yes, Vicky. SJW, the captain, is out of this fight.
SJW has not really been able to capitalize off of the Bucky Kraken impact, and now the Eye of Agamotto after Juker had made that swap to retouch on the points. Legacy's close that Meteor M, and Reverse gets another KO, this time onto Rita. Zero Meta trying to keep everybody from Busy at Work alive, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough with that invisible boundary also controlling so much space.
My goodness, we knew this team had talent, Vicky, but how did they put it all together? It is not how you start, it's how you finish. You get the first point. What a turnaround for Extinction.
All right, Extinction, as we take a look at the mini stats real quick as a little teaser, because Extinction right now, let's talk about how they were able to restabilize, because I think this is very important when it comes to even you guys at home watching. How are you going to be able to make a comeback from your own respective games? They were able to not only regroup, prevent a stagger from happening, but they held on to that economy, even if they were being split apart when they were on the high ground, some of the teammates on the low ground there, and then they were able to make these swaps work out for them with that Hulk and Namor originally, before they were able to then swap back over to Doctor Strange to recontest.
Well, it really came down, honestly, to Biblical as well, getting that double piece on the Phoenix.
Oh, yeah.
They just tried to fight back as well as they could, but that is what changed the momentum there. And then the triple Vanguard thing was Juker going to the Strange quickly to get everyone back, but it ended up helping them just hold that sustainability. Then they won the next team fight, and it folded from there. So crazy job to reestablish, and big-time plays is what's going to win you these things, as we just saw Biblical get one, as we now head into our next point, and we've got SJW on Namor.
Giving a little piece of their own medicine out here. SJW being in the more feels kind of scary, especially with Prince popping up on that Emma Frost alongside Actor being on that Hulk. Gonna try to max that with Extinction, but Legacy does have that Meteor M to wait for silent plays once that invisible boundary comes out.
Yeah, I like the swap here and trying to lean into a Hulk v Hulk situation now. Point is about to open up. Neither of these teams are going to give it right to him here as they're facing to the left. Love SJW's job trying to take out what was the big threat of last time in Biblical. Gamma Shield's going up to keep the momentum strong here, and teams are going to rotate to the point. Looking at the old Silent Blaze is close, but we've got the meatball going up, and Legacy slams it down. No connection. Juker trades with SJW, and Juker gets it done.
And Juker took out Silent Blaze before that invisible boundary could even come out. With Redis now getting called out next here, it's just a matter of time with Extinction going to be able to plant their feet on this point first.
I mean, holy warm-up, right, Vic? Just watch. Looks like a different team from 30 seconds ago. Never mind, you know, in this tournament. What a way to get things just firmly planted. If you're busy at work, you got to be busy at strategy, trying to figure out a new way to approach this team here. Get the picks early. Juker, though, he was the highlight player in Nightmare when we talked about them in Ignite. People loved him. It's cool to see him back with a new team and doing the same thing.
See if they can keep this going. They're wrapping around. Good Extinction having at least 3 ultimates. Honestly, make it 5 coming up soon with Juker and reverse with that invisible boundary. Nice little stun though onto 2 as now Radius comes in with that Phoenix ultimate with a quick little reset here. Biblical does the same exact thing, except they could have some followers potentially coming in here as he stalls out just for now, and then the Psionic Seduction comes in right afterwards. Invisible boundary from Busy at Work is going to keep everybody alive here as Riku tries to do the same thing with the dance off the Luna. So Juker sends out the whale, doesn't find its mark.
See, wow. Okay, SJW. Love to see the patience. Would have liked to see the whale go with the Phoenix there, but they saved it for that moment. Did not connect, and that was a good flip of the script there from Busy at Work. Used a lot to get there. Used an absolute ton because Reverse is there to at least put in the sustained pressure, Vic. So hard to win fights without another, ult of a strategist to help you out. But we're going in. It's 57%, and, stopped them before momentum got too out of hand.
Good here. You know how strong momentum is, especially when it comes to domination. SJW had that green light after he saw Reverse go down next, after they got the invisible boundary. But Extinction coming back in with 3 ultimates of their own actually has that reset potential. Being on that Hulk, though, trying to back away, though. They're trying to take a different path thing, wrapping around Busy at Work, but they're ready to stop them as the invisible boundary allows them to have that pathway to get right back onto the point.
These 2 Vanguards are elite. We saw in the MRC just how well they can do here for Busy at Work. Haluk, though, does get the trade. Redis to follow on Juker. That's a big pick, but not going to be enough here as the team has to reset. 65% in climbing going into the next fight. They've got what they need to win it. They're going to have to really nail comms communications.
Oh, no.
And look at this stall. This stall is brutal as now finally Bruce Banner is eliminated to go back to the team.
Look how important that was, too. Extinction are nearing 80% right now on the point. That wastes so much time from Busy at Work as they desperately now need to retouch here. If their Legacy is going to be able to hold on to that Meteor M for right now, but Juker's very close to getting that whale, and Biblical, too, with that Phoenix ultimate.
I mean, we saw it in Marvel. The Hulk doesn't allow Bruce to eliminate himself. Wish he could have there, I'm sure. Now looking towards it, Legacy holding the line down, has the Meteor in, which is going to be an absolute spicy opener here. They're just trying to get that first pick and sustain 99%. We've got the Monster Hulk coming down with the Phoenix, and 2 go down, making 3, Vicky. That is a massive turnaround.
A huge too, being able to find the 2 strategists first, but is it going to be enough time? Now that they flipped the point, they do have a beautiful ult economy. They did not use everything in the bank here, and Zero Meta is slowly also approaching that Luna Snow ultimate here too. So Busy at Work, having a plethora of ultimates to work with, but guess what? Extinction are the same position right now with 4 ultimates online.
Yeah, I couldn't have scripted better. They only had to use X3 there and Regis to get the job done. Now moving in. All aggression. Biblical has the Phoenix ready, as you said, to combine. We'll see if Juker joins it with Giganto, the whale, now pushing forward, getting nice poke pressure early. And listen, for this particular fight, I just want to see pure aggression here from Busy at Work to try to hold the line, see if they can. SJW trying to find that early pick, getting rid of the squids. Nice awareness. You know, you don't see that all the time in your bronze silver lobbies, but pro play, got to get rid of those squids there that can just pump out the damage. Prince now putting out the seduction. This is going to be a good combo maker if they choose to do so.
Caught in reverse just a little bit there, but being safe as the Magnetometer M comes down. The whales follow up right afterwards, but their survivability from the fate of both worlds has put Legacy in the driver's seat as Extinction wipe out Busy at Work for another round in a clean 2-0 fashion for game number 1.
Yeah, Legacy trying to live up to the name and make their own legacy, and that's a way to start it off. Let me tell you that. I mean, that is such a way to go from ice cold to lava hot as we see Hydra Base explode. The victory screen splashes, and our MVP is Riku. Again, the unsung heroes, the strategist. Vicky, let's take a look at the stats and what defined this story and this match.
Honestly, I got to see Haluk harass Silent Plays and Zero Meta frequently. I mean, if everyone already understands the whole gameplay, the script out here, you know that that's going to be the problem as we get to see Riku popping off with 41,000 healing. Looking on the other side, even if Reverse was right there and still being invisible, trying to get out of trouble with 20k there too, still being able to put in some damage with 7.8k on the Invisible Woman.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I want to say, you know, Busy at Work, they did well. You know, if you look at it statistically, you know, they didn't do horrible in terms of what happened, but it was just the way these certain matches went out. And, you know, sometimes we kind of say it was the ultimate fights, right? I love the neutral, honestly. I had to just give to Extinction there. As SJW, of course, the cast of Curse, we highlight them, and then, you know, definitely wasn't the match that they wanted to see. And when a team has played together so long, as we've seen this team do, which, by the way, Vicky, they're the reverse kings, right? They love to be down. We saw that before in the MRC. But I'd like to see that combos and comms really show into light here as we spectate.
Yeah, what do you think about so far the difference between the follow-ups between Biblical's Phoenix Ultimate and then what we had seen from Regis? Regis popped off, obviously, with like 10 final hits there, had over 17,000 damage done alongside SJW. But the wobble combos that we saw from these follow-ups, I feel like were just so much more successful for Extinction.
Yeah, Regis was getting the neutral hits a lot. Tons of neutral eliminations, whereas Biblical was more with the combo or the opener there. And then the follow-up was incredible. But I honestly have to highlight, I want to say I thought Prince and Axer were some of my favorite Vanguard duos, and they still are. But the Vanguard on the other side and what we saw from Legacy and them, I mean, incredible job. That's what stood out to me was the follow-up from that. You know, Regis, I feel like the picks would happen too late, right? And then the team was already, it fell from there. That Hulk, great comms there, having that Hulk, you know, delayed to go to their team. Riku, the MVP from Riku here. Luna Snow, you love to see her on your screen as you hear her song all day long, Vicky. What an opener, though, for day 2.
Yeah, survivability with that Fate of Both Worlds at the very end. You see your team lighting up the sky too, with the Phoenix Ultimate following up with the whale coming down. And then you had Riku making sure the entire team stayed alive. That was game number 1 though, Cozy. It is best of 3. And you talk about how sometimes Busy at Work, they like to stay busy. They have to know what they have to work for here, and they'll definitely know what they have to readjust. Maybe those timings on those ultimates.
Yeah, Prince always did well. I think actually I highlighted Prince as one of my favorite players from the MRC in the Vanguard perspective. Actually, we saw, like, depending on how they played was the definition of this team. And I know we saw in different matches where, like, they would just wow me, and there's other times. And by the way, the man is in a disgusting Venom. So he can go to different heroes, but Venom is what I remember seeing him at a lot. So we'll have to see if they adjusted that, pick bans. If that gets adjusted, we had a Jeff save, didn't see it. We'll have to see. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to take a quick break and then get right back to the action.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Hello and welcome back. After that short break, we are back and we're looking for our next match in the best of 3, Vicky. And listen, I gotta say, I love it. Our predictions, we both said, hey, busy at work. They impressed us a ton in the MRC. It's the caster's curse. And at China, I remember Aaron Mori was like, hey, do not pick us to win. I don't want the casters to pick us. And it's like, maybe it's a thing, but we'll have to find out. But I'm all here for it.
How does this keep happening? But you know what? That's what I like the most, though, because this is why I love MRR here. Because aside from the roster mania that brings in a different taste from these teams, it also not only having the new metas coming into play, so Season 4, it highlights how you bring players from these different teams. They still have had experiences either from other games or from other teams, and they bring that experience into one whole team to form what we are currently seeing as Extinction right now. And you and I were talking about it in the break. There is a very clear sign that there is good communication, good IGLing coming in from Extinction. That retake was so clean, especially when they had to deal with an entire like 6-man ultimate that was just hurtled in their direction from Busy at Work.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. And looking at it, especially these teams that are lesser known, it's like kind of how how they adapt to pressure, and we saw them do just that. And you just pointed it out, being able to reset like that and put it all gas, no brakes is what you want to see out of these teams going head to head. But I gotta say again, we've seen over a ton with Busy at Work kind of come back from behind. They know what they're doing here. They're gonna readjust. But sometimes it's who shows up that day, and right now it's Extinction showing up to extinct Busy at Work here. Is it Bob, Busy at Work, B-A-W? We'll have to come up with our favorite here, but we had Jobless Bums last time, now Busy at Work. Love the names in Ignite as we head into our round 2. It's Araco.
Want to see Busy at Work working out in the kitchen because we got to see them start cooking up something here. As Extinction, we go into the pick and ban facing the Emma Frost simultaneously from both teams off the table. Sorry, Prince, but we know that Prince has other vanguards that they like to lean into.
And we've seen some teams play some fun stuff. This is a big meta matchup right now, right? And so the Imbas are the first to go. Magneto save in there. Look at the flexes on the Lord Blades. Love to see it. These guys are, grinding out the ladder, and they're here in pro play to do so as well. Adam off the table like that. Listen, if you look at, I think it was Juker, I believe, actually last Ignite that played a disgusting Adam, even during the entire chaos of what was triple res. The save, though, okay, the save is going to go to Magneto. I was wondering if maybe they go with like a Venom save to help, Axery and have them swap over. Nope, they're going to go with Magneto.
Yeah, and we can talk about why we keep seeing the pick and bans. You can expect on Araco, as you did see on stage 1, 2, and especially now with the way that the meta is formed, Araco, you're going to expect Araco, you're gonna expect that triple Vanguard, triple strategist, especially when you're the ones defending, and then looking at which team here, in this case Extinction, coming out on the attack first. How are they gonna be able to break that hold, which is why you usually have been seeing the storms. You get the speed boost, you get the power up here, you get the damage boost your team, and you get to rack up that ultimate percentage with no Jeff being on the table for Busy at Work. Maybe we could see something happen here for Extinction if they want to lean into that and also force out some of the strategist ultimates that we're going to be seeing from the defensive side.
That's a great point. Honestly, we saw a lot of metas kind of establish over the last pro scene, and now we're seeing these teams adjust. It was kind of the Squirrel and Moon Knight to get out of spawn, which you can still do that, but having that Storm and that damage boost and just being able to play that hero, that's why teams like, Envy with Speedery are just so dominant because they can play it to such a high level. But to help you get through the triple Vanguard, and I have to say this, Vicky, we saw Dreamland win MRC against Nemesis because they were the better triple Vanguard team in spawn holder, right? And so it does matter massively how well you play the meta.
Exactly. See which one is going to dip the other when it comes to these two teams too, as the double protect on the Luna Snow. I love how both these teams have their priorities straight here. It's either the Magneto or the Luna. What is this last ban going to be from Busy at Work? As we saw Biblical really pop off on that Phoenix last time. It was some help here as Haluk was also on point on calling out the positioning of a strategist when they were trying to harass Busy at Work's backline.
The right heroes.
Interesting pick bans here. I like the differences. Obviously, some of these are to really call out different bans of what you might want to shut down their favorite heroes, but as they select in here, SGW obviously going to be going and helping with that triple Vanguard front that we saw. Redis, it's always the duelist, one of them playing that rocket, give that respawn, right? It's just massive in keeping that wall, that fortress alive for the Vanguards, quite literally, right? So looking into it, though, the plan of attack here, as we see such a good Lord icon for Angela. If we've seen Angela indeed, this is a fun map to have it.
No way. Don't get me excited.
I know.
I know. I love the way that Angela feels when you play her too. I've had a lot of fun playing the new Vanguard here. I know I never get my hopes up. You know how they like to hover over certain heroes here, give us a little tease. But for those of you guys tuning in, welcome here to the MRA Stage 2 Americas. We've had a lot of action going on from around the world. Amia finished it off a little bit earlier today as we go into game number 2 for our first series of the day. Araco being our second game.
Crazy we're in season 4, Vic. I mean, this map coming from season 2, it's just wild to see how fast things have moved along for this scene as we're approaching almost even a full year here in a couple of months of rivals. But Juker is going to be on that Moon Knight like we thought with the damage boost. Moon Knight is an absolute elite hero right now. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Incredible at what they do here. Now pushing forward the pops from the new and improved Doctor Strange Legacy, trying to match Axery. We saw that a ton here on the last map. Even more now, teams building up the ult charge. That's what you got to do fast, and that's why Moon Knight is picked all the time here for the opening.
get that ultimate so quickly, and especially this first point too, just to break this chokehold here. It's a great way to break through the chokehold that the triple Vanguard provides, as you also control so much space. Look at Juker's positioning. While Biblical had too many energy drinks, mouse and keyboard Storm just dancing around the side to get out of line of sight. But the brute hug from Prince built up so quickly. It's a Prince shish kebab as he comes out with a huge wipe onto Extinction.
Okay, Groot. Again, he says we are Groot, and he quite literally means it. I mean, I love it, man. I mean, that is what I thought Prince can do. We saw it plenty. He plays an amazing Emma, but love to see the man now on the tree, though, backing up. They have plenty to go. Actually, he's got the Agamotto. We'll have to see if SJW gets another pick. They can afford them, right? Because they're on the defense. They can respond fast being on the offense here. Pushing forward, though, I like the approach. Extinction going aggressive here. They've got to hit these, but the Agamotto goes out, Vicky.
Oh, that was huge. That was insane right there. He actually stopped Riku right there at the end while the snipe from SJW. He's had enough. Juker has not really been able to plant their feet. Yes, you unleash a Moon Knight ultimate here, and Biblical is trying to pull away maybe Zero Meta's ultimate, but the Luna Snow still has the fate of both worlds. But that was crazy from what we had just seen, as now Extinction are still struggling to break through the chokehold that Busy at Work has him in.
They're doing the Extinction special, you know, taking a little while to warm up here. But yeah, Conchu was asleep there as Legacy does get the solo ult on the Invis. That's massive, but the res, that's where it comes in handy, coming right back to the battle. But that does give a little bit of the pressure towards their way. Haluk going to be frozen there. Nice job from the Luna, pushing forward, getting some momentum. But I mean, this is a rough job. SJW out of the fight. That's going to at least allow them to push down this first ramp, and they do so greatly, getting the strategist out as well, Vic.
Gotta give a little bit of a shout out right there too on the isolation onto Silent Blaze. I believe we saw that Dr. Strange's ultimate right onto Silent Blaze, preventing that sustainability from helping out Busy at Work. And once Regis already had that BRB used up, it was just a matter of time as we see something cheeky happening right here.
Counter portal, here we go. We see a lot of team fights happen. Oh, you love to see it. This happens so much more at this scene. Didn't see too much of this in the Ignite Group Stage 1. Group Stage 2 is something completely different, and it stops it, Vicky, from being 3 fights to win the point to potentially 2, which is massive.
Even bigger if they manage to get that pick here, but actually still safer right now before dropping in from the high ground, but gets pushed back. Doesn't land anything with the Eye of Agamotto, while Haluk brings everybody here together, and Juker now follows up. It was a sacrifice well needed, but with Regis having that BRB and bringing SJW back, even better of a trade here, as Busy at Work are getting wiped from the floor. It is Biblical and the Biblical show here, and they don't even have to use up any of these ultimates going into this next point.
It was such a ping pong, the Olympi. Did you see that? It looked like it was going one way, Juker, and then Juker gets eliminated, another falls. They bring more back, but then, yes, Biblical able to wipe the rest of the board. That's exactly what you want to see to keep that momentum in those early picks that Juker was able to get there. Now going to the Mantis, and at this point, they're doing the Venom Mantis show. Get ready. They dive the backline. The Symbiote, it is scary. The Symbiote is scary. We're going to see a lot of that now, as Prince is going to now take over on that Magneto.
Biblical utilizing the Omega Hurricane, though, trying to force out maybe the invisible boundary, but with it not coming out, they have to afford the sacrifice of SJW. Busy at Work, having the double strategist ultimate, while Zero Meta sets Biblical back in place. So it was a trade-off now, as now Busy at Work are back up to par here, trying to force Extinction back.
I like the aggression, but yeah, trading the duelist for who has the closer spawn for that. Wasn't a big fan, but that's okay. Legacy now does have that Agamotto they can use plenty here. Look for a Luke. We're going to have Venom cams on the ready. I am sure of it, as actually pushing forward. Invisible boundary goes up. Great timing, but we do have a double support ult. Don't love to see that, Vicky. Not good.
No, it's not. But the way that the push and pull has been working out for Silent Blaze, as it's Jeff is coming out. Everyone was trying to stay grouped up together, but it's the isolation onto the Luna Snow. Where is my Uber driver taking me? Well, off to the side here and finding Zero Meta. That's why you've been seeing more of these Jets coming out to play in the triple strategist lineup here, as Juker also having that Mantis ultimate with reverse coming right back to heal Extinction.
I mean, imagine the POV of getting thrown off the map as you see Jeff smiling at you in that outfit too. Come on now. Luke climbing the walls, looking for the dive. They're going to get this point quite handily, as he's going to not allow any room for them to push in. Although we do have the match in Venom here. That is a great way. Actually does get the Venom, and goodbye.
Now, a great way to find yourself back in the spawn, more so with the way that Legacy just isolated him. And now you have the Mantis, Biblical with the power. Talk about damage boost on top of the Star-Lord Legendary coming in. in, and Extinction, they are just holding forward as they seamlessly clear the second checkpoint.
Yeah, listen, I love Juker. Used to play the Adam role. Now he's playing the Mantis role. And if you can do more Mantis than just put the damage up on the Venom, that's when you've got a special player in your hands. And Juker showing just that. Love to see the absolute domination that we're seeing from this team here. Ritas going over to the Torch to try to keep things up. Flame on, game on, pushing forward here, Vic. They've got some in the tank. Not a lot. SJW and Silent Blaze are online. But other than that, not a lot in there. And, you know, we do have the Agamotto and the OK. We do have Jeff as well. So it's going to be somewhat close. We'll see which one comes out first.
Zero Meta has been very on point, by the way, on catching out Biblical here. Riku falling incredibly low, so it's a trade-off here as Prince taking a quick little nap from Juker, putting him to sleep here. But up on the high ground, SJW has regained control alongside Ritas being on the Torch, and you have to talk about the damage output now that Busy at Work is laying down.
Yeah, absolutely. At least stopping this temporarily. It's been an absolute Extinction show for this first point, really pushing forward with quite ease. Now we've got all, you know, both strategists ults online. We'll hopefully not double ult this time, right? And then you also have all the pressure that Ritas can put out in the Phoenix for the backline pick. So I love their ult stand here. They should be able to shave off this minute and 24 if done so correctly. But look out, Juker gets a nasty pick.
Dude, that was off of a sleep right there, too. That was insane from Juker, and they're about to have so much ultimates now as Juker is going to allow this. Look at where Haluk is going to go with the Feast of the Abyss, but with no follow-up potential, you won't be able to get that KP here as Busy at Work with full six-man ultimates ready to go. Biblical close to that legendary, too, but they'll only have 5 ultimates coming in with less than 60 seconds on the clock.
I mean, good gosh, the Feast of the Abyss there is just taking out easily half health or more than half health with that damage boost is disgusting. We do have Biblical going up a legendary. Every single ult is pressed. Qs are ready. 45 seconds left. Biblical trying to get something going, but the strategy keeping the teams up. Great job from there. Now Reverse has 3 of them, just pushing them away from the point at this point in time here. Agamotto going out. Vicky doesn't get a lot from it, and has to back out from it.
Yeah, the freezes too coming in from Zero Meta have been on point, but the invisible boundary now coming in from Silent Blaze as you got the slowdown that you have to worry about as the Phoenix ultimate slams down, calling out that you are nothing, but doesn't find its mark as Haluk falls a little bit low here. No strategist ultimates. They lose out on Juker first, and now Busy at Work feeling a lot more confident. There's less than 10 seconds on the clock for Extinction to get this to the finish line.
Yeah, it all comes down to this, right? 8 seconds. They did the hold that we thought they could, and Prince and this Agamotto is going to be massive. Can they land it? Ritas does get the opening pick. He does get a little bit of pressure there on the Luna. Luna is going to go down as well. Ritas to follow, and it looks like Busy at Work is going to be able to hold this still because you have a 10-second cooldown on the Strange once they finish up the rest.
Prince says, you know what? I don't need the Emma Frost. I got the Doctor Strange instead. While Busy at Work having Ritas and SJW on the Phoenix and the Torch. You talk about a Michael Bay film here, Cozy? Well, it's literally explosions all over the screen.
Yeah, these teams are stacked very evenly. I mean, it is very close fights you have here, and I've got to say, you can look at it both ways. You know, the leader of both these teams could say, hey, listen, we held them. That's all that matters. But if you're, Extinction, you can say, hey, what a push, guys. We got almost all the way there. Now let's go ahead and hold this team point 1, right, Vic? We're going to see the same thing, the meta of that triple Vanguard, triple strategist. These teams know how important it is, especially on a map like this. We'll have to see, though, if they can match Portal for Portal, because, Vicky, I got to say, cutting that first point to 2 fights instead of 3 is big.
It's huge. It's also just, I always enjoy it. It looks always so funny here, too. Whenever you have that portal right behind you, you're literally isolated. But you know what was great? Actually, at least managed to stay alive despite what we had seen right there. So being able to have that survivability and your awareness on where to go and just wait for your team to come back around once they're able to get out of that line of sight. Always nice to see how they're trying to re-engage here. But obviously now Extinction are going to be able to roll out with that triple Vanguard, triple strategist. Of course, you have the rockets, so that way you have that BRB to bring back whoever gets picked off first here in this equation, with Ritas being on that Moon Knight and SJW being on the Storm.
Look at Prince, 15-3, Legacy 15-3, both 16,000 damage, right there matching each other. It's the Vanguard show. That's the matchup I wanted to highlight. That was the difference last time, Vicky. The follow-up, right? Let's see if we see it here as Haluk is stalking his prey.
Oh, the Haluk show? Wait for it before getting that little slam. Now Ritas calls him out. No, the Moon Knight says, what are you doing? Can't you told me exactly where you were at before diving right back around. Ritas taking a little bit of that damage, but having Silent Blaze and Zero Meta right there to resustain them. But a lot more of some poke pressure as you can expect to try to break through the chokehold.
Yeah, already breaking a lot easier there than it was for the opposition. And you've got the Mighty Morphin Moon Knight skin to help it out, right? With the Redis. I love that for it. Oh, we've got for Moon Knight now pushing in Prince, trying to do exactly what he just did. Has the ult online already, and Redis to match. This is such a huge opener. So quickly. Did not line that up perfectly, though. Haluk is going to instead trade SJW. You wish to see that different with how fast they got that.
Yeah, physical pain there, too, when you try to get the shish kebab. Now it's really up to Redis to just try to dismantle this triple strategist backline here, and there's a lot of damage coming out. There goes Duker, though, bringing back reverse on that Jeff with that BRB, so it's used up already. Well, now busy at work, having Redis swap over to that Wolverine to try to at least get a kidnap if they could onto either one of the strategists here or onto one of the Vanguards, but they have so many ultimates that they have to worry about first. Well, they get contested here. The Eye of Agamotto only finding Haluk here as everybody unleashes, but then from the other side, the other Eye of Agamotto finds 3, but they get saved up from the invisible boundary from earlier.
Holy chaos. This is stuff all over, and you have different ults happening in duos at a time here. It's going to be reversed now with the swallow of a group. That's a big one to get there. Off the edge you go. Goodbye, Prince. We'll see you in about 8 seconds. Rita slicing dice and trying to really open up now against this Magneto. Look at this strategy support, keeping them up. Vicky, that is exactly what is the difference maker here, as he's going to now just full send on this Magneto.
Yeah, Redis has had enough. He's had enough, and Silent Blaze tries to pull him back, try to help him out. Here they finally get the double pick, even with Reverse having that slight stall that we saw earlier onto Prince, who, by the way, already has that Gru ultimate after what we saw earlier on, but they break through that chokehold, and now Busy at work get to start getting busy.
A little bit of the same story, right? We saw them not really able to put those combos together on the domination, and you got to get this one here now. Portal is going to come out, so they're going to get another fight in this, and that's going to make them push into overtime, almost certainly, right? To get this first point, that puts so much pressure on the momentum on perfect play. Prince now, he does have everything lined up to go. They don't have the Moon Knight, but they have plenty of other follow-up. They've got the Groot walls, and sometimes that's all you need. 1-2 go down. Oh, we'll get a trade, Vic, but it's going to be ultimately most likely here. Busy at Work's team fight to lose? Question mark.
Reverse! Whoa, coming in with the sacrifice. It was worth it to get 2 at the very least. That BRB from Juker helped Extinction regroup together even after a very big shish kebab that Prince had laid down earlier on with that strangling prison, and Haluk coming in onto the thing too. They lost out on Legacy, who was about to have that Meteor M, and now they have less than a minute on the board to get to that first checkpoint.
Just insane sustain from this team here in the strategist play here. We've got Zero Meta Prince closing in, though. The 1-2 is what you want. You got the Berserker Rampage. You would think that this is all but theirs. You got the jump off the map. Yep, the reset. Point 1 goes to Busy at Work, and it was a long fight to do so.
Feels nice, too, when you try to utilize the Wolverine and you have help, because Extinction, on the other hand, don't have that Invisible Woman to try to pull Redis away from the Vanguards. It comes in clutch, but they make those readjustments as we've already seen Extinction go for before. And Prince, he's holding forward. He's already trying to claim a lot of these spaces with the group walls, as well as SJW being right alongside him.
The old tree surprise there, letting people walk in, you know, come to the team here, why not? And then you get hit with all the vines. Now pushing forward, love the approach here of Haluk just putting all that momentum and pressure on them and taking the fight right to them, as now they're pushing this high ground. I like the approach from Prince. He's trying to get this imprisonment that they can have plenty again to follow up. They can go Phoenix, they can go with the Berserker if they choose to, or just the tree. Nothing comes from it. Again, it's that ultimate combination that we're just not finding clicking for them.
Yeah, the bread and butter, you know, when you try to go for some more of these follows. Busy at Work having these 4 ultimates here. Extinction have 5, rather 6 actually coming up instead. They have all the sustainability in case Rita tries to go for a kidnap here, and a slam down the invisible boundary is the first one to try to contest that of Juker being in that Mantis ultimate. The slam down needs to come in with the follow-up though, and with the Meteor M now trying to find it smart, the sustainability is just too much. Then you have a Whale coming in with the Namor and Hulk team up, and actually comes in to find Biblical after he sends out the Whale.
Oh my, defense. I mean, what a great job Busy at Work, just surviving an onslaught of ultimate after ultimate here now, as Redis trades, SJW does the same. Juker does get the pick on Strange, but other than that, great job for Busy at Work. Honestly, just fighting against what was the onslaught and the entire ult farm of Extinction. So now teams pushing forward, gonna get this next point here. You're gonna have a Namor try to push forward. Lessons the deep used, but is gonna be a little too late. Great recovery, and remember, Vic, they held them. They held them at point 3. They've got 1 point to go.
Getting ever so closer now. They don't have to go to the full finish line here, and that's the most important thing, looking at this time bank and what they have to work with. 2 minutes, less than 35 seconds here, and this is the part where it gets a little tricky. The high to low ground disparity, but it's going to be the Groot hug from Prince. Nice little stun here onto the other side, but here is that follow-up that you were asking for, Cozy.
It came at the perfect time, right, Vic? I mean, right here on point 3 to get through this kind of first pressure push. I mean, that is exactly when you want to shine here. We're kind of seeing the same thing happen from Extinction, getting kind of ice cold to hot. Busy at work. Took a match to do so, but here we are. 2 minutes on the clock. SJW has the Phoenix online. Silent Blaze close to follow. And when you look at Extinction, honestly, if I'm busy at work, I want to go aggression here, Vic.
That's what they like to lean into. That's what we saw work out for them when they were on the defense here. Oh my gosh, it's like I'm here. It cost his life. Silent Blaze with these pull-ins as SJW follows up. Rika goes out. Both strategists are out. That means the rest of Extinction, the foundation has crumbled, and it's going to allow Busy at Work to get even more done here with the distance being crossed.
All in the neutral, too. And the worst part, Extinction is almost certainly, sadly, and unfortunately not going to have enough in the tank to stop this because they are miles away from ults. They're just eliminating one after the other. As now Busy at Work is gaining their ults, they can use just Arenas if they want to here. They're just dominating the neutral fight on point 3 here. Time after time, fight after fight. We have 1:20 and everything comes down. Right now, if I'm Busy at Work, push forward. You've got so much advantage.
It's crazy here. The Buckies are out and Juker has a reset, but guess what? Busy at Work have everything in the arsenal, and it's the invisible boundary coming in second from Silent Blaze. SJW waits it out just for now before getting that slam down here. Needs to get a follow-up here, but also the save from Extinction. Riku keeping everybody alive as the double Bucky bars comes down and slams down, and Biblical tries to output the damage with the final judgment here. The Eye of Agamotto, can it be enough for Biblical to pop off on this Punisher?
Oh my goodness. I mean, they survived the entire Infinity Gauntlet there, and then it only took just the eye and a little bit of Guns and Justice from Biblical to get the wipe. I mean, they survived an onslaught, Vicky, but Haluk coming in clutch there. And honestly, it's tough. This is why ult, predicting and knowing who has ult and when is so important, because of when to push, when not to. Teams resetting. Love not using Portal, not doing anything fancy here. Prince getting back quickly. This is going to be the neutral fight, which right now, Busy at Work has been dominating in this fight on point 3. We'll see if they can do it one more time.
Especially in the neutral, which is the important part here, because remember, they don't need to get this to the finish line. They still have to stay contested here, and SJW also needs to be contested. With the way that SJW has played Phoenix before in the past, it is a problem, and they are going unchecked. Reverse having the invisible boundary next here. SJW does have that slam down to get a reset, and this is what's scary. Is it going to be enough, though? They've lost out on 3 already, and Extinction may be in the driver's seat. There's only so much SJW could do, even after getting that one pick.
Yeah, it looks like Extinction's going to be instincting Busy at Work to the lower bracket, but you do luckily have the team coming back with the portal. If you could get a little bit more sustain, SJW going down, but that is why that pick is huge now as Prince gets eliminated but keeps the team alive there. Oh my gosh, they're pushing them out.
Wait.
They can't get through. They make their way through, but not before Zero Mayhem goes down, and they are just like that, extinct to the lower bracket. Juker now going down, speaking just a second too soon here as they are funneling through the portal to their certain elimination.
Beautiful comms from Extinction and situational awareness. You saw that Busy at Work were trying to roll out from that portal with a rocket BRB. Guess what? That was annihilated. Actually can't come back after utilizing that Doctor Strange portal, and there is no recontest. But I was not expecting this outcome with how clean Extinction looked for our first series.
Yeah, honestly, I'll say this. I think Busy at Work, they were in the lower bracket. That's when they did well. So maybe they're looking to go right back to where they were. But I am so impressed with Extinction as, hey, Caster Curse lives on 2-0 and they move forward. And it just comes down to, first of all, getting that ult at the very end, the invisible boundary from reverse there was so clutch, keeping the team alive. Then they get the trade there on the Luna, and there was nothing they could do at that point. Busy at Work was 1 down. It was the strategist, and they were off ult, right? So there's nothing you could do at that point, Vic.
Dude, actually, can we talk about reverse damage output too? Like almost 20k out here. Like the healing is impeccable when you look at how it was split up with Extinction. Yes, we have that 53k from Zero Meta when he was on the Luna, the 54k here from the Silent Blaze, but the impact, even with Prince getting some of those KOs, we saw SJW, especially at the end, 15 final hits. But then you look at the other side, maybe those final hits may not stand out as crazy. We still have 12 for Juker, who popped off amazingly at the end, but I would have to say Extinction's cohesion was chef's kiss.
I mean, we really only highlighted one cohesion play from Busy at Work, right? It was the Prince to go into it, and it was kind of all gas from there, but then it fizzled out at the end. But I have to just point out, by the way, it's from the losing team, Silent Blaze, 39 eliminations on the Invis. You love to see it. We saw a ton of it, right? But yeah, it really came down in the map on Dom and here. What team just played better as a team? This is a team game, and so you can have all the talent in the world, but it was them that showed up to the test, and I gotta commend that because we've seen a lot from Busy at Work in the MRC. This team has been together. I believe they were all console players before that, and then they came over to here, I believe. And so to have them at this level of play, match them with a team that is more newly formed is just what you love to see.
Yeah, and a team that still has a lot of experience. Like, again, you could totally tell that there is somebody leading the helm for this team, when to rotate in, who to focus on, who to prioritize, what positioning you want to play from, even if you hold back a little bit. And then the timing on the ultimates were the one thing I love highlighting. And then we had that Punisher swap up at the perfect time, by the way, so that way you could build up that final judgment just fast enough where it counted for that final fight. Because obviously when you make that swap up, sure, you have that 50% ultimate charge, you build it up just as quickly with the damage output that you have from Punisher, and then having that final judgment was also beautiful.
And listen, it's the battle of the Vanguards. We kind of talked about highlighting the team play. Well, the setup ults come from where, right? The Vanguard play. And we saw it there with Haluk with the honestly, the game saving, the match saving Agamotto there, followed up by the Punisher ult. We saw the kind of the battle of what they would do. Legacy did so much well against Prince, and so that is what my kind of key to the game was. If you want to highlight one thing, obviously I think everyone did well in their respective roles, but it did come from the Vanguard and Juker too. Juker playing lights out there as a flex duelist that can do it all.
Yep, Juker, Biblical too. Like, Biblical was also so on point with the damage output that we saw too, even at the very end with that final judgment. The follow-ups from Haluk, like you mentioned as well. And even giving some props over to the other side. I know we were highlighting SJW, etc., but to deal with what Extinction just did right now, they definitely made Busy at Work busy at something.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at it too, Haluk, it just, I love the aggression. Haluk was always in the back line harassing this team, whether it was the Hulk, the Strange, whatever it might be. And so you're going to see tons of flexibility. And we saw that not only in team composition wise, but just hero pool. You have to have every single hero at your disposal. Hulk being a big one. I think we see a lot of Hulk get banned and kind of ladder because of the team ups. But playing, if you can play Hulk at top tier, I think it's one of the high skill ceiling heroes, and it shows here in Ignite.
Definitely agree there too, especially when you know another team could just roll out with a Nomura Hulk composition, because the focus on these bans have either been on the strategist or, as we saw for that final map, actually on the Emma Frost being a priority. So that way a lot of these players can't roll out with that triple Vanguard, triple strategist in the way that they want to try to combo together with an inevitable group.
Yeah, well, listen, we saw Reverse get that absolute game-saving invisible boundary that led to the end of that. And we have Reverse here with us, and I'm so excited because we get new interviews, new players, and I'm joined here by Reverse. How's it going, man? Welcome to Ignite.
Hey man, thanks. I am so excited. You have no idea how excited and happy I am to be here. My team has been working so hard. We have been performing so bad in scrims. Everyone's been saying we're going dead last. Shout out Riku, shout out my coach, shout out everyone a part of this team, dude. We teed up for this.
Yes, sir. Hey, you showed up today, and that shows, right, Vicky? I've got to highlight and say you have teams, players from all different teams, right? I mean, we saw some of this roster put together. We didn't know what we'd see from you as a team. Me and Vicky talked about 100 times. Is there one shot caller for the team? What kind of breakdown some of this team? Because we don't know you all as well as some of the others.
This team is definitely led towards Biblical, and I'd like to say Biblical. It's kind of everyone. We kind of play our own part. I kind of speak for the backline because we're kind of having, like, we have some silent players on the team. I kind of speak for the backline. Biblical speaks for the DPS, and then we have Legacy speaking for the front line typically, but Haluk's been doing a good job stepping up, especially on game day. Riku finds his voice on game day. I love to hear Juker's voice on game day because in scrims, I know, they're quiet. They're quiet people. If you know, you know. That's all I'm saying. But, like, no, on a real note, though, everyone stepped up today. Everyone did really good. And I'm super, super, super happy for how good, like, how my team performed all around. It's been awesome.
I love your attitude, Reverse. Like, you popped off so many times too. Like, dude, Invisible Woman having that damage output, like, bro, sheesh. nice. Like, especially during the current like stage of where the meta has like been situated. You came through 27 KOs.
Oh,
and you got MVP out here too. I know how good that feels, especially.
Like, come on.
Hey, that's how you get it, man. That's how you get it for the match. You were like, popping off. Nice. You and your team. That's really nice. You guys look like you are in nice form. I also think it is incredibly interesting. I don't know about you, Cozy, to hear how the IGL roles are kind of split between each specific role that you guys play on, which is pretty clean, actually.
Yeah, listen, I've got to highlight this, Reverse, and tell you, I want to know, how far do you think this team can go? You guys are going to be playing the winner of Alani win in 100 Thieves. Y'all are new. You showed up today, man. So just pump for your first win. Congrats on that. But, like, how far can this team go, man?
We're taking it step by step by now, but as of right now, we just got to lock in. We're ready for whoever. Alani win and 100 Thieves are both really, really, really good teams, have a lot of really good players. But, I mean, outside of that, there's really not much to talk about. We're just going step by step. We just want to win. We're going to show up. If we lose, we lose. We win, we win. I do want to say, though, shout out Kips. He's been dealing with all of our BS for the past month. I want to say shout out Sugureru. I want to say shout out Yuki. I want to say shout out Valley, Mikey, everyone who's watching right now in Valley Court. I just want to say shout out Snowfall. Like, we're here. We just want to win.
Hey, you don't know when you're going to get back on the big stage like this, right? So getting this win, getting those shout-outs out, man, I love it. I love that you're being the spokesperson for the team right now, who I'm sure all of you guys are so hyped. You've got another, big one here coming up. And when you look at it, how does this team prepare for this moment of something of this caliber, man? 250K on the line, bud.
I mean, we were a pug team going into this, especially for the Ignite quals. We were literally just pugging this out, and once we found out we had the Ignite spot, we really had to lock in. So, I mean, I don't really know how else to go about it besides we're just going step by step. We're just trying to lock in and improve as a team.
Oh, man. Well, we're pumped to see you. I know Vicky and I, we were talking about y'all as the team, as we know a lot of the other players, and I've seen you all kind of put together here in the roster mania, and I didn't know what to expect. Hey, now I do. I know exactly what this team is. It's the bend, don't break mentality, and it started there on Domination Map 1. I thought it was over, and you guys quickly showed it wasn't, buddy. Was that the moment for y'all that you're like, hey, we can win this, as soon as you won that Dom and kind of flipped it back?
The second we knew we could win is when we saw everyone hating on Twitter. I just want to say that first. We were not estimated to even get a map. We were not estimated to get anything done. Everyone was just hating on us. Everyone thinks we were going to be the bottom of the barrel, and now that's not even possible anymore. We ruined everyone's predictions for this tournament. That was our motivation to win.
Hey, speak it up, man. I love it, dude. That is what Ignite's all about. We saw that last time. We're seeing it this time. I want to say thank you for coming on. Thank you for just the attitude, how you are, the hype, man. Enjoy the win. Soak it in, then reset. Get right back out there, and we hope to interview you and the team again.
That sounds good. I appreciate you guys.
We appreciate you.
All right,
congrats.
Appreciate you. That was one and only Extinction. Reverse from Extinction. Vicky, I mean, I got to meet some of these people in China, and so to see these new teams now and people I don't know and players I don't know, I've got to say he might be like the best interviewer that I have not had the pleasure, and just I love the excitement, the raw emotion.
I 100% agree. As we get to see the grade out of our wrong prediction, Cozy, and I just have to double down that Reverse is 100% like probably the best interviewer that I've ever had the pleasure of interviewing, because his attitude should reflect how teams feel when they're downplayed and they make the comeback. You soak that up, eat it up. You don't let it consume you, though. You go next. And he actually highlighted that, taking it one step at a time. Don't let this go over your head.
Yeah, shout out to production, throwing up the predictions there, and it just kind of fuels the flames of what fueled their fire, right? Saying everyone's doubting us. But hey, we saw Techie XD do that last time. They were a team no one knew. I think we doubted them even when they did win. We were like, they're still, I don't know. And then they almost punched their ticket to China. So you can do it easily, and that is what, sometimes when you have the best of the best teams go against, underdogs, they're not expecting what could be a win just taken right from them, and we saw that in the case of Busy at Work, and they got to get busy at work there in the lower bracket. But yes, Extinction, Busy at Work, what an opener, what a great way to kick things up. We have plenty of other matches, 3 more heading your way in just a moment, and I'm pumped.
I am too. I mean, especially that's how we're going to open things up. That's how you're going to start shaking up this bracket. Are you kidding me? There's so much to look forward to as well. Like, aside from the cohesion that we just saw from that team and the way that they were able to time their ultimates, that also puts into perspective, yeah, you could be that one player who could try to diff depending on whether you're the best Phoenix or if you're dealing with a different Phoenix. But if that Phoenix has their team rallying behind him, getting these follow-ups, that's a difference maker right there, especially with how volatile GOAT's meta has seemed right now.
Yeah, I love when we asked about the comms. They're like, you know, who won what? It was like, yeah, everybody. Essentially, I mean, that was the answer. It was like, you know, who does what? It's like literally everybody has a role, and they highlight. I think he opened with Biblical. That was a great way to kind of get things. It was all about SJW, right? But no, we saw another Phoenix shine. And speaking of shining, we've got a lot of great skins and tons of greatness coming to Rivals constantly. And we start with Hella the Grim Lady. Oh my gosh, Vicky.
I love this skin too, right? Like, extra, you gotta get your Fear Stalking time, like here with Hella the Grim Lady. Available just yesterday, by the way, here, so make sure you get to cop another beautiful skin, because let me tell you, the way that Marvel Rivals have been able to produce these skins have been next level. Literally, like, I'm always the first one, like, take my money. I'm right there. That's why when you look at the prize pool right now, Cozy, looking at what's at stake, imagine all the skins you could buy here in Marvel Rivals.
A Futurama meme, yeah, with the cat. Just, I mean, listen, they have endless heroes in Marvel, and we're seeing endless skins, not only just inspired by comics, but also from the artists there, the great team of Dino and friends there in China. Shout out to you guys. Love your work. Love meeting you guys. Hey, listen, guys, we have another one coming your way in just a moment. It's a heater. Don't go anywhere. Reset, get some water. We're going to see you guys right after this quick break.
I want your soul. Hell unleashed!
reviving all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me.
Hey y'all, welcome back from our short break. We're here yet again, Marvel Rivals Ignite Day 2, Stage 2. And again, I'm Cozy, joined by Vicky. And Vicky, we've got ourselves my highlighted matchup of today. We have Intergalactic, which is a lot of old Shroud X's team, versus Rad Esports. Now, the org Rad, they won the whole thing, right, in the mid-season finals. But we've got a new Rad org, or the same org, with Solaris, the old team that we know had a tough draw, but this is a very good team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, after seeing the action that we know already of from a lot of these familiar players, I think that this series could go either way. I think it's going to be pretty explosive as we take a look at Rad first here. I'm wondering here, they thrive a lot in brawly fights here with the duelist impact really shining. Guru, Gilbert, Gale, Bedtime Story, Pizza Demon, Forky Dog, all names that you and I are very familiar with.
Yeah, shout out. What's up, Guru? Good to see you. I interviewed him on stage there. He was with me, and I'm like, hey, are you ready to run this back after seeing land? He's like, oh, I'm ready. And this team, they deserve this spot to get here. This is one that a lot of people liked in Stage 1. Stage 2, different story. And it starts with Bedtime Story and Gale and what they can do in the duelist position. Gale is one of the best pure aimers in the game. Guru, just fantastic as well, both personality wise. Also love the little blonde, is that what Adam Warlock hiding behind Forky Dog there, and the rocket. But yeah, this team is stacked, Vic.
Yeah, Forky Dog's got a little toupee going on right there with the Adam Warlock graphic. Forky Dog, of course, also believing coming from Jobless Bums too, having that experience with that cohesion together with this team as we take a look at Intergalactic, another team that you and I were eyeing for.
Yeah, this is a ton of teams and players that we know kind of coming together. We've seen Hoffman before plenty. We, of course, know Doomed. Now, Vision left this team, and so you had that deadly duo. Hoffman's going to have to take that role over, and you got them and Doom together. Doom, very great player. Dogman, we see what they can pull off. Remember, the story of Dogman was always like he either hit every ult or it would miss, and we would call it the whiff Nito. But listen, the guy is a stud, and I'm excited to see this team come together. They got eliminated by the team that just lost in what was the Busy at Work in MRC, but they played great in that tournament, and I'm excited to see this cohesion come to life.
Yeah, when you get the Shroud X squad all together here and see how they're going to be able to deal with that against the Solaris team, who unfortunately, didn't have the best outcome looking at, Stage 1 here. They have a lot to look forward to with a different season, looking at a lot of these other teams have been handling the meta. And of course, remember, map number 1, we are going on to domination with the map being random.
Yeah, I believe in Ignite 1 they got like Envy versus. I mean, it was such a tough double. It was the hardest in the stack, and so to have that difference, they say Gilbert Noodle and Forky Dog, they have plot armor and just getting through win after win, and so gonna be excited to see what they can do. People call them the stream team, but they're far more than that. But let's talk about the opposition, right? Because I'm telling you, this Shroud X team, they were seconds. Vicky, do you remember? It was 4 a.m. your time, 1 a.m. my time. We're shouting, we're screaming. It was Envy. It was versus Shroud X. Who's punching their ticket? Obviously, Envy ended up moving on. But that core Shroud X team, a lot of them still there, seconds from going to the big stage.
It's crazy too, because like we were wondering how that team was going to be able to provide some of the action that we saw going down in Stage 1, and they did not disappoint. The fact that it went down to the wire too, you already know they've figured out what they need to iron out going into this new season, into this new stage here within Marvel Rivals Ignite. I think this is the one series that will determine where we could finally place these teams if you look at the entire talent in the upper echelon of Marvel Rivals Ignite Americas.
Yeah, listen, I mean, I think the big shout out here is I've got to see what Hoffman can do to replace Vision. Do you remember it was the Vision show? I mean, it was just over. It was Vision.
2020.
So yeah, shout out, what's up, Vision? But like to see what this team can do now, I think Impunity was on this team too. So now that's also, going, we have a new Vanguard player for them. And so seeing what they can do on the stage, I've talked to so many of these players and they're like, man, they were so hungry to get right back here. We'll see you in fall. And now it's fall. We're here. We're past Stage 1 on to Stage 2. And they can show it right now versus a very good team that we just highlighted in who was Solaris, now is Rad.
Yeah, got to see how the duelists are also going to fare up against each other here in this equation and see which of these maps we're going to be going on to, because obviously that does also influence some of the pick and bans that we've already seen thus far. You talk about the Mantis, you talk about the Venom earlier on before, and maybe seeing some more of that Phoenix action, as of course we've been seeing that tread on even after the start of Season 4.
Vicky's got Intergalactic. I have Rad. One of us is correct. Let us know in the chat who you guys think is going to take the crown here in this matchup. Now, right now, we go into the pick and ban phase, and we kick things off right away. And Vicky, as a shout-out, winning team plays either Odyssey or Dreamland. So they've got, you know, they definitely have their work cut out for them as we look at our first bans, Emma and Mantis.
See now, as Emma's off the table, Mantis, we already know how Mantis was the problem, as Intergalactic prioritizes the protect on the Emma Frost. That makes me wonder if we're going to see similar shenanigans to what we had seen in our last series with the Emma paired up together with the Groot Walls.
I believe it's Blur that we saw with Emma a lot, so we'll have to see if they end up picking that exact thing up. Guru showcasing a little Angela. Again, we saw Angela, just a taste of the new hero yesterday briefly. So it'll be fun to see if this hero, who I think will do better in the pro scene, you know, maybe we get a buff or two. But, you know, I think it has so much to offer in the triple Vanguard lineup. Strange being banned right away shows a lot of respect, and I see why. But the Adam Protect, we now know Gale, going Adam on Domination, that's a big win.
Yeah, that's a good priority there too, as they delete the equation from the Mantis and Ultron being a problem specifically from Intergalactic, as they make sure that they're going to prioritize these bans on the strategists. You know what this could force out here now in this situation? It could force Intergalactic to then maybe play a Loki, which then could be the green light for Rad to use that Bucky reset as we've always seen.
Now, looking at what we've got here for Intergalactic, I mean, Dogman we've got the ban there on Magneto to shut down. I mean, when you look at what Guru can play, they have such a wide variety of usage. Look at this save on Angela. Listen, sometimes you have the streamers for the content, you know? That's a content save right there in the biggest stage possible.
On Hell's Head? Oh, interesting. Okay. We got to see how Guru's going to cook out here, too. Make sure you look out for those environmental KOs as the protection onto the Invisible Woman, because at Rad Esports, the rather Intergalactic, are out here like, all right, well, it looks like our strategists were on the sticks because there's not much that we can work with 3 of the bans prioritized onto those strategists.
Listen, the man has spoken tons about the hero, and I don't think this is a troll pick. I think we have unique comps can win this thing. I'm telling you, we saw it in Rad whenever we saw them win the whole thing. People had to adjust. I mean, the entire time when I was interviewing people in China pre the tournament, hey, what team do you think was the best? They were like Rad by a mile because their unique play. Hey, same org, Vicky, different team, carrying on the mantra that they put there in the MEA. Love to see it here. First map up, Hell's Heaven. We're right back with Hydra.
I do have to pinpoint too, I like the decision to protect the Invisible Woman when they first see the protect on the Angela, because you know when it comes to disrupting the placements and Angela in general, something I've experienced within my own personal games when trying out the Vanguard, Invisible Woman is so good at making sure Angela cannot be in the right position.
Yeah, look at here. I mean, there's so many ways that you can utilize this comp, and I thought we'd see more of it, and so we're going to see, again, what they've been cooking up. This team scrimmed a lot. They know exactly kind of how they want to put this thing together, but when the teams clash, that is when we're going to get the story. Wow, look at the right down the middle there, Vic, for which team is going to win it. 47% Rad, 53% Intergalactic.
Chat is as split as us basically here, Cozy. I don't blame them. Oh, okay. Okay, nice little freeze. And the protect, by the way, with that invisible, just invisible woman shield right there that you saw just in case. But the interruption came out and that kind of put a dent to their plans here because the portal was already used up and it did stop them amidst that invisible woman shield being placed there.
Yeah, here's Red Bedtime Story, a lethal Peter Quill. We see a lot of this last time with him, and he's right back to it. Regis is another Star-Lord, but it's good to see them. Super Gomez, all these players are ready to roll. Pizza Demon, an absolute demon there on the shark, but Bedtime Story going down quickly. Dogman getting the quick pick there. Absolute Cinema opening up with that aggression and point now as they're forced to back up just a tad. They can keep momentum forward, and this is where you have Angela is not always the greatest for that front line. Flying around, you see her, can't get that early pick. Gilbert goes down. This is a rough start here for Red.
Sometimes all you need is the fly swatter, and I guess in this case, Dongmin being able to call out the bad positioning of we saw from that Star-Lord before we see the swap up now. The Phoenix on board here. Pizza Demon already having its Jeff, just trying to see if they can hold that for Fidel to call in that invisible boundary where they expect them to already be grouped together for it.
That's a good call out here. Bedtime Stories now resetting. That was the first to drop. And I worry a little bit about their sustainability on this particular lineup. Again, it's a bit funky, but sometimes that can work. And sometimes it kind of relies around these ability ultimates here. They are all online, ready to go. You've got that res. Gale, very smart player, Vicky, when it comes to awareness and where to be for that big perfection play here. As they're pushing in, Gilbert now going in. There's the prison. He's got the walls and perfect boundary. You've got the Phoenix to follow, but it is... Oh, my God.
This is what I was talking about. That was huge. They had no other choice but to group up, but was it worth it here? It absolutely was, because Guru and Bedtime Story light them up in that side corridor with nowhere to run. And that all started because they had no other choice but to use that invisible boundary against the Phoenix Ultimate and just allowed Pizza Demon to get that eat up with Itch Jeff.
Talk about, like, if one thing doesn't work, do another. I mean, they were going to go with the Groot tree. Then they're like, all right, let's throw down the Phoenix, the god from above, the Celestial, and then bam, we've got the Jeff ult that finishes the job and the exclamation point. 29% just like that to 45. Bedtime Story looking for the opening pick, and they have plenty of ults, both teams now, for what's going to be our Infinity War.
Now, one team banned out triple Vanguards, the other team banned out triple Strategists, and with a Groot Hog bringing everyone to go, Guru then follows up to put a Groot Hog for himself, but it doesn't work out as Gale's in a perfect position to try to get this res, but this is the green light for Hoffman to keep this going again and again with these reset potentials here. Bucket Barnes coming into play. He gets a scoop up, but Pizza Demon is being the demon himself. The Eye of Agamotto, it really only found Gilbert here, and Bedtime Story is the insurance policy to keep their feet planted on this point.
Oh, Gilbert now does get that wall that he wanted. Oh my goodness, what a clean sweep and absolute wipe. Yeah, I mean, Pizza Demon, such a perfect name for Jeff, you know, Satan's greatest soldier, like I like to call him here. Oh my gosh, what a turnaround there. Hey, same thing happened on this map with Extinction. You know, they lost the first point and kind of turned it around. Intergalactic did use a good amount there. They've got the boundary, they have the Phoenix, but Rad can match it easily.
I totally agree. You know, Pizza Demon, with Jeff being as cute as he is, you can't fool me between what is behind those eyes. Pizza Demon having that ultimate online Forky Dog with the invisible boundary. Fidel's gonna have to be careful here because that's what they can expect once they're forced to be grouped up together once again. But a nice little pickoff from Bedtime Story with Gale getting that follow both Vanguards off from Intergalactic.
Yeah, you got two hit scan, absolute heroes, and that's what you love to see as now we have Doom closing in trade with Bedtime Story. Forky Dog, though, gets the other strategist out. That's going to be a big opener. Gale does it. We have a Angela cam, folks. Your eyes do not deceive you. The stab, the finish, going for that strategist. And finally, what elite DPS there from Angela. But Pizza Demon getting it done. Jeff the Shark. They do have the portal, though, Vic, and the little...
Pizza Demon taking that KOs too, just living true to the Jeff nature here sometimes as Flamade keeps Intergalactic alive for now as the invisible boundary was countered from Rad Esports. Angela Ultimate here just bringing up together as Bedtime Story is the shish kebab that they need. The follow-up, the double KO with Gale and Gilbert being the final blow for this first round.
Yeah, Bedtime Story absolutely saying goodnight there on our first map. Super Soldier Factory up next, and that team just had to kind of get some things rolling. And when I say that they lost that neutral fight, I'm like, I don't love this team for the neutral right away. It's kind of the ults that they have behind them, right? You know, we saw that Vicky Giddy with the Jeff ult, and then also finally Gilbert getting that huge tree in the imprisonment.
And look at this right now currently with the stats, right? Forky Dog out here, 13 healing, 13k healing, but Flamay has been trying to keep everybody alive with 17k here. As on Rad Esports, you could see the damage flowing here. Bedtime Story was on fire on that Phoenix, and as you mentioned too, Cozy, Gale was on top of that placement, not only getting that res, but also in terms of the aggression for his positioning.
Hey, Guru, by the way, 15-0. Hasn't been eliminated there from Angela. Not the craziest damage, but that is not the role of Angela, right? And I love that he's starting to perfect that hero at play. We saw Sentinels play them, and they got the dub, and it's looking good so far for Rad. Now, moving forward here into the ult economy, it's definitely it's definitely in favor of Rad by a country mile.
See the Angela gameplay. This is what I came for when I was expecting the MRI stage 2 with season 4 right here. Bedtime story going right back over to that Phoenix, and Forky Dog with the pull in calls out Dogman, who didn't even have an opportunity to even swap to a diamond form to be able to get disrupted. And now the group hug has set Rad Esports in the driver's seat. Forky Dog taking them all up for himself.
I've seen this team play a lot. I've watched the streams. If you guys want to see the POV, you can go over to Gale and friends and Guru. But listen, this team's comms is elite. They are so good at calling things out, and right now we're seeing that come to life. You know, the teams we saw previously, great teams, but we're seeing now the elite when it comes to exactly what to do. I knew this Solaris of old team, now Rad, had what it took, and they're showing it right now.
See, keeping them up because they already have that res here from the Adam Warlock. Pizza Demon 2 just waiting with Fidel having that invisible boundary, but somebody help the torch. Doomed going back to the safety of the Intergalactic backline here because Angela is here to disrupt the piece. It is Guru, and this is a perfect stage 2 to do so. But look at the explosions following up together as everybody's grouped up together. Pizza Demon finding Dogman again, but with the group hug, and you got the invisible boundary. This is the green light right now for Pizza Demon to eat everybody up, but it's just Groot that he takes the counter pick immediately as Hoffman has the answer to the It's Jeff with the Bucky Barnes utilizing that ultimate.
Yeah, so they were allowed to play a little bit more aggressive there, Vicky, right? Because you have the res. That's what you want to do. Try to get the Jeff ult if you can. But instead, it is the turnaround. Rad Esports, so they did exactly what was the game plan. Hey, go out there, be a little crazy. If you get eliminated, not a big deal. We'll get you right back in the fight. And just like that, they're back capped on that point. And not only that, Vic, Intergalactic used so much to win that. That is why going against an Atom is tough.
That's a very good point here, too. At least they got to almost 20% in this case. And you look at the ult economy, though, and Rad Esports, they used up a lot. They're about to have that Angela ultimate coming up soon, but Dogman with the Psionic Seduction could shut that down here, depending on if they could try to push in from this choke, because Bedtime Story is just unleashing so much of this damage output as the Psionic Seduction nearly blocked there from the enemy group walls here over to the other side, but still calls out Gilbert, who gets choke slammed and almost slammed against the wall as Dogman is going to be able to get that first KO.
Yeah, I got to give it to Dogman there. They were just trying to get a little bit of space, and they ended up getting a whole KO out of it, which is massive now as Bedtime Stories, Forky, and Gale, though, are going to just trade on it. Unfortunately, unable to go with what was happening now. Getting the allies out, has that tree once again, and bye-bye goes... I mean, so sadness there. Oh, wow. Yep. Goodbye, Blur.
It was so low.
We got the portal coming back, though, Vic, so once again, they can touch.
Recontesting now with overtime ticking away, having to look around though. They have the invisible boundary, the Angela. That was so scary. You know that Doom clenched in that moment right there, avoiding the environmental KO. The slam down from Bedtime Story. The output of that same damage as Dogman goes out. Hoffman's going to meet him back in the spawn, and it's even through Flamme having that Luna Snow ultimate. The Groot hug though brings everybody together, and it's so much to think about with Guru also splitting their attention alongside Bedtime Story.
We are just seeing perfect comms come to light here. Guru with the pick, Pizza to follow. This team knows what happened last time in Ignite. They will not get the same result. They refuse it now as we have Wolverine Hoffman trying to stall. More stall, but not enough. It's Rad in their unique comp, which I love that they've carried on this from the old Rad, and they got themselves the dub.
That's what I was wondering. Are we going to see unorthodox comps coming out from Rad? Of course, I shouldn't have expected any different, and we get to see the Angela in the spotlight. You love to see it with Forky Dog taking the MVP with the best recolor, by the way, on the Invisible Woman skin.
I mean, tell me who to even highlight there. I mean, obviously, Bedtime Stories did so well, Vic, but just across the board, Gale never fell, right? Always just there for the res. Pizza Demon was insane consistently as the Jeff. Forky we saw with the clutch plays of pulling in and getting that MVP. It's like, who do you even even give the MVP, obviously, Forky Dog too, but they all should get the shout out.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, because then you also have Gale. The survivability is insane. Sure, that healing output, you know how Adam Warlock is. It's about making sure you have a lot coming out from that res. You want to make sure it's impactful in that equation. And of course, Bedtime Story being on Phoenix, talk about the damage output that we just saw from Bedtime Story there. But Rad with Pizza Demon also on the Jeff, showcasing that even in domination, as we've already seen before, getting that 5-man rather and getting everybody over to the other side, that is crazy. This work right here is the exact reason why it is so lethal to deal with a Jeff and then following up a Bedtime Story, having everyone in close quarters. That is a Phoenix's dream.
Listen, I think there's one major thing to highlight here, and it's that if you look at the pick and bans, right, Rad had Magneto, Doctor Strange, and Emma Frost banned for them. They forced their hands at this Angela unique comp, which obviously Guru does like to play. But then you also have Gilbert Noodle just going right into the most comfortable Groot that I've seen. I mean, that is how you adapt right there. They had their plan, it folded on them, and that's what I want to commend there, because they forced a Vanguard lineup and they did not get the result they wanted.
It also shows that adaptability too. Even if you're going to come out to play with a non-meta composition, Guru did exactly what we have to see Angelas do now. And on that second round too, it works out great because you could try to fish for more of these environmental KOs, just as we've seen Invisible Woman do plenty of times. Forky Dog though, getting that MVP after 22,000 healing in general, 9,000 damage out here. Great follow-ups, but also even better with the invisible boundary timing.
Yeah, and I've got to highlight, this is why I love Season 4. Yes, it's a lot of triple strategists and whatnot, but I love the difference that we've seen in the Ultimates, right? And seeing so much more fun play from Invisible Woman, I think, is a good highlight. We've now had double MVPs, reverse now, Forky to follow. Obviously, as just an elite hero at the moment. But yeah, listen, this team, I knew their comps were great. I wanted to see how they came together. For me, it was how they utilized their ultimates too. They never went all in for one thing unless they needed to in that Jeff, instance. But other than that, they just perfected the Angela play to what, was the hand they were dealt.
Something to highlight about Invisible Woman, yes, we are feasting out here this season, my Sue maids. Forky Dog was also very on point with the placement of the Invisible Woman shield that I think needs to be talked about a lot, especially when you have Guru flying around a lot. You get to burst out that shield, you get that burst healing too, while still prioritizing Gilbert and his positioning. That shield, I think Forky Dog had, I believe, 2,000 more damage block than we saw from Fidel, which could be tricky when you're also dealing with Pizza Demon being on that, Jeff.
Yeah, I couldn't say better myself, guys. Intergalactic is going to go back to the drawing board, see what they want to cook up for the pick bands, and then we have Rad just doing what they've been doing, guys, and that is winning with dominance. We're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere for our next matchup. We'll be right back.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows no
What's going on, guys? Welcome back again. We are here, Marvel Rivals Ignite Group Stage 2, Day 2, Vicky, and we just saw Rad with a dominant performance there against Intergalactic. And this is what I have to point out. In my spare time, had a couple minutes there for the break, just like you guys. Went on over to the Twitch, looked for them streaming. Last time they were streaming, they wanted people to be there, the Content Kings. No, they are locked in, Vicky, this time around. No one's online. They're all focused.
You know that their foreheads are basically touching that monitor, probably getting that better gamer chair just ironed out here too. You know how it's how you say it about the gamers who need to stay locked in because they learned their lesson, you know, going into stage now number 2, seeing what they need to readjust. And Guru did it with Angela. You gotta talk about a little bit of a nuisance Guru was disrupting the piece, and also the displacements that we saw with that unorthodox composition rolled out by Rad.
And just pumped to see them here. I was sitting there on the stage, and Guru, he's looking around, and he's like, Cozy, I got to get here. I got to get my team here.
Motivation.
We got to get here together. It's just so cool, especially when you see it, right? And, he even stepped in for a couple games of casting. That was fun to see there from a player's point of view, right? But jumping into it, yeah, you're 100% correct. I want to see if now Intergalactic is going to go with that same Vanguard approach, because I don't know if they expected Gilbert Noodle to get, 9 ultimate limbs there. I mean, the man popped off.
That and like the counter that you have to deal with when you're Invisiwoman and you ult, especially when you're just trying to keep everybody alive and you don't have your secondary strategist ultimate to then resustain in case something goes wrong. Then the Jeff comes in, and as I call him, little Jeffrey Dahmer, sliding in to be able to get that it's Jeff, and everyone's already grouped up for him. It's like a free feast, as if Thanksgiving came early here, and that's what you get to capitalize, especially when the invisible boundary is the only insurance that you have to resustain for a fight.
Yeah, what's cool is that, the type of comms that we're seeing is when you see something like, okay, you've got the Groodle, that doesn't happen. Then right after that, you have the follow-up from the Phoenix. Within milliseconds, you have to call out, none of that worked. Jeff, it's you, right? And that's all happening in just microseconds.
Literally, it's Jeff. Like, they actually send them out. And then the fact that they also follow up, and instead of taking them off the map, sending them over to that side corridor, you have to also imagine this helps build into the next fight ultimates. Even if, Pizza Demon doesn't get everybody in that moment, it's the whole concept of, all right, well, this is going to build into the next Phoenix ultimate. This is going to allow everybody to just regroup after they just unleashed everything. And it's about timing. How do you build up those ultimates to then re-prepare for the following fight?
Yeah, no, seriously, and it's going to be fun. We have replay after replay to show you guys, but, it's going to be cool if we see the strategy remain the same with this team here as we jump in and taking a look here. So check out Gale on Hawkeye interrupting Strange Portal incoming. This is something that we did not get to see. Oh my, from across the map! Are you kidding me? Oh, production, what an absolute W for sure. Yo, can we play that one more time? Is it possible? I know I'm throwing it on production here. Can we see that? Yeah, let's get that one more time because I am processing just how goated this man is. We talked about him as the Hawkeye hero, the aim god. Watch this man, link with the ice arrows across the map with the jump.
Dude, read like a book. Homie provided the college textbook. Frame 1, the triple freeze across because I saw it. I saw it at the very beginning. I don't know if you remember. I was like, dude, they had the invisible shield out. Like, I was wondering, how did they even get there so fast? And it was of course, it was the ice arrow when they were running the Luna Snow. Talk about the immediate read from the beginning.
The comms on that for Intergalactic's side, they're probably like, all right, guys, we portal up here, and then what hit us? Where, who, the hacks? Nope, it's Gale with the absolute, that is called practice in perfection and studying your opponent and knowing what they like to do, Vic. W production. All right, y'all, we're gonna see that on Twitter later. We head into stage 2 yet again, Rad versus Intergalactic. Will we see more craziness coming from Gale? We're about to find out.
Let's get this going. You're wondering which map we're going to be moving on to as it's going to be Yggdrasil over onto Convoy here as Rad are going to be the ones to start on the fence. So you already know coming out of the table, we're going to have that triple Vanguard lineup here, perhaps, as we're going to see which of these teams want to prioritize which role they want to man. Are we going to see the triple Vanguard again, triple strategist, and it's the Atom and the Mantis. I like this call out though from Intergalactic. They did not like how long Guru stayed alive. As you mentioned, Cozy, he literally did not get KO'd once in that first round.
Yeah, and Gale, just incredible. I mean, talk about self-awareness after we saw what he just did with the aerial, but being able to never be eliminated, always had the res ready to go. Intercell, great map to do it. So they're shutting that down. Double Ultron saves. I've seen a lot of people play Ultron on both sides here. We'll have to see. Doomed loved to play that whenever it was the old team. And then if you look here towards, I think it was bedtime. It's bedtime stories, I believe, for this team. But Gale can also float. So we'll see a ton of Ultron as Mantis. And the damage boost won't be with us. Next ban going out, I would have to guess, if you are Intergalactic, who are you trying to focus down here? Is it another Emma?
Just wondering here. Honestly, the biggest problem too, man, Forky Dog was just on another level. Pizza Demon 2 was a problem. Do you want to be able to lean into another strategist ban, though, is the question, as the protect onto the Emma is what is prioritized for Rad.
I mean, great point. We're actually seeing a complete reversal in what their strategist was, or their strategy was going in. They did all the Vanguards this time around. They're like, okay, well, that didn't work so well. Have the Emma, let them, save that. Let's try something different and get rid of some of these great heroes like Bedtime Stories, Phoenix, like we just saw. Invisible Woman going out, so it's more the strategist ban approach. If it's not one, it's the other.
I agree with this. That's what I was wondering. Like, are you going to prioritize how, like, Forky Dog put in crazy impact, still had over 9,000 damage as Invisible Woman, and every Sioux main understands, like, sometimes that damage impact, it hurts. It's more like a tickle on the nose, but Forky Dog had that as the protect over onto the Emma Frost now from both sides come out.
Yeah, that was important. I'm glad they got the Emma, to follow. And they probably got what they wanted. Intergalactic, we'll have to see if it was the right call. I'm surprised we didn't get a Hawkeye ban. I mean, come on, even though it was for 1 second.
What?
Still thinking about it, right? Venom, though, being banned on the opposite side. They don't want anything to do with that symbiote as the heroes are locking in. Intergalactic up first on the offense. This is a very heavy triple strat, triple Vanguard, first defensive hold.
Cozy, I'm not gonna lie, I'm still thinking about that Hawkeye play. I'm just disgusted. But you know what? I'm looking forward to some more plays like that as we get started here within our second round. The protection 2 on the Ultron here. I'm wondering if we're gonna see that Mantis side by side as we are going onto Yggdrasil.
Yeah, we don't get this map enough. We used to get it all the time, and I feel like, in fact, I think it was the MRC we just did. I'm like, man, I love this map. It always is such a close one. This first point is the same kind of thing we see with the Racco. You've got that first hit, and then you're going to tally back. You have to face twice now, and it's about 3 wins to get the first point on this map here. As we take a look at Asgard as a whole. This is Royal Palace. Haven't seen this puppy in forever since season 1. But we are looking at Asgard, and this heavenly place is ready for battle.
I'm ready here. It's been 50 years. Love being able to see. I was gonna say that is not what I was expecting. All right, they have to get us a little bit here. This beautiful place, got to put it on the back burner because we are going on to Yggdrasil and we are getting started on Convoy as Rad Esports Guru has not moved away from the Angela as they are rocking that triple Vanguard, triple strategist with Forky Dog being on that rocket for the BRB.
Hometown advantage for Angela here in Asgard. Love to see the return of the one-wing angel now. Bedtime on that Magneto. Switching from the Phoenix band, forced to go with what we saw as the triple Vanguard. And I love Guru here on Angela. It's great to play into this. Allows them to be very tricky here, but no, it's going to be Blur with the first pick on Bedtime, forcing them into a room of absolute death and chaos. Dogman to follow. This is not what you want to see, and now we're going to get a strange portal back. Almost, yeah, definitely.
That is the group playground that you are working with inside that side corridor. Talk about all that damage up. Oh my gosh, the placement on the rocket. Sia there too, up on the high ground, just giving everybody some notice as now it's Jeff comes into play. Flamay taking a little page out of what we had seen earlier on. Forky Dog also the problem, but it's going to be able to capture 2 just to isolate them and throw them back into Intergalactic's backline before Doomed is the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, and a good stagger there, too. I also like that we didn't see them use the Strange immediately. Now, Bedtime Story's going to that option. Belay, good job just trying to get a little bit of a stall on and watching cooldowns. You couldn't get the Loki Lanterns out or anything with it. Here comes the portal now. They're coming to it, and look at the placement of the Star-Lord. Instant barrage, spin to win, as my buddy Shib says it here. In the Legendary to follow, Cowboys, guns up. Here we go, chasing, wasting, honestly, this ultimate. And, wow, what a hide-and-seek job from Forky Dog.
I mean, he didn't take care of the VRB. Was it worth it, though, for the Legendary? As you talk about it, as Hoffman tries to force out the ultimate from the backline. Pizza Demon had gotten that god of this shift here as Gilbert Noodle tries to follow up with the Feast of the Abyss. Vidal keeps everybody in Intergalactic alive as Blur gets frozen. Aya Agamotto finds Hoffman and Doom. Doom gets away in time. Same thing can't be said, though, about about Hoffman as Gale gets to isolate him with a headshot.
And we got people all over their heroes with trying to switch to the Strange and more. And right now it's Intergalactic getting the game that they want here. And great job from Flamme, watching their Vanguards not get isolated and keeping them alive. And Venom escapes nearly. Gilbert, though, going down as well. And so we saw what is sometimes a 3-battle win turn quickly into just 2. They should be able to touch, though. Guru did get eliminated early, so he should be able to go on if they so choose. But we'll see what the shot call is.
Giving them some extra time here as Intergalactic gonna try to walk this over, but they have to consider that recontest. Yep, with the Angela ultimate, tries to bring them all together. Nice little stall here as It's Jeff gets activated. Now Flamme having that online here, trying to get everybody grouped up together and gets one, at least here in this case, as Pizza Demon gets some revenge onto Flamme. Number advantage in favor, though, for Rad Esports for now, and here comes that Legendary from Doomed. He's putting it all on the table here with no sustainability as Flamme had gone down a little earlier, and Fidel's making his way back, but that's with the Sia also coming in from Forky Dog to allow Rad Esports to recontest.
Hey, better than the last one. I like that Legendary better than the last one. I mean, Heaven fell, and so did all of Rad with them enjoying the battle. That was a great job just getting that momentum back. Absolutely incredible awareness and sustain now as we have Gilbert trying to get back to the team and reset. Bedtime Stories going to that Peter that we know and love here. And on the defense, I mean, you gotta love trying to get this first hold on the 3rd battle. Doom now farming back up.
Talk about the time right now as less than 30 seconds on the clock, and Doomed is able to find that first pick onto Pizza Demon, who can't use It's Jeff for right now. Silent Seduction, though, as Dogman's just trying to find one person, looks back up at Guru, who's trying to float away as it ends at the very end, and now Bedtime Story slides in with the Legendary. Look at that Emma Frostbeam, by the way, while Bedtime Story is trying to utilize a statue to get out of the line of sight. Both strategists, though, in the backline are getting harassed by Bedtime Story, but they have that sustainability for now before Hoffman goes down inevitably.
A good cleanup there, and my goodness, it's overtime already. The bar is going down, and Gilbert gets 3 with Gale's help alongside it. And that, folks, is going to wrap this thing up on the first point. What an absolute dominant hold here. We do have the Strange Portal coming, but it's tick, tick, tick as it goes away. And wow, what a hold from Rad.
Not even the first checkpoint. Rad. They are looking like they are on fire, especially with the compositions that they are rolling out with Cozy.
I mean, listen, sometimes streamers, they like to do content plays. Sometimes they go for the meta play. Guru's doing a little bit of both. I mean, to make Angela work in this team lineup has just been nothing but sensational and fun to watch here. But hey, listen, job's not finished. Intergalactic can still get this thing. It's going to be a very tough hold. We'll have to see how they are on the triple Vanguard play as Dogman. We've got Magneto, Emma, and Groot. Now, Bedtime Story going to that Moon Knight, and Gale with the Storm. That's going to be lethal.
Guru also making that swap over to the Wolverine, obviously way better in this case than an Angelo when it comes to trying to break out of that choke. Let's see what they're going to be rolling out with here too. They'll have some extra shield here with that Forky Dog BRB, and then looking on the other side as well as the BRB allowing them to recontest, but then looking with Intergalactic, who's been popping off out here. Doomed has been able to find 6 final hits thus far, over 10,000 damage here, so he's been pretty on point and not only staying alive but also putting in a lot of that pressure.
Yeah, one of my favorites of the old Shroud X. So fun to see them in the new team still have that success. This is what you love to see about the strategist meta right now. Pizza Demon was Loki, a bit better of that defensive hold, right? But now you've got the Jeff pick. We saw Flamme have that. Now they traded roles. So we're seeing kind of the pro scene and when they like to play and what. I love looking at kind of the numbers and the intricate pieces of the game. As now we're going in, pushing in, and just like that, Guru does get a quick kidnap, but no success there. But it's going to at least get them backing up a bit.
Yeah, Gilbert was just trying to react right there with the walls, and another wall to meet them from Blur here over to the other side. You know what the goal is when you see Bedtime Story onto that Moon Knight. Same thing with Gale onto the Storm. They're just trying to break through this triple Vanguard, triple strategist lineup here through this choke. And look at Guru right now, who is slicing and dicing as Blur gets taken out. He's got the BRB to recontest from Hoffman.
What does this team do perfectly? They combo, and here it is. Conchu, the imprisonment. Goodbye, Intergalactic, sending them right back to space. I mean, we knew this team is locked in when it comes to combos. What is the best combo right now? It's got to be that. And wow, good night, says Bedtime Story.
Pretty fitting for the name, right? Putting them to sleep right now, giving them a story that they'll never forget, because right now with that Moon Knight, they broke through. And remember, they didn't even get to that first checkpoint.
Yeah, two teams with new names, similar players here as the portal unlocks, goes on that top ground. They've got to win this fight or it is over into the lower bracket for Intergalactic. Bedtime Story staying up high with that damage boost from the storm being so lethal. They've got the hurricane. We can expect more than a Cat 1, I can tell you that, from Gale here, and they've got the Jeff to follow.
This was a beautiful peel back, though, from this team the moment they heard the Sia. Now we get another kidnap, by the way, with a follow from Gilbert, as well as the Omega Hurricane from Gale. Yes, you can try to call in the invisible boundary, but it isn't going to be enough for Fidel as he gets taken out. You talk about it, Kelsey. This is hurricane season, and here we have Gale providing what we asked for as Intergalactic are wiped out once again.
What a fitting and cinematic way to put the punishment. I told you, it's not going to be a Cat 1. We know what they can. At least you're in Florida over there, I believe, right? So you got yourself hurricane season to the biggest degree. 1, 2, 3, 4, getting it done. And that was an absolute dominant performance from Rad.
Not only was it a speed run for that second map specifically, but it's like the characteristics from the plays that we just saw. First off, that freeze, such a Gale moment. Second of all, the Angela plays from Guru, such a Guru thing to do, right? And cohesion with this team right now and the way that they were able to follow up from these unorthodox compositions was amazing. Gale broke through the way that they peeled back, talk about communication. They saw Hoffman put down that Sia and was able to just back away, wait it out, just made it go to waste essentially before re-engaging with that insane Omega Hurricane.
It's like you see teams in sports just keep getting away with getting great players, great teams year after year. You know the other orgs are like, Rad can't keep getting away with this, right? They get the whole win in the midseason finals. They have a whole new team under their belt, and they come out like that. I'm sure they're very happy with that performance, as well as Solars and the team, the stream team, as we like to call them. Absolute greatness here, and just fun to see off-meta picks work at such a high level as well, Vicky. Again, head to toe, I think you can highlight just about anybody, but yeah, as soon as I saw the Omega Hurricane, I knew exactly what Gale was about to cook up.
Oh, man, I mean, we're not out of the hurricane season just yet. You said it, I am in Florida, and we get to see those pretty often, but that was pretty deadly right there, too, from the storm, the group up together. But what a hold specifically when we saw Rad on this defense and the way that they were able to recontest. Bedtime Story had so many pop-off moments. We were talking about the amount of final hits that we saw from Bedtime Story, and then you put him on the Moon Knight. You break their hold, and you get the Wombo combo off of the Groot hug.
No, absolutely. And that is what this team did so well, is they just were, you could depend on them. Like, you know, when you saw the Moon Knight and Groot, you just knew it was going to follow up the way it did. And so we're seeing that right now. Jeff Nato and more going absolute crazy. Well, it's so fun to see, because when Jeff Nato, you know, was introduced, we were all kind of chuckling at it, and now it's just become what it is, even after a little bit of a nerf. Rad, though, getting the win, and all I know, Vic, is you've got Rad versus either Odyssey or Dreamland. That is going to be such a good map as we see the MVP Gale and the numbers they put up.
That's going to be insane. I can't wait to see how that's going to play out, especially with the meta that we, or rather the composition that we just saw roll in. You talk about Gale, and that play at the very end was Chef's Kiss, 15 KOs out here. Of course, don't let the smaller numbers deceive you, because that was literally a speed run of a second map.
No, I mean, seriously, clock it, right? I mean, you got to look at the website and see what the final time was in that entire 2-0 finish. Listen, we've seen now 2 2-0s, but I think one was a lot more decisive than the other. And at this level of play, it's going to be so interesting if you could see this in the next match. But guys, we wanted to see Guru. We've got Guru here for the interview, and let's go ahead and welcome him on in. Last time I saw him was in China. What's up, buddy?
Yo!
Good to see you, man.
What's up?
Dude, I have so many things to say, Guru, but like, first of all, we see the Angela, right? And I'm like, oh, the content play, you love to see it. But then you make it the play. Brother, let's start with that. Angela, man, how did you guys make it work? I know you're a big fan. How does this all feel?
Dude, Angela, like, everybody thinks she's bad or whatever, like, but my team was so supportive in just like losing scrims over and over and over. Because I was just like one-tricking Angela, and people just aren't putting respect on it, I guess. And feeling so good.
Guru, first off, I just have to say that it is lovely to see your face and to talk to you, man. I've actually been like a lurker for a hot minute, like watching you guys and the way that you guys have actually been able to make the comeback after, you know, your mentality coming out of stage 1. Very respectable and formidable, you know, competitor that you are. Going into the mindset into stage 2, you talk about Angela and you still feel confident with the hero. Tell us a little bit about how your mentality has shifted looking at this team and what you guys have built up together.
Yeah, mentality going into it, like just creating an environment where everybody can just try out new things. Like one day we'll have Gilbert, he just feels like playing Thor all day, or I'm on Angela or Wolf or whatever. The nice thing about my team is that we just try to make anything work, and we can make it work. There's a way to make it work no matter what. I think metas are kind of fake in this game. You can just play it a certain way and just win the game. That's what I love about this game.
Listen, we saw that right with Rad of now EMEA. We said opening the match. I love that we had such a unique comp, and they won the whole mid-season with the unique comp, and then we're right back with a new Rad and unique comps, right? I have to ask, man, last time we had the pleasure of, you know, meeting each other, being together, it was on stage, right? You were looking around. I remember I opened with this, you're like, man, I got to get back here. I got to get here with my team. I mean, you guys had such a tough draw in stage 1. You know, we talked about that, and getting, you know, it doesn't get any easier going to stage 2, but man, what an opening, buddy. Like, just talk to me a little bit about how the fellas feel in general with this openings for stage 2.
Dude, we're feeling good. For the first time ever, we're like actually winning. We've been losing for 9 months, and now we're actually like, it feels like we're improving, you know, not just like cheesing scrims or cheesing wins. Like, we actually have learned how to play the game well. And yeah, it's all just coming together. The boys are feeling good.
Well, dude, you got this next matchup potentially with Odyssey or Dreamland, both really solid teams, and so you definitely have, you know, your work cut out for you over there. But you know, I know you guys will be ready for the challenge ahead. Guru, you got to promise it. We got to see more Angela. Now that's been, you know, revealed that you guys are gonna play, we got to see more. Okay, and that's my request.
They're banning it, bro. It's not getting to the draft anymore, I don't think.
Vicky?
I'm good, man. I got enough. I had to see enough with that, Angela. Definitely. Actually, no. One thing, actually, your approach with Angela in a composition like this, when we're seeing a lot of these triple vanguards and the triple strategists, do you have any advice for the Angelas at home that are trying to practice this character to make this character work? Because I'm expecting to see an onslaught of triple vanguard goat like metas coming into rank eventually. What would you suggest to the Angelas that want to force this to work? As you said, that you don't believe in metas going on in this game, that you think anything could work if you put your mind into it.
Advice for Angela players, just like fly around more. You don't always have to be doing something or always be fighting. Just like fly and just watch, you know, look for your opening and then
subscribe to Guru. Go and check him out. Watch the man play. Listen, I gotta ask, you know, you scrim so much with Gale, and you see this man pull off, you know, crazy things. You know, it's kind of like a star football player. It's like he's always doing crazy things. So, like, to you, it's become more normal. You witnessed the ice arrow that this guy pulled off at the beginning of Hydra Base. Did you know what happened? Because if you haven't, you need to go back and see this replay. It's insane.
Oh yeah, I know what happened. I had to say, yo, can we swap for an ice arrow? Can we interrupt the portal? Could we swap? I had to say it 7-8 times. This guy, but yeah, he's the GOAT.
Well, it worked, man. It worked, and the people loved it. But we're gonna, you know what? Let's roll it up. Let's show it again for everyone who maybe missed the opening there from Gale. And this is what I love about you guys. Not only do you play, you know, unique things, but you also have always been kind of a step ahead in strategies. It was the portal with the strange or with the Punisher turret last time, and now we've got
my boy.
Crazy.
That's
chaos.
my boy.
It's so good. The aura forming's insane, but. Listen, bud, it's good to talk virtually on here, and I hope now I get to talk to you again on the main stage in now Atlanta, but this time, man, you're playing.
Oh, we'll see you there, bro. We'll see you there.
Oh, pumped for it, buddy. Well, good luck out there. Good luck against Dreamland or Odyssey. Just a pleasure. I asked for you because I had to come and say what's up, give my best to the team, say congrats to them, and yeah, we'll see you guys here soon for the seeding and more, bud. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
All right, guys, that is going to be a Guru, and man, what a guy! Got to know him a lot, and he's good, super chill. The absolute antithesis of probably myself. But guys, if you thought that matchup was heated, Vic, we've got 100 Thieves versus Alani win next.
That is going to be insane, by the way. I feel like I keep highlighting that. It's just the fact that we've had the last 2 series, even though it's been 2-0s, don't let that deceive you. Like the talent that we have seen thus far and the change up between different compositions have been on another level, Cozy.
Well, we've got a lot to break down with these 2 teams and storylines, but you're going to have to wait just a second. We're going to take a quick break and then get to our third match of the day. Get the predictions ready. We'll see you in just a second.
Welcome in, everyone. I am Avaudible, and I'm going to be doing an interview today with Arai from Sentinels. Welcome in, Arai. How are you doing with the new season and the new stage of Marvel Rivals Ignite?
Hi, I'm doing so good. Things have been definitely pretty interesting in Scrim, so I'm excited to get to talk a little bit about it with you guys.
Awesome. Well, let's get right into the action. There's been a lot going on between the mid-season finals and now, and there's been a couple of different roster changes. How has it been trying to navigate the scene and figure out exactly the roster that you wanted to have for you and your team going into this stage of Ignite?
Well, I think it's been pretty interesting, right? Like, after Arai, Krova, and Gomez left, like, we were kind of like, oh god, like, roster lock is in 1 week, like, what are we gonna do? Honestly, Avery kind of stood out to us already. Like, he had ranked for us a couple times before. We even went to Guangzhou, so we already kind of knew him a little bit. So integrating him in was no problem. But then, like, for supports, we were like, oh my god, who do we get? And it just so happened that Renko had picked up the game in July and started playing. And I had messaged him and I was like, please tell me you can play like XYZ heroes. And he was like, yeah, easily, no problem. And so we trialed with him for a while and he fit perfect into the team and such a nice guy. And then also, oh my gosh, McGravy, he is a godsend to our team. And it's so nice to have like an experienced coach like McGravy with all his time and, you know, other FPS games. I'm really glad that we got who we got. I'm really happy with our team right now.
Looking forward to now DreamHack Atlanta. I had to wear this to show off for a second. Being announced for the grand finals, what are your hopes in terms of this stage of the competition now with these new roster members?
Well, obviously, I think with any new team, right, like we just want like good placement. Like, please, we want to qualify, we need to go to LAN. Like, again, like that'll be so important to us. So I think we're ready to show ourselves, get to go to LAN, get to go to Atlanta. My mom's side of the family is in Atlanta, so if we qualify, they're going to be there in person, and that's really special to me. So it means a lot to me that we qualify for this specific LAN, right? Like my mom will get to watch me on stage, which will be really cool. But yeah, I think we're just ready to show everyone what we got. We've been practicing really hard and I think it's time.
Think it's time. Well, hopefully we do get to see that too. And talking about the playing field that's out there, a lot of new rosters, a lot of new teams that are competing. Speaking though about those rivalries specifically, 100 Thieves are now in your group for the stage leading into the playoffs. What are your thoughts about potentially facing that roster to try and get all the way into those grand finals?
I mean, the 100 Thieves Sentinels rivalry has been something that my team and those players have had since August last year. Like, it's been over a year of back and forth. You know, sometimes we'll get first, sometimes they'll get first, whatever. We've just been going back and forth over championships, and I don't think we're afraid of them. I think we have them figured out. I think every time we face them in officials in the past couple of months, we've rinsed them. So hopefully I don't have to eat my own words here, but I don't think we're too afraid of them. I think we're more so looking at like MB and FlyQuest and even Dark Zero as well.
Final question I have for you, Arai, before we go. Being one of the most prominent women in the scene in Marvel Rivals and trying to be like an inspiration for others out there, what would be some words of advice you would have for other women who are wanting to get into Marvel Rivals in general, but also Marvel Rivals esports?
So Marvel Rivals in general, just find a hero you like, pick it, and just play as much as you like, right? Like, I think so many girls get into these FPS games because they identify with a character. So I know some girls really like Psylocke or Luna Snow or Sue Storm, right? Like, just find those characters that really like hit home and just play as much as you want. And when you do play, just communicate, try, learn, I think one of the most important things for any player is to watch your own replays and see, how you can improve. And then if you're really trying to get into esports, I know that it can be pretty toxic, right? But you just have to keep trying, keep communicating, keep trying to play in ranked as much as you can, and eventually it will work out. And I am testament that it can work out and it will work out. So keep trying, keep communicating, and keep your head up, because it's tough.
Well, hopefully they take those words to heart. Thank you, Aramori, for joining me here for this interview. Any final thoughts, words that you have, or maybe words for your opponents out there to look out for?
Well, I'll see you guys all in Atlanta. That's my final words. We're gonna go to Atlanta.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and
Hello and welcome back, y'all, to Marvel Rivals Ignite Day 2. We are on match 3, and goodness, we've got a good one. We've got the team of 100 Thieves, Vicky, one of the few rosters that have yet to change and stay the same through all this roster mania, versus Alani Wind, a team you might recognize the name. They were here last time in Ignite, but they went 0-2 twice. So can they get their first win on the big stage? We'll have to see as we look at 100 Thieves, trusting the core.
Yep, you get to see just one little swap up here. 100 Thieves, they know where their foundation stays. And also, I have to highlight how important that is for a team to know that synergy. They don't have to worry about having to build it up from the ground up. And we already know, Cozy, from the time that we've seen 100 Thieves, how scary this team is.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this team has so much lethal firepower behind it. Terra, I mean, we saw what they were able to do in Boger Bash and just the chaos of DPS that man can pump out. Delina has really stepped up their role in the team as well. Again, got to really talk to all these guys plenty in China, just hanging out late and finding out how this team's identity is all together. TTK, we know what he can do on the sticks, but Vinny has also, kind of like Delina, just risen up to just an elite status of tank play. And then, of course, you have Harvey with the introduction of Nuck. Now, Nuck was on Shroud X. We now had the departure of that, and Intergalactic surely are going to miss him. Phenomenal player.
Yeah, but you know that Nook is probably feeling right at home in the safety arms of Terra and Delina too, because you talk about, TTK, Vinny, Harvey, etc. But Terra and Delina have been that star-studded, like, just DPS lineup that you and I have put so much focus on, because 100 Thieves, especially with the way that Terra's attitude, the way he carries himself with the rest of this team, they know that foundationally, this entire team together has shined in their own individual roles extensively.
Yeah, I have to say, these guys have to follow Nuck's workout routine. The man's looking absolutely golden and ripped there in his photo. But yeah, looking at Alani Wind, some of this team is the same. I think about 4 of the 6 from the last roster we had. I believe we had one of the better players. I think Prince, actually, that we just saw. Prince was on this team, if I believe so. We went over there to the Busy at Work. But this team does have plenty of firepower and great plays. Goma is a good player. I do recognize, and Necrise as well. But looking forward, they got to get their first win under their belt, right? And it was a tough finish there in the first stage. But guess what? They've made it here, Vicky. So they have what it takes to get to this stage, and now it's about winning it, right?
Yeah, and it's going to be hard because then you talk about the players that we just mentioned from 100 Thieves, and what can you do here if you're Alani Wind to try to deal with like what the damage output that we've already seen from Delina and Terra. And that's not just even on, that duelist role too, right? We have the triple Vanguard, triple strategist. It's the favorite topic of the day for a reason, and you have to know how much damage output we could still see even when we have those 3 Vanguards and 3 strategists on board as we go into our very first game here in our 3rd series of the day.
Yeah, we were talking about it in the green room. We're like, that's the story for Alani win. Who do they play? Oh, 100 Thieves. Oh, what an absolute match or story that they can make from this. We saw what, we saw what they did there on the first match and the underdog winning. Can we see it again? Now, it is going to be Millennia, who was the sub at China, 400 Thieves over Nuck. So Nuck is going to be a sub for the team. Millennia is going to be that role and carrying on from China. So you'd love to see it there. Now, looking at the pick and bans, Mantis, Emma, we're going to see a lot of that, and it's the Jeff say for Alani win.
Okay, Jeff still remains to be prominent here on that triple strategist that already has allowed 100 Thieves knowing that that's what they want to roll out with, which is why you see them prioritizing the ban on the Mantis, no damage boost, even if you could damage boost the Ultron here, nor Star-Lord damage boost either. No Ultron as the protection over onto the Magneto forces out maybe Alani win to look at the fact that they've already banned out the Emma Frost, but now they're going to be the ones to lean into banning out the Ultron.
Yeah, something I want to see from 100 Thieves is their flexibility. This team, they did well at LAN, but I think that they could have had a bit more flexibility in what they play. And so certainly I think we'll see some magic out there. Terra can play just about anyone. Iron Fist, I mean, we're seeing the highlight there. But yeah, taking a look at what they're picking and banning, we're getting the same result that we saw with Rad. We're getting that crucial Adam Warlock save. And listen, you know how big that can be.
Yeah, it's especially when you have the survivability as Adam Warlock to make sure that that ultimate has an impact, especially when you also have domination, where it's such flip-floppy game mode in general for our first map, as we always do start on domination, but that also further highlights why that Adam Warlock comes in clutch.
And this team, I got to say, 100 Thieves have so much to play for here because this was the team that everybody talked about. Before, if we go before the last Ignite, they were kind of the reigning champs of 6 months of this game. And so they're looking to get that name back, right? It's been a lot about Envy lately and some other teams. We're going to see how this team bounces back from their exit of China here. And taking a look at the lock-ins, Delina, who is their Hella player, their hit scan, going to an Adam. We don't get to see that all too much, so excited to see that more here. Terra being on Bucky, the carry hero. We know what he does best. This guy's the superstar if you've not seen him.
I'm already scared just looking at Terra being on Bucky. You already know the chaos that's going to come out of that as we get everybody started here. Our first map is going on to Hell's Heaven, which I actually think we've had Hell's Heaven for our last 2 series too, for game number 1. So yeah, we're following the tradition.
Yeah, the random of the draw has been whoever loses the first point actually wins the entire thing. So look out for that here as we go into it. Now, they did ban Groot and Emma, so they're trying to shut down Vinny, which they always target there. But TTK plays a disgusting Emma Frost, and, but the guy can really switch to anything at any time. And a little bit more lopsided, I would say, of a prediction, 74%. But hey, what did we hear from, Execution? They said, or Extinction, they said, we want everyone against us. That's what gives us the fuel. Well, Lonnie win. You have the fuel. 24% is going for you.
See if they're going to be able to deal with the Titans that are 100 Thieves, as you're going to start things off with a strange portal. No Ice Arrow shenanigans here, it looks like, though, as 100 Thieves are rolling that out as they're trying to see if they could get a quick little kidnap, isolating the middle of 100 Thieves as Alani win come out of the gates already swinging.
Yeah, I love the aggression. We see this tons now with Strange, who's such a good hero after multiple buffs going into Season 4 here now. Really good rotation, like what we're seeing so far from Alani win as we're getting early charge. And Captain America is something we don't see too much right now. It's been struggling at times here, especially out of all the dominant vanguards you could play. But Terra here doing what he does best, getting some feasting. Vinny plays a mean Vidim, and he's showing it right now as he dives that backline and just harassing the team. Not eliminating, but causing them to take their eyes off their vanguard. Necrise here is going to have to back up, or he's going to get an early elimination. But no, it's Harvey that goes down, followed by Delina. Both supports are out of it.
Oh, Alani win now in the driver's seat. Despite the backline being harassed right there by Vinny, they were able to immediately peel right back away, even with Terra trying to isolate the Doctor Strange. That is Necrise, and Alani win are the first ones planting their feet on this point.
Well, hello, Jinzo. Just getting 4 casual eliminations. Has that legendary ready to rock and roll. And again, this team, they've played together before, but they have new additions, and it is showing as we open up. But there it is. First point cap is usually the loser of the map. We'll have to see if it follows here, but they have every ult online.
Or can the curse be beaten, maybe? I'm understanding now why Alani win wanted to get the protect onto Chenzo being on that Star-Lord, but even with the feast coming in from Vinny, the legendary has been activated from Chenzo, and this could try to force out some ultimates from 100 Thieves, but instead with their positioning, They don't even need to. They're in a way better spot. They already have the healing output hiding behind the other side of the wall, getting out of the line of sight of that legendary. And it's Jeff here for Jeff. Everyone's going for a ride, but TTK point blank gets that slam down as Millennia is going to be able to get the isolation onto the Doctor Strange.
TTK, that was over elimination there. I mean, just
my.
the meteor dropping on the entire Jeff was insane. Now, moving forward here, Terra does have the Armin Dangerous. He's yelling again and going again. Does not get anything from it. And right now, Alani Win is saying that curse is a joke. We've got it here. Delena getting that res. They can be a bit more aggressive, and they know it. But they've got nothing from the ult so far, and the advantage goes to Alani Win massively.
At least here in this case, Harvey was able to come back. But yes, as you mentioned, Alani Win have not taken their feet off this point right now. And look at Chenzo with the ult economy. About to have another one of the Starler ultimates on board here, while 100 Thieves are still just trying to find these picks.
I mean, that is after we saw another legendary just kind of whip and not do its thing here. Now, here's the Feast of the Abyss going up, going for the team. Harvey does get a pick out of it. They are there for the munching. Terra, Vinny, Harvey, all capitalizing, and that's what you want to see from your Vanguard, especially when you have the Feast, the follow-up, Vicky. We've seen some teams today not follow up on these big ults. That was perfection there from 100 Thieves.
Also, specifically, really like how Harvey came with Vinny to be able to help him out with that Luna Snow damage output, which you know could be pretty lethal sometimes, especially if Harvey has that clap that you use with the Luna Snow. Goma also having It's Jeff, and Chenzo with another one of those Starler ultimates that we had mentioned earlier on.
I'm going to be interested to see how they can take this point. Their comp is really good for defense here, Vicky, so I want to see if they're able to get it back, because this can easily be a 99-99 matchup if they aren't able to. TTK locked in, does have that meteor. He has it just in time for the legendary. Will he use it? Nope, looks like they're going to just rotate inside. Shinzo now 0 for 2 on use here from the pistols, and there's the Agamotto going out, able to survive through it. Necrise, oh my, Vanguard, trade for trade.
Even though they had fallen down and the trade is coming out, this is even better here for Alani Win, as now Goma comes up, is going to be able to get some healing done, take his Doctor Strange right back onto the point, but the Karma Revival from both sides. It's a chorus, an enemy chorus between Alani Win and 100 Thieves from both opposite sides of the field.
Just Thanos snapping the strategist right out of the fight, but both of the reses coming in clutch is so big. But no, yet again, it's Alani Win that is bending, not breaking. They don't have the point yet, though, Vicky. My point is very hard to get the firepower to get these Venoms off point. The pesky symbiote is going to do what they do. Portal coming out. Great timing there from TTK, an elite strange player of the Wizard. Terra slicing, dicing, trying to get this point off. 77 to 91. They've got to get it back. Delena to trade blow for blow. This is going 100 Thieves' way, even though the battles aren't.
Even better with Delena at least being able to find the enemy item. Warlock in this case, this allows Chenzo then to have to isolate him, but the Eye of Agamotto, it's only by Necrise here. And with Dylan being on the Captain America, keeping everybody alive, utilizing that freedom charge now, and the legendary from Chenzo. What does this make it? 4th, 5th time that Chenzo's had its ultimate online, has it at the very end, and as the stage also changes up, that actually wastes even more time.
Oh, that's massive. I mean, getting that point there was everything for this team. It was really Alani Wins to lose, and they were losing it there, but able to get that cap back, and all the pressure is going to be what they need here. They've got the Wolverine pushed out. Great job from Goma. TTK, though, gets the trade. Both strategists are out of the fight, and that's going to mean Alani Win is as well. They've got to get the Swift. Oh, no. Strange is a long ways away from the res. They've got to hold on here.
Overtime taking away, and it's going to be too long. It looks like they're just trying their best. 100 Thieves had flipped the point at the perfect time to take the first round.
I mean, I watch a lot of sports, and you watch things happen where you're like, that team should have won. And guess what?
Yeah.
They didn't for 2 reasons. The curse. Okay, let's talk about it. I'm just saying. Number 2, though, is also just the 100 Thieves doing what they did best. They got eliminated like 20 times, it felt like, but they still had that point. And that was my exact point going into it. I didn't love the comp for the offense approach there from Alani Win, and it seemed like an eternity until they got it, and it was too late.
Because Vinny was a problem that just literally would not get KO'd. Vinny was staying on that point, and you actually called it out, Cozy. The stall potential had allowed 100 Thieves to then recontest. I believe it was off of a portal, and even if Vinny wasn't there, it's Venom. Venom's going to get right into the action just as fast as you saw him exit out, and he was also able to come right back in with the Feast of the Devouring, too.
Either way, though, I do love Alani Win showing what they have up their sleeve here. And they're like, hey, we're not going out so fast this time around, nearly winning it. 100 Thieves, though, this is a team of the most experience that we have in this early esports C now as they're going to jump in. Honestly, Vic, they've got to get the point first again with this Captain America all-in build for the defense.
See how they're going to be able to approach that too with Alani Win trying to split their positioning. Some on the high ground here. You can see the strategists now just trying to split themselves thin, but look who is waiting around with some help. It is Vinny up on the high ground with Delena being on that Star-Lord. Necrise does have that Eye of Agamotto, which is coming clutch, considering now that Harvey has that Lunasoul ultimate. 100 Thieves will be able to try to resustain here. Delena too, who's going to be the first one to have it though, after Chenzo had used it at the very end. And Delena with the triple, the 4K here. Let me see a 5 as Melena tries to take that real quick from Delena, but a nice wipe of the floor as 100 Thieves are the first to take the point.
Ye freaking ha. I mean, that was just perfection. And Terra, this is what makes him such a great player, his ult awareness. He knows Necrise. He knows that he has the Agamotto because he stunned it out of him last time, right? So he's tracking him, pushing him, gets enough of a build-up, gets them all together behind their Strange, berserkers them with the follow-up from Delena. That's the slam dunk to the alley-oop, Vic.
Let's get it again here. We saw the attempt now as Alani Win do have almost 4 ultimates online with K Jules about to have that karmic revival. 100 Thieves will have a lot in the bank as Vinny's the first to open up with the Feast of the Abyss. And now the legendary from Chenzo forces Vinny to back away. But they have the insurance of the Lunasoul ultimate, the fate of both worlds to keep everyone alive. And look what Alani Win is holding on to. 5 reses as 100 Thieves push on forward. TTK holding onto the Eye of Agamotto.
I mean, Chenzo is using these legendaries like they're an ability, but quite literally to the damage sense too. Just not getting anything out of it, even though they're so frequent, right? Now pushing in, Alani Win has everything they need to get this point right back. Can they do what 100 Thieves just did to them? Flip the script. TTK going for that Jeff early. Good escape there, but nothing coming from it so far. Goma does get Harvey out of the situation, which is going to help massively as they push forward. They've got the Agamotto. Everybody knows it. Can he pull it off?
And that only leaves Millennia up alive to support the rest of 100 Thieves, but Millennia also just used up that invisible boundary. The moment that they saw it's Jeff used up, that was the green light, and was it the right call here as now Alani Win are able to force back 100 Thieves with the damage output that they have.
Honestly, too, I mean, they have everything left, so that was really good. They just had to use the Harvey elimination to kind of put the team back. Chenzo back up on the legendary. So that's a huge W. If they used everything there, I would have just said goodnight for their first map here, but they definitely have a chance now with everything in their disposal.
TTK with the Eye of Agamotto ready to go. Alani Win having 4, about to have 5 without quickly. Chenzo gets that legendary, as we know it from Star-Lord. Trying to go up on top of the high ground here. It's going to be that freedom charge. Jalen Mans is going to be able to open that up, and you were looking out for that too to ride up on the coattails of that Captain America, but it's the Eye of Agamotto from Necrise as 100 Thieves from Terra gets the reset too onto Necrise the moment he unleashes the Eye of Agamotto, and here's that karmic revival to get everybody from Alani Win back in.
Yeah, no, Terra's on the hunt, right? He heard the Born Again. Now he's just looking for his prey. Chenzo, though, does get the connection. Finally, 7 legendaries in. Gets 2 out of that, and that's going to be massive. He gets the pick on Delena. That a little too late, but the health is going to be a bit more of a struggle there. But wow, just look at this. I mean, the Golden God bringing everybody back. Jeff up, Goma going. Gets the Golden God yet again, but that doesn't even live to tell the story.
Here we go again. Delena coming through with the karmic revival was beautiful. And Chenzo even tried to use the AoE attack from the Star-Lord, and it wasn't even enough damage at that point with Harvey coming right back around to resustain 100 Thieves. That's another one out, even with K-Jules coming right back in, but that's just a little stagger that works in favor for 100 Thieves.
What a song just to go along with the situation we just saw there from 100 Thieves. I'm not even going to try to match that American Idol performance, but putting into the 100 Thieves, we do have Millennia with ult with TTK to follow. That's 2 setups, right? That's all you kind of need, but 77% ticking up. But Alani Win, yet again, I don't like this comp going into this last bit of the point. They do have the cap to try to push ahead, but they might fall 1 by 1. We'll see who can make the difference here as there's still a good amount of time. Logan's going to have to get this ult and get it fast.
The question is it enough interruption considering what Vinny's been doing? The Eye of Agamotto, though, not finding its mark, but they're just trying to waste more time with the overtime ticking away in favor for 100 Thieves. Keep your eyes right now on Terra, but the invisible boundary allows Alani Win to back away. It's Jeff coming out to play as it's Millennia who finds 2 for 2, gets to help out the teammates before backing away and avoiding the psionic seduction.
Wow, what a great play from Millennia there, and I've got to just say they're doing exactly what I wanted to see, adapt with the lineup. Okay, all right, Captain America, doing it all day, Steve says. And then, you know, you got the villain that is Terra. It's this perfect, awesome, the Winter Soldier, Captain America 2, fans of it. You're seeing it live here, and the point goes right back to Alani Win. So, listen, what a play from Jalen.
And maybe the tradition still follows too here, Cozy. We're going to have to see with the way that 100 Thieves are going to be able to recontest with a portal. They had it just in time. 90 now coming on board in favor for Alani win. And they have 3 ultimates. They didn't use that for everything. And maybe even make it 4 with Chenzo having Legendary.
Yeah, I mean, Jalen had to did all that in the neutral, and so unlike the last point, this is gonna be a lot tougher to take. He gets a nice pull up, punch up there, and Emma gonna stay alive. The Legendary coming out yet again, though, gonna be focused on the show and not get anything from it. Has to stay alive. Support strategist trying to keep that man up. As now Terra's going for his prey. He's got the Kraken. He's looking for that reset. It's gonna be right here as he eliminates and gets that funky. But wow, he escapes the Peter.
The fact that he's still alive is insane. Chenzo is getting juiced up by K-Trolls, Goma, and Logan. Put him on a pedestal, and they have triple strategist ultimates on board, something that 100 Thieves does not have. Is it going to be enough? Because this counters everything 100 Thieves had in the bank for them to take this map.
Jalen getting those picks, getting this back for the team. It was a defensive lineup, and they got it back with a slivery left. Chenzo now trying to farm that back up. They've got yet another Jeff. Goma trying to go for the quick swallow, the whirlpool to keep the team up. Season 4 is bringing you the heat, and my goodness, it's 1-1. Oh my God, Vicky, what a bounce back from Alani win.
Did you notice that the curse stays alive, by the way? It was 100 Thieves that got that point first, and then Alani, I believe, had been able to flip that and take it. And they had every answer to deal with the only answers 100 Thieves had at the very end, since it was all damage output. And Alani win had triple strategist ultimates on board. Now make it rather 2 that they only used up, because K-Jules has the res.
Someone's got to take 0 on top of that mountain, right? In holes, you got Adam Zeroni. The curse is alive, but now we go into what is going to be a awesome last fight here for the first match. I've got to say, really, this team is not breaking, and I think 100 Thieves is playing really well. That matter, it was honestly the Jalen show who is showing why Captain America, even though there's so many good S-tier Vanguards, nerf after nerf, the man still stays the legend that we know him as the teams push in, and we're going to see if we get more aggression from Alani win.
You love it. See the Seed Bowers coming in with the Freedom Charge. You got to put some respect on the name here. As we start things off, 100 Thieves only really have the It's Jeff in this equation, so you want to hold on to that so that we could get an easy eat up if Logan has that invisible boundary, which he does not here, as Chenzo, once again, very close to getting that Legendary online.
Necry's great block there of the claw. The little things matter here as we have the spin to win going in, trying to get more of that old farm. He does have the Legendary. Make it number 10. And how does this man keep getting away with it? Getting out of there yet again from the demon that is Terra. Here comes Millennia with the swallow up, but Chenzo trying to take him down, and that's going to put Millennia in a tough position here to stay alive. But enough of the team takes the auto, and he does get the spin off.
TTK, MVP, Big Magneto Bubble helping out. It's Jeff here, armed and dangerous. A Kraken impact now, trying to force back Alani win. But look at this, Logan getting that invisible boundary just as quick, thanks to juicing up Chenzo with some help from K-Jules and Goma. We had seen perhaps the Karmic Revival earlier on here too, as 100 Thieves, TTK, close on Meteor M, and Harvey had just used up that Luna Snow ultimate to keep everybody alive. As now Delena does the same thing to bring 100 Thieves back in, but this is gonna allow Goma to heat up the double strategist here before driving back down.
The timing was so impeccable on that Goma. Are you kidding me? And then he has to jump off because at that point he was about to be eliminated. You love to see it here as the seduction pulls in both the strategists. One goes down. Chenzo though trades. Alani win. They didn't get the message on the curse. They don't give a dang because it's 6% in ticking. Goma, great job.
How has every single individual game been so entertaining for day 2 in America's? Chenzo is on another level from Alani win. Keep your eyes on this player right now. Talk about the communication too from Goma, and Jalen has that freedom charge. This is going to try to contest 100 Thieves right now as Alani win still have the advantage on the point.
Yeah, this is, I mean, such a story of, like, if you looked at all the 2-0s, you would not see the chaos that these teams are here. As Jalen now with the sub-strategist ult here in Captain America, pushing the team back there. Yeah, back cap is close. Good eye there, Vic, as it's going to be Vinny trying to get that for the team. But they all rotate back. You've got the Kraken impact. Goes down 1. K-Jules is a big one to take down here now as the team is going to look for survival.
Yeah, they don't have the win condition now anymore. They don't have that Karmic Revival. And now with the Kraken impact too, Chenzo had just used up that Legendary, which actually tries to stall things out. But at least Alani win still have control over the point thanks to Chenzo specifically. Yes, Jalen goes down, but they still haven't flipped this yet.
Yeah, K-Jules has that res. Use the passive to come back up so the team now can be a bit more aggressive, and they just need to stall away. You look for the timing on K-Jules' res here to make sure that they can keep this point ticking. 99% is the goal, and they're halfway there now, a bit more. As Necrise goes to the elimination on Terra, taking down the MVP that we've seen in the seduction of Follow. He gets 2. Oh, goodness. This is going to be big for Alani win.
Captain Americas are eating up right now. Jalen is on another level, and combined together with Necrise being on this Emma Frost, it is lethal. 100 Thieves have not been able to flip this point once.
I mean, they're not called Alani lose there, Vicky. I mean, come on now. Look at the beauty that they're putting on here. A show. It was 74% 100 Thieves, but Alani win looking dominant, 95%, but they're going to have to win at least one more battle as the team jumps in right now. Old Charge is going to go to 100 Thieves in terms of economy, but Goma, we know what he can do. He gets 2. He's going for the edge, and he jumps, spits out, and 2.
Oh, the timing! It was necessary with TTK and Terra going out, but the Born Again comes in from Delena. May have been the MVP that they needed here. As you get the same thing from K-Jules earlier on, they bring them back. It's Adam Warlock for Adam Warlock, but now the Feast of the Abyss comes out, the follow-up potential that needs to follow off of it, and it is Harvey to get the next pick on Chenzo, which, by the way, is the most important one considering the fact that he almost had that legendary and with the Invisible Founder being used up. Oh, no! Logan with the push-up onto Terra. Talk about an MVP pickoff as this fight is still going in favor for Alani win.
Logan kidnapped by Logan, but gets a force push off the map. Are you kidding me? My goodness. But even with the recap, or the cap, they're getting the recap right back to him. A tick left. It's now going to be up for Vinny to keep that thing going here at 51%, trying to stall. And it is him just having a ruckus there. We saw the same thing happen on point 1. They have to get this off. This is the same story we just saw on the first part of the map, Vicky. They were unable to get this recap and ultimately lost because of it.
This is Logan we're talking about. He's been on fire. Oh, but the Wolverine ultimate from Terra gets a 3K, and it's got to be the reset now for Alani win. But look what 100 Thieves had to do to even get here to almost 50%.
Dude, you know Terra's so pissed after that push off. Like, he had to kidnap. Like, this is a man playing with some anger, and I love to see it. Terra got to talk to him plenty, and he is who he is, even in person. Guy just oozes aura, as they say. Now, the team's going to reset. Looking at what we have, Goma, I mean, he's gotten 2 each time, so that's one important ult there. But for the rest of the team, same story, right? Defensive, you know, can Jalen get 3 again? That's what they're going to have to do, Vicky, and really be... This Jeppel is going to kind of mean everything here for this opening.
It really depends, too, if Logan could also stay alive, because as you said, Terra is pretty upset. We're going to see some Logan-on-Logan violence, I guess, here, considering he's on the Wolverine. But here comes that Goma, as he's going to be able to get that Magneto. So they're going to have that Magneto on the board, which means they won't have the bubble to protect Millennia here. Is it going to be worth it here, as Goma's going to be able to take that KO? Terra's going to be able to isolate Chenzo. No Star-Lord ultimate here, and Millennia gets more action onto K-Jules with Delena having that resurrection to bring everybody from 100 Thieves back, just in case.
This is so crazy because Alani win is playing lights out, but it's 100 Thieves bending, not breaking, showing what they just did on map 1 and staying in this thing. It's 98%, 99 overtime now pushes as Jalen is going to be ulting up. We have the Spaceball special. TTK is known for them. Hits it, doesn't land it now as the legendary goes up Chinzo's 50th. Now going with the double pistols, trying to get that pick early. It's the Venom. It's the Vinny. That's the stall master here halfway to the point. Vicky, this is the exact same story as we saw.
It's crazy how back and forth it's been going, and he's got the Feast of the Abyss that he's going to be able to activate right afterwards here, but they have K-Jules ready with that Karmic Revival just in case. If they don't isolate him, Necrise takes way too much damage here as the Itch Jet from Millennia gets both of them. That is 2 huge picks. Hasta la vista, as Millennia just did the biggest MVP play to set up 100 Thieves with the most insane comeback of our first game.
They just did exactly what they just did on Monument. This is so crazy. I mean, that is what you get from a team that has been together for so long. Because I'm just saying, from a performance standpoint, I felt like Alani Win played the better match, Vicky. But it didn't matter because 100 Thieves got the job done. Holy entertainment is all I have to say.
Millennia Jeff MVP. What timing? What time? And also, let's not forget, like, ult tracking. They knew the Karmic Revival was up. They knew the priority. You get 2 strategists off of the It's Jeff. Are you, like, Millennia? 51k healing coming out. 14.6k damage. I mean, even Delena staying alive for as long as Delena was to bring everyone back to the recon was crazy.
The Vinny stall, I mean, we can shout out so many things. I mean, obviously, that was a match winner, getting the Jeffel on the rev. I mean, the revive, that's insane. But then you have the Vinny stalling that he's able to do. Terra doing what Terra does best, obviously, just hunting and prowling. But every single person did not falter. And that's after Goma was playing lights out and landing everything they wanted to. Chinzo, by the way, I don't know who you are, but now I do because you are popping off, my friend, as well. We've got ourselves a very this is not the Alani win of last group stage 1.
Nope, not even one little bit. You know what? Like, these are players who are absolutely hungry. And Chenzo says, remember my name for a reason, because Chenzo, what was it, like 14 final hits? He almost had like 45,000 damage. Like, Starlord, and that's without, by the way, the Mantis, like, damage buff. You already know 100 Thieves is never letting that slide through. Same thing, though, could be said with the way that Vinny was playing that Venom. Delena came out, too, with the Starlord at one point before we saw Delena swap over to that Adam Warlock again.
I'm just dumbfounded. Like, as a fan, I'm just so, like, impressed with the level of play that we just saw. That was just so much fun. And if you take a look at the old Alani Win roster, Goma was there, Jalen Mance was there, but you did not... Oh, Chinzo was here too, all right? So if you look back towards stage 1, that just shows that this team had a couple of changeouts, and they really found who they're comfortable with talent-wise. But it's going to be the talented... You know, they like to be known sometimes as the villains, right, of rivals and what they have to do, and they're showing it here. 100 Thieves stealing the win from Alani Win.
There's just so much to break down, like, of the macro that happened, the decision-making to make a comeback like that, the playmaking abilities that they had to bank on right here, that MVP play on making sure that you do not get Adam Warlock res for that final fight. They were playing hot potato on the point, and that was incredible for 100 Thieves to recover from something like that when, what was it, Alani Win had a huge lead at the very end.
Yeah, no, I mean, they... did the exact same thing happened. We were seeing it happen in the making. And Millennia, I've got to shout this guy out because in LAN, this man was the sub, and he was called to the team to step up, play a role that he doesn't even play. And guess what? They won like 4 in a row. They got 3rd, I believe, in the whole thing. And so to watch him earn that role and then keep it. We were talking about Nuck earlier. Well, it's Millennia that earned that role and gets the MVP. How fitting, Vicky. I couldn't define a better bend not break mentality there.
I'm just so, like, there's so much to digest from that gameplay, from each individual player. Dude, even Alani Win. Like, Chenzo had many ultimates. Like, I lost count after, like, the 50th one. So, this is the fact that, yeah, so, like, I think there was, like, maybe, like, less than 2 of them, 3 of them that didn't have that crazy impact, but a lot of them did. But when it mattered, it didn't at the very end, and 100 Thieves made that comeback cozy.
Yeah, it felt like a grand final already. Love to see it here, guys. Don't go anywhere. We know these talents are close, neck and neck. We'll go into our next match with 100 Thieves and Alani Wind after this quick break. Hello, folks, and welcome back after what was an electric performance of two teams. One was for the stats, the other the win. Is 100 Thieves coming away 1-0 right now as they make their way to push in the winners bracket. Now, Vicky, you can almost not get better than that game. It was textbook Rivals at its best when it's not just all fireworks, but it was strategic play in what we saw from 100 Thieves and Alani win.
It literally highlights the individual playmaking abilities that made a difference in that match, right? Like when you're yelling at your local Jeff, like in your team, whatever, you have to think about the opportunity to make plays like that. It could be difficult for a lot of players to actually grasp. And Delena was just him. Like Delena at the very end was crazy. And it wasn't just obviously Delena, but there was things that led up to that moment to allow that recapture from 100 Thieves. And I just feel like that was just like prime Marvel Rivals at its finest.
And I love seeing like goats. Like when I'm saying goats, I'm talking about Terra, and we call him one of the best duelists in the game. When they get angry, right? You saw Tom Brady get angry in the NFL. He went crazy. Terra, he's like Logan pushes off from the kidnap. Terra's like falling from the sky, and you could just tell this man is like, I'm gonna go back and get a 5-piece, and he did just that. So watching people play angry, I think is fun because you see the passion come out of it. But we have to see what Alani Win can do because I don't want to say, I think you can't play better than they did, right? Yeah. For that team. And so they've got to do that exact same thing, but figure it out, to get the final exclamation point.
You're saying Terra the Terrifier. And I definitely agree too, because you have to imagine like how close you were. You have to just GG go next, right? You don't have enough time to see that as like a mental detriment. And this is a Alani Win that was also rocking that Captain America. Like they were making a composition like this work out in their favor. And it's a very unorthodox composition when you usually see much more comfort picks of what we've seen thus far across all the different regions, right? How strong Venom is right now, even without the Mantis, the stall potential there too. We know Captain America could do the same thing, but it was the survivability, that 3 KP that we also saw too at one point for that first round. There were so many opportunities where we basically saw these two teams flip-flop at the point.
Not to mention, all right, you got survivability with Venom or Captain America, but what do you get with Jeff, okay? Goma did not have symbiotic shenanigans, and that's a huge team up of extra healing that they got on 100 Thieves side, and that can make the difference in so many fights. So you have the cap working for that, but in that example, it's like, I'm sure they wish they were able to play Venom, but they weren't. They were banned out, and that's where you go all the way back to the pig ban phase. Alani Win couldn't play Venom, and that's where things kind of open up for the team. The shenanigans was not an option. Captain America was all they could do. They played it well, but it wasn't well enough.
Yeah, because Alani Win, they had like 3 strategist bans against them, so they couldn't run the Mantis, the Ultron, the Luna, and then they couldn't run the Venom, being that last pick, that last ban that 100 Thieves put onto them. And then same thing from their side too. Even if they can't rock the Groot or the Emma Frost, they at least still had that one extra strategist that wasn't banned out, aside from the protect that they had on the Adam Warlock.
Yeah, listen, we said it when we were in the middle of the match, but if you just looked at the results of these matches, 2-0, 2-0, if this one ends in 2-0, it's like, it does not tell the story of how close this group stage is going to be. Remember, this is for seeding, but man, does seeding matter, because in most cases, outside of one team, last time, it really helped push them to the complete finals. And so, when we go into our next match here, we've had a Hydra base every time. Hell's Heaven has been our match every time. Going into our next match, remember, loser gets to pick. It is 1-0, 100 Thieves right now. Alani Wind. And looking what we have, we head to Wakanda, Vicky.
Okay. Wakanda for game number 2. Changing things up just a little bit here. Yes, been Hell's Heaven for game number 1 all day around, but going into game number 2, changing some things up. I believe the first time we actually get to see Hal Jolly for the day.
Yes, we have not had the pleasure of going to Wakanda. We had some Asgardian action and Araco, but now we've got the Emma ban into Mantis, so same story there. The Jeff save, Goma was obviously going off, and so I can expect to see more of that. Shinzo, we know him as the Star-Lord guy right now, but we'll see what else he might be comfortable with if they pick to target that. And both these teams, it is that same kind of 100 Thieves is sticking with their bans, right? You got to go the triple strategist. Maybe you ban out the Venom. We'll see if they can get away with that again.
Being able to protect that Magneto there too, also pretty big. I don't think that's, that is something that we actually did see from 100 Thieves, and that's also to prioritize a protection bubble onto a Jeff if you want to roll out with it. And since Alani Wind protect their own Jeff, I'm wondering, do we see a Jeff ban maybe? No, they're going to prioritize the Ultron and the Adam Warlock first, while 100 Thieves over on the other side are the ones to take out the Luna Snow.
Yeah, so Adam being banned, smart. Delena, hats off to them. I said I wanted to see this team get more flexible. We'll talk about this more later if they do end up winning in the interview. But when it comes to seeing these people play different heroes, Delina rose up to the occasion there with Adam Warlock and the Golden God. Got the save as well, so we're going to have Millennia play. The MVP gets his Shark back, and Mantis being banned in terms of Alani win to 100 Thieves.
See what the last protect is going to be here for Alani Wind, especially with Chenzo hovering over that Iron Fist. We know that they're going to be able to have maybe something else that we're going to see Chenzo roll out with aside from that Star-Lord, as you had mentioned here, as we're going to also see maybe some action where the group wasn't banned against 100 Thieves here, so they're going to protect the Star-Lord. Yeah, they're going to prioritize that for Chenzo. They saw the impact that it had, and here in Hall of Jalia, what do you feel like, Cozy, that's going to impact Alani Wind?
Yeah, looking at what they have available, I mean, I feel like this map is, we see, funny enough, we've talked about, you know, the first point cap being the curse. This map is all about this first point, and I like that they, honestly, I think they've got what they want out of this. It's going to definitely be a bit tough now to make this Shark work, but they've got the Venom here, you know, to help with a bit extra healing. Logan, we saw what they did on Visible Woman, so I'm not too fearful of the all strategist bans. I think they're actually pretty comfortable with what they have. Vicky, Terra floating a Namor is something I have not seen. No, it's Delina locking it in. What do we see Terra go to? Maybe Phoenix?
Is it the Ego Chow real quick, by the way? I love it when you see Deletta just immediately hover over the Lord icon Namor first real quick while they were considering what they wanted to roll out with. Maybe the Bucky Barnes as we get to move on to map number 2, Hall of Jalia. I also got to see Alani Win right there hover over the Venom, and since they had gotten the double protect onto the Jeff for 2 of these teams, something I wasn't expecting going into Season 4, Cozy, I'll be real. So being able to see Jeff being prioritized with the MRI has been very entertaining across multiple regions.
Yeah, I mean, really, it was the rise of the animals. It was Panther and Jeff from last group stage, and we saw it happen just like that. And speaking of, my goodness, we got our Sue Storm Cam on. Fans of the skin, well, you're in for a treat. You get the double production. You guys are madmen over there. I love to see it. All right, Logan and Harvey, it's the story of the 2 strategists, Vicky, and look at the push-up there from Vinny. Trying to get a little bit of scouting early, and the portal is going to come to play here for Necrise.
Oh, they try to push him back, and TTK right out to rip. Oh no, 911, I have to report a murder because Goma got immediately annihilated while trying to go down the middle, while their fixation there was set on the portal to go up around. But it's okay, it's about diverting that attention while Goma's gonna be able to come right back around, and Harvey's gonna be able to find Chenzo, so kind of putting a dent to their plans, but they're also just still trying to break focus away from 100 Thieves to wrap around this point.
Yes, Terra, just an absolute, I mean, seriously, just a horror story as we head into October, what he can do on these heroes that have such carry potential. We're seeing it now, flexing that new skin and all the new skins out, actually, as we speak about it. But TTK pushing in, great aggression here, not allowing all that rotation to really come up to anything, as the Kraken Impact is online, ready to go. He's not wasting any time. He's saying, hey, I've got my ult first, and I know it. Let's put the pressure on. And down goes the Venom. They're looking to capitalize on it more. Necrise is backing up, forced to. He's out of there too, Biggie. And what a great start here for 100 Thieves.
We saw the 2 resets coming out, and that was a 2 perfect picks you could try to stagger out as well. So that was great awareness from Terra. This forces Alani Win to back away. We already know that they used up that portal before, so now Necrise is going to swap off the Doctor Strange, go over to the Emma Frost and try to recontest, but this is time wasted away from their overall time bank.
Yeah, and we also have Necrise switching as well. So you've got the invisible boundary, and really you only had to use Terra there to get that hold. What a fast farm up, by the way. Just insane how fast these players get access to their ultimates. Necrise now taking the top in. Again, controller player. We've been seeing a lot of Vanguards on the sticks, trying to match TTK, that is, as now they've taken the high ground approach.
I was wondering, Vinny just dropped like a rock right in front of him and just jumped right back around. Hulk things here as Logan does have that invisible boundary ready to go. Delena too, as 100 Thieves still sticking to this Namor and Hulk team up composition here with the Gamma Squid. Delena calling in the whale here over to the side, trying to cut them off as Alani Win now wrapping around. Did not have to utilize anything as Jalen gets frozen, and Terra finds his 1v1 and takes out Chenzo.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness, what an absolute trade. Blow for blow, captain for captain, if you will. Here's the seduction going out, seeing if they can land anything from it. TTK going up to get the immune out and throw the Spaceball special. Does not connect. Instead, it's the reverse of both strategies go. Now make it 3. Alani Win doing a great job. This point is so hard to get that cap because of the advantage for defense here. Monster Hulk going out for Vinny. He's Gamma smashing, but it's going to be a quick burn down as they get Vinny out of it.
Oh, they put Vinny in the microwave right there. I just saw that health bar just disappear before my eyes, but the 100 Thieves with the recontest don't let this escape from their hands as easily. And look at Terra, the Terrifier. He's waiting, tries to stop the Jeff. He doesn't even pick up anybody, but it doesn't matter as a Legendary was waiting for the call. Imagine that was on purpose. I wasn't expecting the Jeff to miss on purpose, but that was still a crazy bait.
I mean, I thought that was 100% Terra being like giga smart and just waiting for that, but no, Shinzo knew where it was all along. Talking about perfect player tracking, that rewarded them the point because that would have been such a huge elimination. Now Vinny just begging for death, jumps off. I mean, talk about flipping the script. I thought that was about to be something completely different there as Terra goes down to Shinzo. That's going to be the matchup to watch right now. These are just two star players playing at the highest level right now.
Can we talk about like the mind games, like the actual mind games that are going on right now in these individual, like separate 1v1s that we're seeing, the decision making that's happening here for Shinzo to not only be the insurance to help out Goma there to take out Terra, but now Terra, he's got the reset potential here. He's got the Bucky ultimate online as we're going to see if the Kraken impact could have that impact here as Alani win really have Logan coming up on that invisible boundary.
Yeah, so March in here, looking at ult advantage, it's definitely going to be in favor of Alani win.
Oh my,
Terra gets the punch up. This is, wow.
Dude, Jalen can't play the game. Jalen literally couldn't play the game for a solid 7 seconds right there. Literally just triple stun right there. Unfortunate, but he gets out, and Necrise was actually right there to help him out. That Stylish Seduction, keeping 100 Thieves at bay. And Vinny going down first at the hands of Chenzo after Logan had the invisible boundary to keep them alive. Look how far back they're pushing 100 Thieves.
Has Chenzo just been putting in the reps? I'm going to have to go back to stage 1 and look at how this man played because he is popping off in his team. There we go. We've got Goma with the strategist kidnap in the hands of Jeff. Terra trying to get something rolling for his team. He is just now playing with his food as Sharks like to do. And the show comes out just in time. Forces the ult, but does get the delay. The team's forced to push back.
Is way worth it here. You come out of, of being in the scary basement of Jeffrey just trying to take you around, and now you get to rejoin with the rest of your team, and you hold forward, wasting some time away from Alani win, because that was a scary momentum push that Alani win just built up for themselves right there.
Yeah, but if you're the shot caller for Alani win, you know you just forced out the show and the invisible boundary, and looking at the ults they have, go, right? Go, Vicky. They got to get to this point. Use their ults before any more farm up can happen, because right now, yeah, TTK can eliminate Shinzo and have the defensive play, but they've got the ult advantage here by a country mile.
Amazing point right there. I definitely agree too, because you really have TTK and Delena having those two ultimates ready to go as a Legendary now comes out from Chenzo. It's up to TTK to send out that Meteor M, and it doesn't find its mark, and K-Jules has that Eternal Bond ready to go, holding on to it just when it matters and trying to push forward. This is going to be the green light for Alani Win to just hold forward and go. This is going to allow them to get even more aggressive as K-Jules paves the path for Jalen to move in with the Feast of the Abyss.
The Terror Cape capitalized there was absolute cinema as they burned down the Hulk and pushed forward. That's textbook, Vic, textbook what they had to do there. I mean, absolutely perfect play. Love to see it. Shinzo's feeling it, you can tell. Now at 33% and charging, but hey, guess what? Ults, when they go around, they come around. 100 Thieves have everything ready to go here in just a moment.
I just really like to see how Jalen has swapped over to the Venom with Goma being on that Jet for the exact reason you were talking about for 100 Thieves in the last game. And then watching this work out versus Vinny being on that Hulk and doing the Namor and Gamma Squid team up here as dropping down from the high ground is going to be TTK to get into position.
And it's a great point, honestly, because we've talked about so many times that Venom ban kind of held that team back. And now both teams can play Venom this point around, but Symbiote Shenanigans just giving that extra bit of momentum here with not a lot of strategists that they can play. They don't need to, though. Logan very comfortable on Invisible Woman and Goma on the Jeff. They have both ready. What an absolute seduction. The whole lobby's looking at Emma. And goodness, what a play.
I don't blame them here because right now Necrise is on fire, but it is Emma at the end of the day. And now to just add on top of it the stall that Goma just got with the It's Jeff. Oh no.
All of 100 Thieves just typing looking right now as they got the whole seduction of Emma and pushing in. Great job here. 55 seconds left. One team fight left to win. Obviously, they've got everything in the bank here with Terra and Delena. But they've got Alani Win has enough to answer as well. I mean, this is such a good play and response here. We'll see Terra probably going to put on the Terra show here in just a moment, but it's Shinzo activating first.
He got that frame one and pressed the button as quickly as possible, but this is good here because they force out that invisible boundary, and that was the purpose of the Star-Lord ultimate. now still putting in a lot of that pressure. Alani Win have the insurance of Logan's invisible boundary instead, and Jalen can pave the path to be able to use that Feast of the Abyss just for some extra pressure. Here comes the whale, though, as 100 Thieves do have these 3 ultimates. Millennia is ready with that Fate of Bulk roll to keep everybody alive through Jalen's actual ultimate.
And pay attention to the timing. Terra usually always uses ult. He's saving it here as the clock ticks down, and they're making sure they can use it when it matters, when there's no way to come back to the point, and they pick him off bit by bit. Terra knows exactly how to play the game at the highest level. You're seeing it here as Jalen just trying to stay alive. Huge shield coming alive there, and we've got a massive... Oh no, okay, so it's going down to TTK. It's the tease of 100 Thieves getting it done. The patience paying off, Vicky.
That was the winning play right there, too. Aside from Terra, you holding onto that ultimate, like you mentioned, and just completely annihilating, especially you, Goma, especially you. That was like just personal at the very end. But that was huge. TTK being able to delete the Eternal Bonds prevented the sustainability that Alani Win wanted to lean on.
I mean, we called it. We saw what they were doing, but what a great patience from the team, right? Just making sure they've got everything they need for that last little push, because you can't switch to Strange and come back, right? If you're not there, and they did that to perfection. K Jules and the rest of the team played well, though. I think that was a very good push for this map. 100 Thieves, historically, they've gone back and forth on this map, Vicky. So we've seen that time after time with the team, but we'll have to see what they can put together here for their offensive effort. But they've got to feel pretty confident.
Yeah, I just have to say, with what we've seen thus far across multiple regions, and including what we've seen already after day number 1 and now day number 2 of America Play, the Jeff being able to get ultimate as fast as Jeff can, the stall potential aside from what we see from the Venom, and then you have the team up on top of it. I mean, look at this. Are we going to see this roll out here similarly to what Alani Win was able to lean into after what they saw 100 Thieves do with the Jeff and Venom? Because now Vinny and Millennia are back on top of the Jeff and Venom.
Yeah, and listen, Terra, he was just highlighting a little bit of magic. Maybe seeing if we would, yell it out. We saw plenty of magic yesterday, and magic can go crazy at this level when needed. But as far as the offense approach of what they're going here for, I like what they're trying to roll with. We see both teams and where they're setting up here. The bridge setup's not one we see a ton here, as Vinny is going to go instantly for that high ground effort. Necrise. Oh my man, what a demon.
It's a good thing that we don't have caster reaction cameras, because oh man,
I'd be looking insane. Insane over here. I'm losing my mind. What a great opener, though. And look at that ult charge right off the rip, too.
Oh my goodness. Yep, you're going to be able to walk away with some more of that advantage here. Necrai is going to be able to get close to that Eye of Agamotto. Terra, though, too, putting in that damage output. Look at that. Terra the Terrifying as he's creeping his way forward. He's going to get pocketed to Millennia, who's going to be able to also boost up into that It's Jeff ultimate. Alani Window, all combined together, have been able to help heal for the pressure that Terra tried to put down from the stairwell.
Yeah, Vinny getting an all-important pick there on Logan. That's going to open up the entire team, as Terra's just going to follow there with the exclamation point. Now they do, and look at Necrise is still alive. You actually don't want that, right? Because the portal is not going to be able to get the team back. 10 seconds, tick, tick, tick. That you could not have been eliminated in a worse way there if you're Alani Win, because you lost all ability to get back in touch.
Yeah, because again, we just saw that portal play from the very beginning, and then Terra comes in and says, get over here. Make sure to get that finishing blow onto that one last member, Chenzo, who was trying to get away from the Star-Lord here too. But 100 Thieves now already speedrunning their way.
Yeah, this is exactly the start that you want if you're them. And looking at the ult economy, and definitely, we saw 100 Thieves in this exact position last time. They've kind of got the advantage here. They've got to capitalize on it to hold this all-important point 2 here as they're heading around this first part of the map. Like the patience from the team pushing forward. Goma, he's hungry. He's hungry. Millennia, Goma, it's the Jeff we saw last time. What shark's coming on top? We're about to find out.
Goma having the It's Jeff first. Here goes the legendary. Jalen staying alive for right now. And the terror in the sky from Chenzo. 100 Thieves playing up that statue. Very nice, but the same thing can't be said about Vinny, who unfortunately out in the open was already low and had already used up that armor from the Venom too. Forcing them all the way back, though. 100 Thieves will be able to rejoin together, and they didn't have to burn any of those ultimates from the legendary.
Yeah, Venom can be back at the point in about 1 millisecond as Necrise is getting the seduction rolling. Millennia is trying to go for the fat ult, but instead finds himself as Sushi here as Necrise does a swift kick to end that run here. Now looking at the other side, Goma still has the ult ready. I actually love this for Alani Win, just staggering these ults perfectly. Chinzo gets these farmed up in seconds anyway. We'll see what Terra can do combined with TTK, because TTK may not use this defensively, but we could see the patience gain here as they're just pushing up the hill.
Nice little bubble there too, just so that way they can build up space. They know that Terra has been terrifying, and the way that he's just been able to put in a lot of that pressure. Ooh, that was really nice body block as he was trying to swing away. And Terra knows that Jalen was already won. This activates a Kraken impact. Gets a reset now. Can we get a second one on the Vanguard? Leaving him incredibly low, but Logan with the clutches. Invisible boundary keeps Necrise alive. Now Koba comes in, knows everybody's grouped up together, and it's Jeff as a meteor may have come down, not land, but TTK does enough damage to get Goma out.
Dude, TTK is such a Thanos. He gets the meteor in within the boundary. They stay alive. Goma tries to escape. One quick click and he's out of there. They do get the entire wipe though, which is so needed. I mean, they had no chance to win this map if they did not stall here, and they were able to do so, Vic. And on top, we got Legendary and Seduction right back. But how did Alani win this point right here, right? It was this exact same situation. Strategist ults are gone. At this point, 100 Thieves needs to push the pedal on the metal when Millennia's back up.
Especially with Chenzo having that legendary, that means Millennia at least having that It's Jeff could look to see what Alani One's going to do to try to group up together, especially before the second point when everyone's just playing in that one corridor. Dives down though with the Venom. It's a legendary. Everyone's trying to hide and get out of the line of sight, but they're breaking through the walls, and the nice sustainability coming out from 100 Thieves to keep everybody alive also feeds into the support ultimates.
Yeah, just good rotation there. We've seen so many legendaries today that have been interesting, but they have the strategy, and there's the pull in. We have Millennia lining up what could be a big one, Vic. 1-2. Does he get one? He has both Venoms. Love to see it. That's a good one to get out of there for that constant just sustain on the point. Now, obviously, we're seeing that point now move ever so closer, and looking at it, I mean, they've got what they need, 100 Thieves, to finish off this point push.
Yeah, he said, we are Jeff, not Venom in that case, being able to take both of them. And now we're going to be able to see the Feast of the Abyss as Terra comes down, calling out Jalen, which is just the green light for the Kraken impact resets here whenever Jalen falls low after using that armor. Tries to dive down, but the invisible boundary, talk about finding it at the right time. They try to destroy Logan. You see how many people are on top of Logan there, between the grab here too as well, and the Jeff now following up, and Goma's about to have that It's Jeff here too.
This is when you want it, right? This is exactly when you want it. You can put the Whirlpool there to keep the team sustained, and then bam, you can pop it on the point that they need desperately. He gets two, but there it is again. TTK just hunting them. Stays alive, though. He's got Terra. He's got the Lena. That's a big one there as he's pulling the team away. Vinny, though, trades with Logan. Chinzo trying to... Oh, no. Oh no!
Wait, stop! Was that Logan, who, by the way, pulled up that invisible woman shield at the right time against TTK's Meteor M? Talk about clutchness right there. Even though it costed Logan to get KO'd, and now 100 Thieves get to get that next checkpoint with some limited time back here. 2 minutes, less than 20 seconds of the clock.
I mean, highlights are great, but yeah, to get the push forward, I mean, that is not what you want. That's a bummer. It's kind of the same story as this first map, right? Getting cool plays, but not getting the result you want. 2 minutes left, and it's now Necrized. Getting Harvey out of there is going to slow down Terra too. That's huge, but it's also K-Jules following up. They're using a lot here, Vicky, but at least have a couple up their sleeve. I actually like this for Alani Win in their strategy here.
Yeah, using the Eternal Bond was just to stop that momentum too and allow them to capitalize off of how low they already were. And Terra is feeling himself now. You can see Terra starting to build up that momentum, that confidence, moving all the way up to try to reclaim this next corner here. Tries to get the grapple pull in, and Necrise and Jalen too have those ultimates, as well as Goma and Logan.
Yeah, and they can maybe squeeze out 2 more fights, but it's going to come down to really this here, as we've got the teammate, and that's about it. They want that one back, and they're out of their Chinzo with a nice follow-up. Goma now is going to be able to match Shark for Shark here. Minute and 20 left. I mean, they've got to show patience here. Maybe they win in the neutral, Vicky, just like they did with Terra and Friends, to get the stop and then use everything at the end.
Dude, the minor macro plays are crazy. That was literally missed, by the way, from Millennia because of the dismissal from K-Jules being on that cloak here. Talk about timing. While Chenzo comes in, finds Millennia. They have a minute on the clock right now, almost less than 60 seconds, and Terra slams down to get another reset. Make it 2 as Terra comes in with the stand on over and over again as they wipe out Alani Win with the 6K.
Dude, it's just when you need it the most, your best players play, and that is just Terra in textbook form. My gosh, yet another. But they do have so much to put up against this. Time is about to tick off the clock, and it's two strategists against one. Oh, I mean, this is going to be close here. We'll see if Alani Win is able to hold this up, but a great momentum push for Terra and friends.
I just can't believe it, man. Like, when the world needed him the most, Terra, the Avatar, comes through to just help out 100 Thieves, bending all elements, though. But is it going to be enough with Logan having the invisible boundary here? Nekri's slowly approaching that Psionic Seduction. K-Jules, too, with the survivability on the Eternal Bond, and Nekri's putting in all the damage output, backing away. Beautiful use of trying to get the choke slam just to move their body away from the line of sight of 100 Thieves. And look at what we're watching right now with Alani Win holding back 100 Thieves.
That's exactly what you want to see. I mean, and now Goma's here ready to get rid of the long sustaining Venom. Good pullback there from Vinny, knowing exactly what's about to come. It's tick, 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 but he goes back just barely. Now Millennia, nope, it's going to be too late. He goes underwater and just like that loses the point. Millennia is to keep the team on. Alani Win wins. Insane.
Is it like PEMDAS where it cancels itself out with the way that Millennia had clutched out that first map and then that second map, unfortunately? No overtime contention right there, too. But nonetheless, it was still a very difficult situation to be in to try to recontest. And even with the way that we just saw Alani Win play here, Cozy, they take their dub that they were looking for.
This is what you want to see. We don't have another 2-0. We've got a 1-1 with the talent of Alani Win really shows the scrims coming back and Shinzo and what they're able to do. Nekri's, by the way, played a phenomenal game. Jalen as well. We saw what Jalen looked like on Captain America. I liked it, but that Venom play really made the difference for this team, Vic.
I 100% agree, and what's great too is that Jalen's like, okay, hold up, like Vinny, you got a Venom, sure, but I'm gonna come in for the second map and try to show you what I also got. And they followed up with a page out of 100 Thieves book with the same thing that they won map number 1 with. Terra obviously having those highlighted moments here didn't contribute to the economy that Alani were rotating through, especially with Logan having that invisible boundary, as you saw right there too in this replay, and just trying to resustain everybody at the time that they were staggering those strategist ultimates.
You know how you know you're goated, Vic, is when you get a 4-piece, 5-piece, and we barely react. Like, it's like, oh, there's Terra doing Terra things. If I lost every time Terra did something, I'd have no voice. Like, that's how you know, let the caster speak for you at times, and that's showing it right there. K-Jules, by the way, love the Cloak play. Really good coordination with Cloak after Cloak and Terra Cape capitalizing. This seduction was massive to help them get around this first point, even though they didn't win this point. They got just far enough, right, Vic, to end up getting the entire win. So, you don't always have to get the third point to win. You just got to get it far enough.
Exactly, especially if you really hold down your defensive position way better when it's your round here. Like, you have these highlight moments and things like that dismissal cape, by the way, too. Yes, that was like the second to last Millennial Jeff ultimate that we saw of that specific round, but it made a big deal because I feel like personally within this third checkpoint, if you are able to stall for as long as possible here right before that last choke that leads you to the finish line, you are in a very good position to try to build up those ultimates in that one last choke.
Yeah, for sure. And, listen, Luna's dancing out there, and we just saw the harmony of the switches from healing to damage as the again came down. Like, that's the pro play stuff that I just love to see overall. But, yeah, great play there from both teams. Honestly, I would say it's very similar to what we just saw map 1. Either team could have won that. I mean, this is right now the map, really the match of this early seeding tournament, and I'm all for it because Alani wins. I guarantee you at all the teams was probably placed right there with the team that we watched earlier in match 1. Extinction in probably the weakest here, at least as what people go in with their opinions, and we're seeing quite the different story. Who shows up to play that day right now? Both teams are putting it up, but Alani win is definitely shocking people.
I love Marvel Rivals, man. We've had the most insane day of gameplay, and as we keep repeating, these 2-0s, they are not just 2-0s. Like, the way that each and every one of these individual rounds have gone has literally gone the distance, and it's been crazy to see now with Alani win taking the dub. This is the first time we get a Game 3 situation for the day.
Yeah, and, we often see, 100 Thieves, they get to pick the map now, and they have plenty of things and situations that they're comfortable with. We'll see what they force Alani win into and how they adjust their pick and bans, because this team is very smart at the beginning stage. We said at the pick and bans this time around that we thought Alani win kind of got what they wanted, right? They lost on their strategist, but you still had Logan on Invisible Woman and Goma doing Jeff things. So I think they were okay with that, and at that point, they were able to move forward. So we've got ourselves an absolute cooker coming up. It's 1-1, best of 3. Seeding matters so much between these two teams, and we're going to go to that match in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break, and we will see you right after that.
grasping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen and shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember?
What's going on, guys? We welcome you back to day 2, and we are on match 3. It's 1-1 right now. 100 Thieves versus Alani win. You've got a favorite like 100 Thieves, and Vicky, the viewers, it was 24% Alani win, 76 for 100 Thieves. Then it went up to 34%. Does that go up even more? We've seen a 50-50 this time now.
I think it really, a lot of people would feel confident seeing how the pick and ban phase may roll out, because this is going down to the wire. Even in game number 1 with 100 Thieves taking it, their ult economy from the final fights where it mattered is what allowed them to clutch up a lot of moments. We saw, I believe it was Delena, you know, Delena give it, Delena take it away in this point too. Sometimes doesn't come out with the clutches picks right there. But you know what I think was a huge MVP staple on Alani win that we have to mention, and this all comes down to matchups, and that's why I brought up the ban and pick phase. Imagine having Emma Frost, and then on the opposite team, you're running a Venom and Magneto. These grabs, the space control out here too, doesn't matter. We know that TTK and Vinny are super good, but matchup-wise, Necrise was getting away with so much. The big Sana seduction, it was like 12 final hits that we saw from Necrise, and over like 51,000 damage blocked. And to put that into perspective, TTK, the Magneto player with Bubble, had 48,000.
Yeah, I mean, no, those are great call-outs, and they really capitalized not only in the pick ban phase, but yeah, then rolling into that, making them constantly uncomfortable. We saw that with Millennia a lot too. You said it best. We saw it come full circle. MVP moment to, I kid you not, 3 instant deaths at the end. He didn't even get to play the game. I mean, every time he came out, Shinzo found him. Shinzo is such a phenomenon to me, because you have this player that is super clutch, but then the ults are just coming out consistently. By the way, guys, this production team, they've been killing it. We saw the ice arrow. We have another replay to show you guys of action that we may have not got to see, and we'll get a different angle on it this time around as we take a look at Necrise in the portal play. You'd love to see it.
Yeah, this is great, because we were actually just watching the opposite point of view here. So then being able to see this immediately right afterwards, oh no, a crime. Both Millennia and TTK.
He literally just timed that up perfectly. I mean, like, to the millisecond as they were jumping off, they went in. Listen, this is why I know. This is why I know I'm in this seat and definitely not in theirs, because that is some absolute peak rival. Listen, I love hosting rivals. It's so fun, but being able to just lose my mind over a game I love, and it comes down to plays like that.
So fun.
Just WW production team for getting our eyes on an electric match 2 in the strange play. We go to match 3, guys. 1-1. Winner moves on to the upper bracket. Loser falls down to the lower, a place you don't want to be with so many great teams. Vicky, we've got a great one here to end match 3.
Let's see how this one goes here, Cozy, because I'm going to ask you right now, you think they're going to ban out the Star-Lord?
Yeah, right. I mean, it's been working that well. I mean, I feel like Shinzo's got a lot of heroes up their sleeve, but yeah, you've got to show some respect here, but it's a tough ban. It's a tough use of a ban to go for the Star-Lord. Right. I don't think 100 Thieves is going to go for the strategist focus this time around, so that could help them a lot. We'll see how they adjust. We got the Emma ban and the Emma save. Love that for Alani win. Let's see what 100 Thieves decides to do.
This is really smart, though, because they wanted to prioritize that Emma ban immediately right afterwards, too, and then they saw the protect on the Magneto, so they will be able to at least have TTK still in that comfort here, as now the Luna Snow is the next one to get banned out, so Alani Win can't use that this time around here, as the Adam Warlock's the next one, so triple strategist ban thus far for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, going the same route, and I'm not surprised in the slightest that Yggdrasil is where we see this. I'm wondering if they go for the Adam play again for Delena, right? This is a great map to have Warlock, and so potentially maybe Alani Wind breeds into that, but they go with the Torch save. Okay, maybe we got something cooking from Shinzo we haven't seen. We'll have to find out shortly here. Now, as Invis be banned, so that is okay. That's the big difference, Vic. They go with all the strategists, but this time they focus on Logan's Invis.
Wait a minute.
I knew. Yep. It's the same strat that he went with domination.
Yeah, it's just the fact that like you take 4 strategists out of the equation. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Cloak and Dagger, Rocket. I'm here thinking about Loki as well. But then, are you trying to force out the Loki clones to then get a reset if you are Terra with the way that Bucky has been working?
I would expect just Jeff and Cloak here, but yeah, I mean, that could be big brain. Can you imagine? I mean, Terra could play.
I think we saw it yesterday.
Okay. Oh yeah, he is. Oh, okay, the torch and the torch, because they know sometimes what you save, it kind of gives away what you're doing, Vic, right? And it allows the team to set up a bit better. We see so many triple Vanguard here with triple support. We're getting a little bit of a different look here. TTK highlighting his heroes as our first on defense, though, is going to be Alani win. And so, Necrise, Jalen, this is where we see if teams can play up to the meta standards. And right now, as we know and as we've seen, this is the test to do it.
You know, it's really funny, too. Just everyone wondering, you know, hey, we were so used to seeing Human Torch earlier on within Stage 1, within what was going down there in Stage 1's tournament over in China. And now, where's the torch? Where's the torch been? Well, saved for the last game out here, too. So that's going to be interesting as we move over back into Yggdrasil.
Yeah, and Terra, we haven't seen a lot on 40% 60. Love that. We haven't seen a lot of Terra on Torch, mainly because you're correct. Last Stage 1, it was Loki, Torch, and Emma banned every game, right? And so we didn't get to see a lot of people play Torch. I think, funny enough, we saw a lot of Nemesis play Torch in Mellow, I believe. But as we move in here, we've got 100 Thieves for the first push, and how they handle the offensive approach. Jalen kind of hiding there against a wall, and it is not a hide. It is, in fact, going to be a little bit of a reconnect here as we get to look at Asgard and all the beauty that it holds. Gotta love that. I was like, okay, he's going for like the cheeky mag open, Vicky, as we take a look at the map.
Yeah, nice little scenery real quick. Just the calm before the storm too, right? Just giving us a little pause before we dive into the action in the first tied series here in Americas for day number 2. And this is what I really like too, Cozy, because you and I usually either get the mollywops, or if like the one day where you never expect the mollywops to happen, that just so happens to go the distance for every series. Here we have incredibly close games despite the first 2 games being 2-0s into finally having a game 3 opportunity for this game where you and I were looking at Alani win like, dang, like they need to get that first dub in the Ignite series, and they did it. They did it against a team like 100 Thieves, a team that you and I kept highlighting as one of the few teams to barely make any changes going into this roster.
Great things come to those who wait. And yeah, I've got to say, when you look at this is what I do love about live play, though, is as we now are going right back to the action. But you get, you know, you have technical pauses happen, but you get the gloriousness of live play. TTK now moving in, though, as we kind of catch you guys up for a quick second. We have the ults are actually on fire here in terms of 100 Thieves. They are just supercharging these things. And to push forward here, Alani Win hasn't lost anybody early. Chinzo very close to that rocket ult to keep things going. But Terra, we said, what's the story of him on Torch? Well, it's an easy double duo, and getting rid of them quickly. It's the duelist of 100 Thieves that rip apart Alani Win early.
And it's the blow-up duo too, right? It's the Phoenix and Torch that we have seen earlier on in the day. We know that the damage output here from these 2 duelists are a lot, and already look at Delena nearing that Phoenix ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be tough. We saw this portal come into play only one time when we were looking at Rad. I believe this is such a big, important thing to get in for a 3rd potential team fight. But we're going to team fight number 2, and they do have the amplifier to at least keep this team up a bit more. Terra throwing down just absolute heat from the top there. Delena to reign with the Phoenix. Great survivability, though, from the team staying alive in this thing, as now he's hunting down the Loki. Loki with a quick ult there to keep things going with the ult there from the Eternal Bond. And right now, Alani was just staying in this thing.
Yeah, because we're also looking at Logan to see if he could stay alive after the Invisible Woman was banned out, but the survivability from the Eternal Bond earlier really helping them out. Talk about timing, too, from K-Jules to help out Alani Win with their own Eternal Bond. Double stun there, it looked like here, but that one Eye of Agamotto onto Harvey, as Chenzo with the rocket gun is going to be able to get that KO onto Delena, who was also close to that Phoenix ultimate.
Oh my goodness, look at this perfect rotation for the strategists, keeping each other up. Vinny is literally throwing the entire arsenal of punches into these strategists, and it is just doing nothing. It's paper cuts at this point as he's forced to push out. Terra is going to get eliminated by Jalen. That's a big one now to slow things down. Chinzo yet again using that ult, and it It was timed perfectly with that Terra limb, forcing 100 Thieves to reset. Hey, Vicky, a minute 38 on the clock.
Oof, 100 Thieves on the attack are sweating maybe just a little bit, but TTK is close to the Eye of Agamotto. Delena too, just nearing up on the ultimate that we've mentioned before. It would be the second time around, as Alani Wind also have that BRB that you have to consider with Chenzo being on that rocket from the very beginning. Nice little stun though. It's hit onto 2. No follow-up here as the Phoenix ultimate come in, and now you've got to bring up what goes down as Jalen tries to yeet down that Meteor M. Doesn't find Delena, and Delena gets healed all the way back to health as TTK with the Eye of Agamotto gets to find some isolation here from the back, and Terra's holding forward as the strategists get dismantled from Alani Wind.
Yeah, everyone just playing their own game at this point, but to perfection. You had Delena trying to survive, does so perfectly, and then TTK handling his business with the ult, and they only used 2 to get that point. Alani Wind had to use a good amount to stay alive. They have plenty to respond with, but good response from 100 Thieves with only a minute left to push through now point 2.
I love this skin, by the way, for Human Torch. I love it. Love the fact that whenever he ults, the shirt just burns off. Love Johnny Storm as Sarah now with that ultimate online. Just looking for an opportunity. Vinny 2, Harvey, Millennial. Nice little stun though. Finds onto Vinny and Vanellia before re-engaging now. It's a Supernova as Logan gets the copy onto K-Jules, who now is going to be able to utilize that Eternal Bond first to keep everybody in Alani Wind alive. And then he rallies everybody together though with the Mantis ultimate, and it's just a slow poke fight here just of survivability. They were delaying the inevitable, and now that Harvey has the invisible boundary, they saved that for last, which they're just going to peel away and waste that away from Alani Wind, who won't have any answers to deal the 100 Thieves damage onslaught.
And right now it just feels like they're holding them back as much as they possibly can and staggering the ult to the best of the ability, and it's working somewhat, but really they don't have an answer for what is this constant, as you say, shirt off, game on of Human Torch just punishing them. Delena now with that quick follow-up, Harvey and everything clicking on all cylinders for 100 Thieves here. 2 minutes left. This is not what you want if you're Alani Wind, and it's okay. Got to reset. We've seen it do it before, but you can tell 100 Thieves is playing lights out.
Was it worth the ban onto the Venom from Alani Wind, onto ban onto the Emma as well as the Luna? I mean, you have to imagine with the pick and ban phase 2, a lot of these teams have said it in interviews themselves, like how that sets up the pace here. And this is the final game between both of these teams that are tied 1-1 apiece. And at the moment, 100 Thieves walking the dog here on the payload, while Harvey still has that invisible boundary, and TTK with the Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, it took a couple games to realize they got to respect Invisible Woman from Logan, but now they've got what they want in strategist front. Chenzo now trying to get an early pick for the team in the backline. Vinny just being a nuisance, by the way, Vicky. Constantly back there, and they're unable to deal with it. That draws the eyes off their main tanks and unable to do their job to what they can do. Terra throwing down the pressure. Jalen now gonna counter with the defensive ball, but not getting anything out of it, and he's gonna pay the price, but does find the lantern to stay alive.
Goma 2 with the extermination, though, is going to force 100 Thieves to back away, find some respect, and burn more of their time. But they still have 2 minutes, less than 35 seconds on the clock there, too, as Harvey's still holding onto that invisible boundary. And Delena finding the headshot, dinks onto Goma out of the air right after that ultimate is done. Meanwhile, Vinny walks up for free, cleaning up on aisle 3, and the way that 100 Thieves have been not only holding onto Harvey's ultimate, but the damage output has just sent Alani went back to the spawn room gates.
They said lock in, and everybody took it seriously. I mean, every single role played perfectly. They got the close off of the portals. GG. They're going to push the point, and this thing is going to be all... But, oh, no, we do have a Wolverine quickly. Little Logan stall. Great job getting through. Oh, just enough.
No.
No. Oh. No. That's rough. I mean, that's perfect play. That's a perfect finish.
Including which side you're on.
Dang. Oh man, well,
You'll need a
you gotta take it here. Honestly, you just gotta GG go next. But to highlight the positives of what we just witnessed from 100 Thieves right there, I'm thinking here, Cozy, if you're Alani Wind, the one thing that would help them re-stabilize in a lot of these fights had to come down to very strict timing of the God of Mischief duplicate onto getting an Eternal Bond and then cycle through the Eternal Bond with K-Jules, and then Goma would come in and help them out too. But the Ultron getting deleted out of the air from an Adam Warlock snipe was just a lot to handle there too.
Yeah, and here's the thing. They were going to go with the Torch, right, which calls for the Ultron. Goma's going to play the Ultron,
Right.
but Goma, we saw what he could do on Jeff, so now it's like you've got this kind of force in a comp, and that's what 100 Thieves wanted to do. That's their game plan from the get-go, and to what we highlighted, that triple sup with Loki, Logan now playing that role. And so you're kind of seeing exactly what they want. We actually have 4 strategists up right now, the Benny, as they are just kind of trolling with their pick, but I've got to say, they can still win this. It's very tough, but 100 Thieves, after that first point, they did not blink. It was all gas from that point on. We'll see what they can pull together here, what 100 Thieves or Alani Win decides to flex into. But I think it's going to be more of the same. No, okay, we do have the Star-Lord going out here and the Jeff. So that's what I thought might happen. They might switch it up.
See if this works out here for them with that switch up with Chenzo going back over to the Star-Lord. And seeing here, wrapping around, trying to clear that next angle with Terror being the menace that he is from the skies right now. Has that power up too, because they did not ban out the Mantis, which is what I was very afraid of when I was seeing the pick and ban phase. And Millennia being able to get away still on this Mantis has just been terrifying with the damage output that we're also seeing from Terra.
Hey, you know, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. They nearly won map 1 with this lineup, so I do like the switch from what they're rolling with here. Delina's going to be the key to take him out before any rushes happen. That's serious. Also, obviously, Terra being a menace in the skies. Logan, we'll see what he can do on Ultron. We've yet to see this much, as it's just absolute damage being thrown down from Terra. Playing around this wall perfectly, combined there with the constant, not only Harvey team up, but that Guardian Shield keeping him up and healthy.
Exactly, because you have that just to get out of line of sight, just trying to poke around the other side of that wall, but it isn't enough because Necrise recognizes the situation and immediately focus down on Terra, as Millennia is the next one to go out here. Necrise following up beautifully to get also another 2K off of Logan, keeping everybody from Alani Win alive.
I gotta say, I mean, I love that they wanted to go with the torch play with Ultron, but I don't know what we want. This is what's working for the team, right? Logan playing a good Ultron at that. Here comes the portal. You know, they know what's coming. We know what's coming here. They're gonna see if they can body block a little bit, and they the point was a tad there, Vicky, but they do make their way through. TTK, oh, it's gonna get
what?
Oh, he can't get through. He'll get through. He's not gonna have enough time though to get to the edge of this. He's just gonna have to throw him as far as they can. Oh, he does it.
Oh no. You thought you seen the last of me. TTK walking up menacingly, has the bubble to protect from the Psionic Seduction. It was a nice little attempt there off the play, and Necrise was ready with the Psionic Seduction, but we talk about a trade-off of the Vanguard. Both TTK and Necrise going down almost at the same time, while the Legendary from Chenzo now helps him sustain with the Eternal Bond at his feet. But then you have the Freedom Charge from Vinny, just trying to showcase, all right, we have a Captain America too, and Vinny rallying behind the rest of 100 Thieves are trying to waste even more time away from Alani Wins.
Yeah, and just completely won that with the Rezzle. I mean, they did so much. Alani Win had to use literally everything, Vicky, but it was all deleted from Delina, and being able to just get the team right back into it here. We're going to see if Logan can get the final pickoffs here with Extermination. Good, just, ooh, survivability from Millennia. Here comes Yagamoto. He is going to land one. It's on the Venom. He gets the Ultron too. Both fall down, and so does a lot of the hopes for Alani Win fans. There's a minute 15. They got to reset, but Terra's not even going to let them.
Oh no, this is so much time wasted away. This also right here, when you get the cart very close to that first checkpoint, trying to regain control of the cart before now 100 Thieves builds into this next set of ultimates, it's going to be so difficult, and that's with Delena about to have that karmic revival.
All right, we're now seeing kind of the backs against the walls. We got Goma now switching over to Wolverine to try to switch things up. Jalen's now on Groot, so they're kind of pulling out the last stop to stay in the upper bracket. These teams have been neck and neck, Vicky. Both of them easily deserving to move on in the upper bracket. Will it be the favorite 100 Thieves or the new dog in town, Alani Win, as Goma looking to slice and dice for his prey? It's Vinny, a constant highlight in the backline. You can see him here just causing a nuisance to this team. Jalen has the imprisonment. This is going to be the big ult to decide at least this point here, as he's going to try to throw down something, backing up from the invisible boundary now, pushing in, and guess who has a Delina with the res?
Oh, there we go. I was going to wonder here, because CTA going down first means that they can still come right back around when Delena puts themselves in that better position, bringing back Millennia too. And with the Groot hug, Goma's still finding some of these picks. They're still having the damage output, as Chenzo with the timing may have just saved Alani Win to get this game going, to keep it running. And when they needed him, he came through to perform.
Okay, guys, we're in bonus time now, but guess what? Alani Win has to play nearly perfect. 2 minutes to get this point. We saw 100 Thieves do it. It's great that they're keeping this story folding and going, but they used everything. They used everything. I mean, they have They've got Berserker Rampage. I mean, they're going to have to get everything out of this Logan and Goma ult here. Necrise is coming close. Actually, I take that back. They have what they need here. Vinny, though, with that ult, is going to have plenty of sustain. This is going to go into yet another overtime bar, Vicky, even if they get this point.
And they swap right back over because 100 Thieves wanted to recontest, so they had like the triple Vanguard with the Doctor Strange. They swap back over to the Strategist now here too, and the Supernova coming out from Terra to just deal that extra damage output. Goma and Logan have those ultimates. The God of Mischief just waiting idly by to try to copy the Eternal Bond eventually to keep everybody alive. But right now, they're just peeling away and separated from the Supernova, and Goma with the timing, trying to get that isolation as Vinny's the first one to go out.
Yeah, they're doing exactly what Alani would try to do at this part of the point, but they didn't have the offensive firepower to match it. But they are pushing right around this. This is what you want. We've seen 100 Thieves win on this part of the map a million times, though. This is the hardest part. The spawn is so close. You have to play perfect. Jalen does have the imprisonment. This is going to be it. Can the Churi speak volumes for an otherwise quiet hero now, as Shinzo looking to get that Phoenix ult as well. They're going to go for the Wombo combo, and their chances to advance to the winner's bracket continues. They've got what they want.
They just have to stay alive, and they have the double strategy ultimates to do exactly that as Millennia rallies everyone together. TTK with a slight stun. Goma gets put to sleep. Millennia with a very clutch pick onto Goma with the Eternal Bondo, keeping the rest of Alani win alive. They're going to cycle through that. And K-Jules, and now with the Groot hug trying to catch somebody up on the high ground. It doesn't find that same success as Harvey was waiting idly by with the invisible boundary.
I mean, that ult was for everything, and unfortunately, it did not get what they wanted out of it. And then to match, they used the Phoenix not to capitalize. TTK, by the way, is just popping off. Top tier kid. Yep, we're seeing it right here. Goma with the early pick now, trying to get back to his team. This is so unfortunate for Alani when a team that's played so great, but you have to be great to win against 100 Thieves, some of the best in the business. Time is going down, 15 seconds, plenty to reset. Shinzo switching to Strange. Portal coming out here for one last fight, but everything's been used.
Yeah, they have to have the protection too. They know that they're going to try to portal in desperately here. This is the first time we see them trying to do it, at least for this time around, is they're going to be able to get right back in. They have to recontest. They do it right on time with that 1 second. The portal opens up. That is crazy.
I just watched that Emma disappear in real time here. Shinzo does get the opening. Oh my goodness. But the board again. This has been the story of 100 Thieves that keep this team alive again. Goma getting a slice. The whole team coming right back into the action, though. You hate to see it for a team getting the stats, getting the picks, but it's the strategy and the team coming together. And these reses, Vic, that have been so huge for this team. TTK now just trying to get this Venom out. Does get it so. Seduction happening. Backing in. Rotating in. Overtime bar up. Necrise now to try to get this team rolling. Goma's got the Berserker Rampage. Oh no.
They're not getting picks. They're not getting these KOs that they need. Instead, it is 100 Thieves that are in the driver's seat, finding those necessary picks, splitting up the attention from Alani win, but it's just enough to build into these support ultimates. Logan with the God of Mischief after utilizing that Eternal Bond, he gets taken to sleep as K-Jules also comes in, but Goma gets shut down almost immediately at the hands of Vinny, who's about to have the Freedom Charge to stall.
This team is not going to go out quietly. They've got 2 Eternal Bonds keeping them alive. Keep in mind, these teams can keep coming back. Now you've got Necrise. He's going to try to pull off. Oh, no, he got slept. Jalen loses the ult. That's a big one. That was going to be a huge capitalized follow here now as Shinzo trying to push his point out. They've got to stay on it. 1 tick left. A sliver trying to go. Vinny being the story that we've seen so far. This is Marvel Rivals at its finest, folks.
Swimsuit Logan, though, in the Loki here, trying to hold back while Goma is doing the rest, taking out Vinny, taking out Terra, and now it's the Chenjo So with the Star-Lord ultimate to get this second checkpoint. We are here to deliver for our 3rd series. Alani win, not going out.
Man, I am a fan of this team now. I'm telling you, I'm not even kidding you. I knew nearly nothing of this team last time because we didn't get to see it, Vic. We frankly did not get to see what this team's identity is, and now I'm seeing it, and I love it. This is so fun to watch here as they push in. They have 1 minute and 8 seconds. They cannot afford any misplay here. No ults not to match. Team has to play perfect here as they're moving in. Jalen has that ult, though, ready to rock. That was canceled earlier.
See if we can try to capitalize too, because Logan already has that Eternal Bond. I say Eternal Bond, but God of Mischief to copy that Eternal Bond. And the Silent Seduction now is answered by Millennia, who has been on fire with these sleeps too, but going to be able to rally 100 Thieves together to go through the Silent Seduction, hold their feet on this point. And here comes that Eternal Bond from Logan after getting that copy.
Stand in your way.
Omen now slicing, dicing. That internal bond's going to help. They're going to lead the path, paint the path to victory as K-Jules has that ready. Now we've got a huge pick. Logan getting 2 out of the way. This is exactly what they needed to do with 23 seconds. Point, though, needs to be pushed as now Nightcrise is taking down both. It's perfect play, but there it comes again. Delina, 99%. Here comes the Born Again. They've got to find this guy. Can't let him get away with it again with Spawn so close.
The win condition here that they need to try to narrow down on too, because 100 Thieves are about to have so many ultimates online, minus Millennia really, and Alani win too, right? Trying to recontest as Goma also slowly approaching, having that Wolverine ultimate ready to go. The last stand is this is the last opportunity with overtime ticking away.
Eternal Bond coming out now as Terra's trying to rain down the fire, but the Extinguisher is hitting it, and oh my gosh, what a block. There goes the Meteor. Jalen staying alive. Overtime yet again. All 3 points. Goma going up, going down. TTK is out. 100 Thieves is on the brink of losing point 3. It's going to tie this thing up. Vinny now throwing down what he can. They do get close to the pick. Delina getting the res on TTK. This is as close as you get with both teams pushing everything towards it. Logan 2% for ult. Look for that now as they keep the team alive.
Talk about the timing, though, on that res suit from Delina after we just win to TTK, getting forced out of the invisible boundary. And here comes Chenzo now finding Terra, though. Alani win have the number advantage for right now. Chenzo taking a good amount of that pressure, but Goma being on this Wolverine has changed everything for Alani win. Final game situation, final fight territory potentially here with overtime ticking away. But with Alani win wiping the floor from 100 Thieves, they get to keep the dream alive.
I cannot believe what I just witnessed. I mean, they had to play perfectly, Vic. They had to play perfectly, and that they did. What an inspiration of a team to watch these guys come and try to punch up above the weight that they have with 100 Thieves. This is what Rivals is all about, and it always delivers, and that's why I love this freaking game. 3-3. Here we go. It's overtime, bonus time. Let's see what we get.
Cozy, I'm going to be super real right now. Like, that second checkpoint, when I saw them miss the win condition wombo combo that they needed to lean into, it was the Groot strangling Prison into the Phoenix ultimate, and then they still had that 1 second to recontest after making the swap that just won them that opportunity. Like, that is, like, talk about timing. This is what I love this game for, right? It's a game of counterpicking everybody. If one ultimate doesn't work, you still have the opportunity to build up another set of ultimates and make those individual plays.
Get ready.
Yeah, and Goma, you know, you saw him as the shark. Okay, how about a Wolverine? How about another animal? This man is absolutely dangerous. And we're starting to see now Chenzo, him together, this deadly duo of what they can put together here. Now we've got what is going to be this next comp for them, right? We've got to see if Alani win. They get the chance to see what they can do with a minute. This first point, they actually played very good on defense here. So we'll have to see how far they can truly push it. It took the full time, though, this last push. Let's see what happens.
And I just feel like this entire series has just been whiplash in the best way, though, honestly. I never thought I would say that in one sentence, but it's been working out here, and getting to see high-level competition within Marvel Rivals has just been so enjoyable. Alani win now with Chenzo being here on the Phoenix is already taking up to the skies to split some attention away from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they got to find Delina. I mean, obviously, I don't even know if Delina can get the ult in this res time, but you're going to see plenty of overtime happen here. As Terra knows, he's got to put it on his shoulders and do what he constantly does for this team. Goma slicing, dicing, has to get out of there. Passive is going to be popped early. That's actually pretty big. Lanterns out early. A lot of big cooldowns being used for Alani win. Now, as you're seeing 100 Thieves back up perfectly here and rotate here. Now, looking at the ults, they're going to get close. If Alani win can get to these strategist ults, they're going to be able to keep this thing rolling, and they're getting close, Vicky.
For a long time, too, you're going to have that double Eternal Bond eventually cycled through side by side, and now getting that dive down, trying to isolate Logan. Logan is just going to be able to get that even faster as Chenzo calls out Terra for overextending. Talk about putting them back in the place as 100 Thieves now are down a member. Vinny, though, evens that up and tries to punish Chenzo. Here's a silent seduction that was built up rather quickly right now for a neck rise, and Logan will be able to come right back in with the Eternal Bond once Alani win needs it.
Yeah, this is why the Wolverine's here. You got to get rid of Vinny, who's just been a nuisance back here. Both duels overextending and both paying the price, but one has a much shorter walk back here. TTK has the Meteor, and he knows he wants to clutch it up with the Spaceball special pushing forward. Logan, K-Jules can't afford to go down. They've got to communicate who's going first. Overtime ticking, but this is exactly where Alani Win loves to see it. Terra throwing down 89%, building up that tornado, getting close. They know the focus, who to take down. Here comes Eternal Bond. Here comes the big Meteor. Slam down, no connection.
Does not find Logan, so the Eternal Bond is still out, and they'll have K-Jules as well, unless they isolate K-Jules, but the timing is there as the Eternal Bond comes out. Not enough to save Logan, and the board again as it radiates through the stadium here. Delena brings Millennia back, and Harvey has that invisible boundary for that sustainability. With overtime ticking away, Alani Win doesn't have the same sustainability that 100 Thieves does.
It's Chinzo midair, and the absolute exclamation point that is tough. There's the Berserker Rampage.
What?
He gets one, but there's TTK barely staying through this thing. TTK back into it just fine. There's a sliver on the clock. Necroise, though, gets the Lantern and the Seduction. That's massive to keep this team in it, Vicky. And on a shorter walk back. They're back here, Vicky. They're ready to go again.
That was insane from Goma, by the way. That was a sacrifice well necessary because they got rid of the Invisible Woman from Harvey, and they were able to get rid of the Invisible Boundary that allowed Necroise to open things up with the Silent Seduction, but it's not going to be enough unless the 1 second they touch. We are going far. That is insane. I cannot believe how clutch every single time Alani Win has been with these retouches.
Yeah,
body block. Oh, the body block.
Oh my God.
3, 2.
This team, this Alani Win team is playing as good as they could. I mean, they're playing as well as they could outside of clearly the first push of 3 where they had way too much time on the clock. But we got to see what they can do on defense, Vic. That's insane. 100 Thieves just showing who they are.
The body block from that slight second. Too from Vinny. Oh, they had Eternal Bond too, but man, that was tough. I mean, yeah, they were still touching on the point. They were trickling in, but it's difficult when your team is split up in the middle of that portal.
Vinny has been one of the unsung heroes of this win because he's constantly in that back line, forces the Wolverine swap, but also just clutched it up there. I mean, almost fully. Got the last 2 picks to get things rolling. I'm blown away. I'm blown away by both teams, and really just to show 100 Thieves resolve and being able to handle this. But you got 3 minutes, right, that they've got to hold here nearly, and so definitely have their work cut out for them. The comp, they're going to have to make a special comp for this situation, right? You know, Vic, they've got to look at what can they use, you know, to try to help. And it's going to come down to a lot of different timings, and one of the biggest ones being Strange. That portal coming back, they're going to have to make this 2 fights when it's going to be close to 1.
It's definitely, I wasn't expecting this to go down to the wire, but you know what? Here we are. As now Alani Win being on the defense. Talk about making some of these adjustments. Jalen's being back on that Venom here too. Logan's still sticking to that Loki this time around. Goma on that Wolverine and 100 Thieves. Wrapping up around the other side. They are really prioritizing Delena, really relying on that Adam Lorlock res as they're going to try to take their time, but they don't have a lot of time here. I mean, rather, they do. They have 2 minutes and less than 40 seconds, but it's about the distance that they need to get to that finish line.
And they're pushing the heck out of this thing here. Chinzo trying to find the main captain of Terror to get him down early, and they can't make any mistakes here. I mean, if they get wiped and in bad timing, it's going to be all but over for the team. Soulbound is out. Terror is out of his leash, but Chinzo does get the trade, so you lose the support, but you get rid of the big threat here. That's going to buy them a little bit of time, but massive at a big health disadvantage here as they're slicing, dicing. Goma now building up, getting a good job getting that pressure forward, forcing 100 Thieves to do somewhat of a reset. Terra, though, is going to be back. He's already in the sky, ready to go for his team now, as we're going to have a bit of a longer walk back for the strategist.
Look at this positioning right now. Vinny's doing everything Vinny can to try to dismantle that backline from Alani Win. Terra on point, though, is able to shut down Necrise, while Necrise was in the middle of that Psionic Seduction. Here comes Logan, but they've lost out on the double Vanguard, and it's not looking too hot here, but at least with the Eternal Bond, they can stay stalling on the point for as long as possible. Meteor M, though, it needs to hit its mark, and it misses up in the air, while the Phoenix Ultimate comes down and slams onto the ground. Chenzo here tries to do enough damage to get follow-ups, but it's not following up.
Yeah, they needed something to give there, and unfortunately, they're not going to be able to get through there, but Necrise is going to get that portal back to get their team ready. Look at how many people are so short on the clock, ready to jump in this thing. They lost the Venom. Goma's back now. They're switching to Iron Fist, getting everyone who could just sustain it, but no, it's the Tornadoes.
Oh, no.
Somebody find the Extinguisher, or it's going to be putting out the flames. That is Alani Win's hope in the upper bracket here. It's one after the other. It's 100 Thieves doing what they continue to do, and that is win.
3, 2, 4.
It was an amazing fight. Alani Win's only win condition at the very end there was really relying on K-Jules from having that eternal bond, and the portal was no longer there, and there was not much sustainability beyond what was eventually the stalling and then the staggering away from Alani Win. As 100 Thieves, though, in a difficult situation here, were able to make the adjustments that they needed, but it was very difficult in a very unexpected matchup.
That's as close as you get between all three matches. I mean, it's so hard because there's no moral victories in this game. You can say we played great. Alani Wind, I'm sure, is so pumped. And I think all of us are happy for how they played. But they lost, right? And 100 Thieves, they come away. Doesn't matter what it looks like, Vicky. It comes down to the W or the L, and 100 Thieves getting that solid W. Obviously, Terra. I mean, Terra just being such an anchor for this team, someone they can rely on to be that carry moment. But Vinny is my kind of like hidden highlight player that I want to shout out.
Yeah, and then TTK too, right? Like, even though we didn't see just 100% accuracy with those meatballs, you know, slammed down and trying to find these eternal bonds, Vinny was still TTK was very on point with the bubble specifically to help out Terra too, as well as the fact that the backline was trying to get dismantled. We did see that Venom come out eventually from Jalen's when he had made that swap up, trying to see if he could try to isolate some of these picks, and it didn't really work out here, while Vinny, on the other hand, was getting away with it, because then you have some help from Terra, so you're looking not only behind you, but to the skies as well.
Yeah, in all three matches, you could say one same thing happened, and that's Adam Warlock, Delina was always available with their res. I actually don't think they stopped the res one time, Vicky.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
And that's where we saw the stats flip, right? You saw Alani Wind oftentimes play better. I mean, period. But we see that in sports all the time. Sometimes the team that plays better doesn't win. And it comes down to one key thing. That's a big thing that really helped out 100 Thieves get right back into the fight, play a little bit more aggressive, and Delina just hats off to the awareness.
And it's the timing of when that one key thing happens too, right? You get away with all these reses, and that is why 100 Thieves were leaning so much into this Adam Warlock composition that they rolled out with, even with Chenzo having the AoE Star-Lord damage ultimate too, and just making sure that you could try to shut them down. Sometimes it wasn't enough before you're able to get the reset here that we saw from 100 Thieves. And also, this is kind of what we've been talking about before from the other teams, from what we've seen across different regions, the triple strategist really coming in clutch there too.
Yeah, by the way, shout out, love that we have Millennia's photo up there with the team. Rightfully so, deserving there instead of the Adam that we had. But I got to say, I know that this team's going to be frustrated because they won. They're happy about that. But I know these guys. I've talked to them, been around them plenty, and we might even see it. I'm sure we're going to see it in the interview. They expect way better from themselves. They know who they are, and I know that they're happy with the win, but they want to go back to the drawing board and see how they can clean this thing up. 61k damage, though, that's not one thing they've got to address.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, let's talk about it. He is Torch, I guess, in this case here, because Terra, if it wasn't the Bucky, it was the Human Torch at the very end that they were waiting for. And everyone's wondering, where does Torch lie in this current meta composition that we've been seeing from a lot of these teams? Well, there you have Terra, and also you have the protection from TTK sometimes on the bubble, depending, and then you have Delena as the second insurance policy. And this economy will take it with the Karmic Revival, and it helped them out a lot. But again, what was it with the timing, with the way that Alani Win was playing, that made this go down to the wire?
Yeah, I think, Vic, too, they really got the comp they wanted, right? You had not only the Torch, which ultimately was saved by Alani Win, but they had the Invisible Woman team up, right? And on the flip side of that, you had the strategists all banned for Alani Win. So they had to adapt, and hats off, they adapted very well. Clearly, whatever they had for that first team was awful. The first push was not the team that they wanted. And then they adapted. They got Goma on Wolf, and they figured that out. But it was won a lot in that pick and ban, and that's where a lot kind of came together. Now, we're going to bring in Millennia, who was the sub for this team back in China. Now this man is on the roster and doing great things. Please welcome in Millennia. What's up, buddy? Good to see you again. Good to talk to you again.
Yo. What's up? I'm glad to finally back, bro.
Yeah, hey man, it's good to talk. I remember in China, you're like, hey man, we'll be back, we'll be here, and glad to see you again. I got to say, obviously, that is as close as you get. And there's times that, Alani, when they played very well, but you guys just continue to show the brand of 100 Thieves, the bend don't break. Tell me the difference of this team than from when I talked to you in China, Millennia.
Well, I mean, we're obviously in China, the meta was very, very not us. We hit it off for so long. Don't play triple res, don't play triple support. We tried everything in our power to not do it, but sadly the meta makes us so that we have to adjust. So I think I had to be played in again because I'm a DPS player, so it becomes more natural to learn these DPS supports faster. So yeah, I mean, we just know the meta now, so it's as simple as that.
Yeah, I saw those sleeps. I saw what you were doing out there. Very on point with your sleeps, especially on that last map there too. I need to ask. I mean, I personally, like Cozy and I, we were not expecting to see this look from Alani win. Like, we know that these are players that were coming in, you know, as a different look of this team. How are you guys feeling after that? I mean, that was too close for comfort, is what I would assume for you.
I mean, yeah. I mean, we troll. I think we should have won second map, but we did some trolling, so we should definitely look at that in the VOD review. But no, I don't think their team is that bad. They're probably of the quote unquote tier 2 teams. I think they're probably the best team. Like, when it comes to the Inter-G, YFR, YP, all those teams, I think they're probably the best one out of all of them. So maybe they could level up, you know.
They went 0-2 twice in the first stage round. I think they definitely proved they were different this time around. I think you guys did very well in the pick ban phase as well, just targeting what Logan was on Invisible Woman. I got to shout out you, Millennia, because people don't give you enough credit. You come in, you're subbed in China, you go in and do a role that's not your usual role, and you do great at it. And then you're coming in now as this Jeff, buddy. You got a, yeah, this is what I wanted to show exactly here. This was a match-winning Jeff ult to get what was going to be a full res back. I mean, that was massive for the team, bud, and to come in and flex like this is incredible, man.
Yeah, I'm still learning, but I'll get it down.
Yeah, you're honestly, it's a crazy pop-off. I mean, I want to ask you, with your thoughts on like the tier 2 teams, do you think a difference maker is having an analyst or a coach? Because I feel like everything was fantastic, and then the pick and ban phase happened, and I was like, this may actually be GG at this point too, with the way that a lot of these pick and ban phases work.
It makes a lot of difference, I think, having being able to have a salaried signed coach and assistant coach or anything, just anyone that can give their ear and they have the experience. I think it's really important. It helps out the team a lot. So shout out to Remix.
Well, y'all put on so far the match of this group stage seeding. I mean, that was as close as you actually get in Rivals, and it was just a joy to see, fun to watch, and cool that I've gotten to know your whole team a lot better now. As you look forward, you'll be going against, I would say, yet another team that people weren't exactly sure who this team is. But what do you think about Extinction here and another T2 team, as you'd put it?
Who's on that team?
Well, I think that is
I don't know.
You have
I think we should win.
Yeah, you got some of the. Okay, all right. Well, hey, you got
we'll be really hated if we lose that one. You gotta win.
Well, buddy, that sums it up pretty well, and then you're bound to. It's always, I'm telling you, you can change a lot, but it always ends up being Sentinels and 100 Thieves somehow going up in the rival. You know, that we've seen. The teams look different. You guys, though, I do want to highlight this before we go. It's been cool to see that for the most part, y'all have been the most intact roster, even through all of Roster Mania. Does that speak to you guys as a team and as a unit?
I mean, yeah, we're not like once we lose something, so we ruin the whole thing, just change everything. We're gonna sit here till we're done. We're all together, bro. Simple as that.
Heck yeah, man. Well, go celebrate with the team. Enjoy the win. Tell Tara, Vinny, the boys what's up.
Let me show you something. Let me show you something real quick.
Yeah, let's see what you got. Oh boy, this always puts me on the edge. Oh,
we know what we got. We got that little C. We got that little C. You know what we got.
Hey. Reach, little C is off the handle, man, but I've had many in my day. Enjoy the pizza, enjoy the victory, and thank you for sure. Honestly, that's the highlight for me. We need to make a highlight of that. That was plenty, everybody coming on in. Enjoy the win. We had 100 Thieves taking down Alani win, and we'll see you soon. Hopefully interview you soon.
Of course. See ya.
All right, guys, we are going now, Vicky. Oh, man, the pizza. Now I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Hours, and I'm dying, and I see that little C, too. I mean...
You know what's crazy, too? I was actually thinking about some pizza right before he popped that out. I'm like, oh, my, why? You know, but it happens, and he deserves it after a very intense, close series that we've had.
Are you a little C defender, or are you more of a Hut?
I'll be real. I actually really just prefer like the mom and pop ones. If I could find a mom and pop one, you already know. You already know.
Yeah. Let's see it. I love to hear it, guys. Well, enough pizza talk for us. We do have something sick to show you guys here in just a moment as we talk about what's going to be probably the best match in match 4. But before that, let's take a look at the PS4 and Rivals. Season 4 is now available on PlayStation 4. And so we've seen the evidence. Yes, the strange portals, they handle just fine here. And rock your Angela and soon to be Daredevil on PlayStation 4.
Love to be able to see now that PlayStation 4 users could join in on the fun with Marvel Rivals now being available on the PS4.
Absolutely here, and love to see this game expanding more and more. What will be next? Maybe the Game Boy. We'll have to see now as we head into match 4, guys. If you thought that this last match was entertaining talent-wise, this is some of the best of the best. You've got Dreamland, the team that just won the MRC versus another great. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, reset, refuel, maybe have some little C, and we're going to see you guys after this quick break.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. The arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, wishing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up in your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up and your pride raising, resistance smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals.
Well, howdy, folks, and welcome back to match number 4. It is hour 4 for us here as we head into what is definitely talent-wise going to be cinema. We have Odyssey. You guys might know them as Ego Death from last time, one of the fan favorites, versus Dreamland, who was the MRC winner, and they did it with confidence and a fun team to watch who are dialed in and playing their best rivals, Vicky.
Yeah, and you come off of winning the MRC too. You already know that they're feeling on top, that they feel like they could take on anybody here. And coming into a matchup like this with Odyssey, you talked about it. You talk about how it was Ego Death, and we also mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, Cozy, what we were exposed to last stage 1 in the Americas region. And we got to talk about what this team was known for, and it was the Black Panther.
They were Black Panther, and before Black Panther was a thing. I mean, they definitely caused the ban early for that hero, but Self can play anyone. He only got to play Panther for a little bit, but I say he's one of the best duelists in this tournament. Going to be so fun to watch. And Zatex is that perfect 1-2 punch. We kind of rated some of the duos, and they were one of our highest. Somble is this is a dive-heavy team that likes to play different comps and try to do what they can with that, and they wanted China so bad. I mean, we felt it every time we interviewed them. They were kind of that Cinderella song dance that we saw. Story, I don't know what song, Dan, I know, but at this point they were that team people were rooting for late in stage 1. They're back here, and they're ready to win.
And under a nice org too here, as well as welcoming Baser into this roster, I believe coming from Dark Zero, replacing Far too. So Odyssey having that new strategist, just trying to find that cohesion when they basically have stayed the main pieces of this old Ego Death team together.
I remember Momentum Plenty saying he has plenty of momentum. He was a great strategist. Excited to see them. Now, this is Dreamland. If you didn't see the MRC, you missed out on some absolute fun. Chuckles is one of the youngest in the entire tournament. I believe he's 16, 17 years old. That's crazy. Mace, we know Mace. He's been on several teams and did a great job being that steady foundation and shot caller for the team. But Stinkers, the name is hilarious, but his play is not. It's crazy how well this guy can go off. And he was a deadly Psylocke. So I'm excited to see if we see some of that. Yes, that was before the patch and the nerf, so we'll have to see. And Valentina Eve is one of my favorites to watch as just insanity, Vicky.
Yeah, Valentina Eve has always been like a player that I always like to highlight, because Valentina Eve, with their individual plays in helping the team survive in crucial moments, of course, that's what a great strategist does. But Valentina Eve is also just so very consistent, where we saw very clutch moments coming in. And with the Invisible Woman plays that we've seen thus far, I'm expecting them to keep going here with Valentina.
Yeah, I was about to say Stinkers kind of lost Psylocke a little bit, but then you have Valentina Eve getting the Invis buff. And I said in a Twitter after that match, like, you are Sue Storm. So it's going to be fun to see how this team puts this thing together. And, you know, I know that a lot of this roster was together in phase 1. It didn't end how they wanted to. Now we're back. We have match 4. It is Odyssey versus Dreamland. Both these teams are great, but only one is going to move on in the winner's bracket.
You know what I just realized here, Cozy? Jabori, I believe, also played on the same Dark Zero roster as Baser. So we actually may have that slight little 1v1 side note here just between these two teams, which I think is fantastic with the way that the scene is shaped up thus far as we get ready here for game number 1.
Yeah, and if you go back to Odyssey too, then Ego Death, they gave so much credit to Coach Jitward. That was like their man, right? That really helped get this team prepped and ready. So I'm excited to see, you know, if we see that yet again with this team coming in as the smart team with the pick and bans. But Dreamland, they have what they need as well.
See if they can keep that going here as we get set up for our final series of the day, everyone. It's been 2 days of nonstop America's action here within Marvel Rivals Stage 2, and it's only going to get better with the way that the meta has shaped up after the start of Season 4.
Yeah, fun just seeing new orgs come in here too and get a taste of what Rival's all about. And if last match was any indication for it, we know that it always lives up. Every time there's a hype match, it always gets to the finish. Yes, there's a lot of 2-0s early, but we've been seeing great play and just practice being put into the offstage to the main stage now.
See here how that's going to be able to work together and how they were able to take that away from the MRC going into the action that we've already witnessed. A lot of these players here on Dreamland have that experience here, but Ego Death was just on some other like dark horse level going into stage 1. They want to kind of retain that, especially since there's always, I call it a curse sometimes, because usually when a team that pops off gets picked up by an org, it's sometimes a first tourney curse with that representation. But I'm not going to wish that into the air out here with the way that Odyssey has just put themselves on the board.
Yeah, we are back here now, and I'm excited. I've been waiting months to watch Self in action again. So it's just I just saw, Dreamland and me and Ship got to cast the finals there. It's so fun to watch that team get one out, but I cannot wait to see what this team has cooked up, because when it comes to like scrimming and practice, I know these guys are putting in their reps, and we'll see how this meta responds to their play. Looking at the pick bans, Mantis out on both options right away, and we got the save going to Ultron, Vic.
Okay, this happens to be the tradition that we have seen throughout even our closest series, being our last series. And now going into our final series, that the strategists have been the priority bans and even the priority saves sometimes here, as the Ultron is going to be prioritized, probably expecting to have that triple strategist going into Celestial Husk, which, hey, wait a minute. By the way, Celestial Husk going into
yeah, hey, no Hydra base. We are already having a different for the finale, at least of today. And looking at the homework done, there's Venom being banned. Somble not only was great on Venom when it wasn't cool to be good on Venom. I'm telling you, Odyssey, Ego Death, they were always like doing heroes that were meta before they were meta. That's what I love about them. But Jabrori, I believe, played a lot of Ultron. That's where that save does come in, and they're going to match that exact thing. I believe on their side, sometimes they would have Zatex flex over to that Ultron, sometimes Self. But the ban going for Psylocke is that tip of the cap to Stinkers. Psylocke does not get banned a whole ton right now in this meta, but Stinkers is someone different on that hero.
That is so interesting. Just that also highlights the respect of the target ban that we're seeing from Odyssey, but is it worth it? I'm wondering here, because now you're also going to let the Emma Frost and Magneto maybe go by here, as we're going to maybe see what that last ban's going to be. I'm hoping here maybe the Emma Frost as the next ban comes out for Dreamland.
Dude, they're target banning Sombo right now. I mean, that's right now. That's both of his heroes, and I think we saw the same story last time, that they would focus on Sombo, and Luna is gonna get the ban right now. I like Dreamland's picking bans, Vic. If I was gonna pick one, yeah, I do like the Psylocke ban going, and you are gonna get the save there from Torch. Self plays tons of Torch, so we are gonna see that. And there's the Jeff save.
Talk about homework done, by the way. Dreamland has, I mean, this is a team that had a lot of respect because people didn't know what they were running out with, and this was a very unorthodox team, similarly to how we were highlighting, was it our second series with Rad, and Odyssey is another one of those teams that like to run unorthodox comp, and Dreamland obviously doing their homework here will be able to have the protect over the Ultron and the Jeff together.
Yeah, so we do have Self going, which I love Human Torch on this map. Very dominant and just able to put that pressure on so much. And then you have Momentum now going into the Invisible Woman. So you got that team up. It helps so much with just sustainability in those Guardian Shields. Soko, we saw plenty of Soko on Emma. Now, what does Somble pick? That's going to be my question here, because he is that dive guy, right? At this point, I expect him to go Thor for Pete's sake. I mean, it's like, we'll have to see what he ends up picking, as Celestial Husk is our first map.
Get us a little excited. Maybe go Angela. No, I'm joking. I mean, hey, you know what? After what we already saw, I would be hyped. I would be hyped. But I also feel like this is one of those maps where, like, when you want to lean into Angela, you really want to be able to capitalize off the environmentals too, if you could actually contain it. But there's also very high to low ground disparities in this map too. So we'll see. We'll see what we roll out with here with the Captain America and Venom not being on board, as we get to take a look at the chat predictions. Odyssey, 53%. Dreamland, 47%.
That's fun. That is, sign me up for that. They're razor thin margins there. And honestly, I think that's about right. The talent of both these teams is going to be matched. You have one that's kind of proven, one that's won the MRC, but will they do it on the big stage? Let's find out.
Let's get this going, guys. Our last series of the day as we roll out with game number 1. Dreamland, after their victory within the MRC, have everything on the table here to roll out with some momentum and confidence. And this is what you're talking about too, Cozy. Talk about the Human Torch and being able to play through that middle husk and playing around the sides just allow you to get a lot of that poke pressure down from the very beginning.
Yeah, I like the comp right now for Odyssey. They've got the Atom like we've seen, so they're going to be able to play a lot more aggressive. They have Zatex, who's a great Ultron and Self, so they've got the flying meta down. Chime is going to have to stay alive, and Stinkers is going to have to get the picks. Look for the battle in the air, Vicky, to decide the difference.
Oh my, I mean, the floor is lava, I guess, literally, because Self then isolates Chime. You talk about the fight in the air, and they're taking it to them. Odyssey already in the driver's seat with Self, showcasing what he can do here on the Torch. And you also mentioned, Cozy, the flexibility of Self's hero pool, too.
Selfishly, I've been waiting to watch Self again. I love watching this guy play. Like, he plays at such an elite level because these guys put in the practice. That's what I love about them. Good first cap. You know, we did talk about the curse earlier. Team that got the first cap did lose often, but this is a brand new map. Hey, not Hydra base anymore, as Zatex is going to be looking for some chip damage, has the Extermination ready to roll, and right now momentum is all for Odyssey.
Extermination, though, comes out first from Zatex just to set them up, and look how aggressive he's getting, trying to isolate Valentina, who's literally one shot. No, not much she could do in that case, considering the blast radius from that one ultimate. Even if you try to double jump and you had it, unfortunately, you were a sitting duck, and this even sets things up even better for Odyssey because they've really just been trickling in with this pressure themselves just to force Dreamland back.
Base is Angela now, but I told you this is the battle of the skies. That's why we have the Angela coming out. It came down to who's winning in the air, and Self and Zatex are so hard to take out together. Here's Supernova. We're going to see if Mace can put up any difference against it, but no, it is Self just going off, picking up exactly in the page that we left off right before this team was going to head to China here. Now as Stinkers trying to get out of this as well. This team cannot find anything right now with just full Odyssey going on the journey that is the W.
I'm just not really liking this. Like, they're essentially almost like a forced stagger here. They're trying to regroup, but they're falling one by one, and then as they try to trickle in, they get slapped by these ultimates here. The Cyanic Seduction and Zatex, they have a family, but he looks to his back, and it's a Star-Lord ultimate from Stinkers here that finally tries to wrap up around them for all his hard work to be shut down, because here comes Baser with the res.
That's just awful because Stinkers is their he's the one to lean on here, and all that was erased from the res. This is right now looking like a perfect performance in the air, and you have to give it to this team for getting what they want available. Extermination is ready to go. Chuckles the 1, 2, 3 Chime, finally showing some life here and saying, hey, we won the MRC. We are here to play. As Self now going for the battle of the air. It does lose that, so Dreamland does put up the fight and recaps it, but my gosh, they have a lot of work.
Oh, nice stagger here too onto Sambo. Unfortunately for Sambo, but man, that also started off with Mace having the Angela ultimate spear toss right there before stalling, and then slamming it down at a perfect time to allow the follow. But it took a lot, and it was a long time. The Odyssey still at 99%.
Yeah, and to go through the res as well, Stinkers is getting close to Legendary again, so they kind of have what they need. And this team is, again, going off plenty of momentum and games at a high level, so I like their chances. But Self now going to have to put up a performance that we know that he can, as Chime's throwing down the Extermination, putting the pressure on, but is not able to get much from it here, as Zatex is going to match Vicky and see what they can pull out.
You can already see it with the way that Dreamland also has that Eternal Bond. They can at least keep themselves alive, and that was right through Zatex having that Extermination originally. That had a lot of impact beforehand, and then here comes Self to find Chime. But at what cost when you lose out on 2 of your strategists? So you want that same sustainability, make it 3 with momentum going down. No healing here, so it's another team fight win in favor for Dreamland.
Listen, Angela is playing plenty fine at high level. We can see that clearly here. Nice call from Mace going with a unpopular, uncomfortable pick that really helped make the difference here so far. 60% Vicky, we have seen 4 times the team with 99% first loses. This could be the same result here, but Odyssey, they have so much of what they need coming into it. Valentina Eve has to nail this ult to keep the team alive and allow everybody else to farm up.
And Valentina having that ultimate here, at least you will have that sustainability, but is it going to be enough with everything Odyssey is about to throw at them is the question. They also have to try to take out Baser before he gets that resurrection. It's the invisible boundary, though, to help out Dreamland right through the Supernova from Self. That's going to be that ultimate force out, and they don't have an Eternal Bond. Chime's going to be the closest one to the Extermination. As the invisible boundary goes down, Soko moves up with the Scion of Seduction.
Yeah, I like the seduction here. They're kind of staggering these ultimates here, but they know that this game is going to go a lot longer, as we're going to see, I'm sure, portals and touches. But there goes the close in. Gets the pick on Valentina. That's a huge one at that. Now we've got Somble at Monster Hope. Momentum up and keeping the team alive. But just like that, Dreamland comes back around. We've got Extermination to follow. No teams are going to get anything out of this, get the ult trade-offs, and the biggest thing and takeaway I see is Baser having that ult ready so they can play aggressive here.
The Angela ult, though, he's still so incredibly low, and then you get choke slam. Unfortunate, but the Born again, as Baser has that resurrection, and no one could call him out just yet. Brings back momentum, which is even bigger here, having more sustainability, as Zaytek's about to have that extermination, and is going to try to force back Dreamland, as they don't have answers other than Stinkers having the Star-Lord ult for this next fight.
Now, Odyssey has the point. They have to touch here. They got to keep this momentum rolling. Mace trying to get back to the point. Has played a good Vanguard shuffle up to this moment here. Legendary coming out from their star, Stinkers, trying to get something rolling. Zaytex is barely alive, but he is staying alive as he's pushed forward. Stinkers looking for itself now, going for the strategist instead of the fight in the air. Pushing down, throwing down. One spec left, Vicky, to claim this first point, and it is a close one as Mace gets one. Ooh. Third goes down.
I was just saying, I was expecting this to go to distance because momentum was so close to that ultimate, but the shutdown right there as Dreamland with a huge comeback despite even the stall here coming in from Odyssey. Dreamland are about to try to flip this, but yeah, they're going to have to desperately try to portal in to retouch.
The way that timed out was perfect. I mean, literally couldn't perfect that anymore. The way the Strange came back and the hold there from the ultimate Bruce of Somble. Now we have Supernova going down. That's going to give Self the advantage. This is going to be such a hard point to hold when you've got tornadoes literally in your entire screen. Now we have Stinkers trying to make the difference. Momentum, though, trading down Mace. And at this point, it's going to be Odyssey going to be able to sweep this thing up. And the unfortunate part is they played so great. It's just how it lined up, Vicky.
And that's why, and you don't see it in rank for obvious reasons when it comes to cohesion, but they're still stalling for as long as possible here. But that's why sometimes you'll see Doctor Strange getting banned out in domination match to prevent a retouch, and Self has focused onto Jeff, but Dreamland had used everything they had, including a portal earlier, to try to keep contested. Mace comes in desperately, slams back down, but doesn't have that Angela ultimate. Zaytex and follows up, and it is just a matter of time with the way that Dreamland is just trying to desperately stay on that point.
Yeah, Zaytex, I mean, that could not have worked out better. Zaytex also had an Agamotto, which Zaytex isn't going to play Strange on the next map, so you got to use it anyway, right? So you get the Agamotto to get rid of the ever so stalling a symbol Captain America. So he's ulting at that. That was, it's a game of seconds and inches sometimes, Vicky, and that was the exact case. You saw 1 second tick down. I looked at the cooldowns. Strange was up. The clock was ticking down, and they were able to touch and get the win ultimately.
Yeah, and then you see the reasoning behind the way that Dreamland has been able to take that fight, even making that adjustment, having the Angela, because if it's going to be an air battle, guess what? Angela's just going to be able to disrupt Self, try to protect their own backline, because Self has been trying to narrow down on Valentina Eve, and it's not just her, too. Chime Jabori has been having to deal with that fight up in the air, but we are seeing some changes going into the second round.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Stinkers can put up a better job against them and find them a bit earlier. He was doing that on the second half, and Self, funny enough, him and Zaytex were playing a lot more together in the first half, but Self kind of went towards the strategist the second way around. So looking towards the ult economy, definitely in favor of Odyssey, but close behind, you at least have the Legendary to keep things interesting. We knew this was going to be close, Vicky. We said the talent on both these teams and the desire to win is at a maximum.
See, now being able to play off this high ground already, we were talking about this air battle, but the sign of seduction to start things off from Soko as Stinkers plays a little bit of assassin here over to the side, going to be able to isolate Zaytex and Self falling incredibly low, trying to reposition down on the low ground, getting out of the line of sight. Baser was already in position to allow this karmic revival to come out. All that hard work, it'd be a shame they were to be shut down to allow Odyssey to re-engage.
Yeah, Stinkers is doing exactly what I just said. He has to put the team on his back and win here. They did force the soulbound, which is going to help a ton, but at new res keeps everybody a lot more healthy now as Chime is trying to play his part. No point has been capped yet. This is usually the longest point to cap for multiple reasons here. Now Ensemble keeping the team up with that Hulk slam. Self getting 2 now. It's about to be 3. Can Stinkers get the best of Self? It's close, but that's where Invisible Woman comes up so clutch, Vicky, and it is going to be Self on top.
Self is getting chowed one by one. They are trickling in, and he is just deleting them one by one with help of the rest of Odyssey. And look at this ult economy too. You have 3 ultimates on board. Yes, you're about to have, honestly, 4 for Dreamland here, but they're gonna have to try to cycle through this with the aggression that Odyssey have to force out maybe even a strategist ultimate from Valentino or Jabori.
That's a great point there, Vic. Now, as Extermination comes out from Zatex, and it is Mace, though, with the absolute slam of the meteor to shut down that robot right in its tracks, unplug that thing. Zatex go to spawn, as Self now looking for at least a little survival. Soulbomb going out, has Supernova, going to play some patience here and hide behind all this beautiful coverage we highlighted here in the pick ban phase. Now throwing down Supernova and the pressure, forcing the team to spread apart and get away from this point. Great job and awareness from Self.
And here you have Valentino, though, to try to shut it down with the invisible boundary, keeping everybody of Dreamland alive. And Soko does have that sign of seduction. You want to hold it here with Chuckles having that freedom charge. Stinker finding Zatex next means that Soko's going to want to hold on to that for the next re-engagement, because this is going to go in favor finally for Dreamland.
Yeah, great job not using all too much here. Dreamland recapping 49%, heck of a lot better than the 99 that they just had to fight against here. Looking at it, Stinkers was able to get the whole feed with his last legendary, but Baser was able to ult through it. Well, guess what? We're right back there again. Baser has that res. Stinkers is going to look for the Golden God as they clash here in just a moment.
Wait for it. Stinkers waiting. With that legendary, Odyssey could shut it down, though. I'm looking at Soko and the Sonic Seduction, with Baser getting away with these reses. Getting involved, they have some time here. Dreamland only at 30%. And here starts things off with that Sonic Seduction, wanting to look back at Stinkers. Currently, you have Chime, though, keeping everybody of Dreamland alive and allowing themselves to get a lot more aggressive, because you have the ability to get out of the line of sight of these teams thanks to this high low ground disparity.
A good patience here. I like what we're seeing as Chime now going for Self and gets close to the finish, and Self is somehow alive. No goes down.
Wow.
Allows that aggression, Vicky, and that is what's so crazy. But look at, they find him again. Nope. Self deleted twice in a row at the hands of Chime.
There's no way. Baser gets the Self revive into the res and brings back 2 more, and then Self goes out, unfortunately. But it's a good trade because they lose out on Valentina, who had that invisible boundary at the very end.
I mean, Stinkers is playing the game that he absolutely needs to. This is exactly what you want. 71% and ticking. They're able to flip the script quite easily.
Wow.
Odyssey used so much, Vicky. Listen, we watched a lot of Stinkers, and he was a crazy Psylocke, but man, look at what this guy's doing. We're seeing so much great Star-Lord play, by the way.
Yeah, and we've been seeing it honestly creeping up too. I wasn't expecting this, but and you don't just need a Mantis, right? Like, Stinkers is getting pocketed by Valentina Jabori and still putting in a lot of pressure. You know why? Because that triple strategist with Chime coming in really helps out Stinker shine too.
Self now taking this back angle, trying to at least get that pressure on, but he's not going to be able to stay alive that long. He does force the overtime, but does pay the ultimate price now as Chuckles going in. Odyssey now having to make the decision. Do you use ults here to try to win this thing, or do you hang on for the last round? And they don't have a choice because they are exterminated.
Oh, the pest control was called in, and he is just completely annihilating them like flies here. Jabori having that eternal bomb, Valentina still having that invisible boundary, and they've been holding on to it for quite some time, because guess what? They take that first round, they'll have everything ready to go going next.
That's exactly what you want to see. A team adapt well. I mean, they were obviously getting dominated in the air. And who was it, Vicky? I said they've got to rise up in this second match. They were kind of hinting at it in that first one there, but Stinkers coming to light. 18 final elims, 23k damage, 34 elims. Dang it, that's nasty.
Dude, 23k? Like, the fact that Self has been popping off and getting these great dinks of headshots and has 21 on the Torch here, 15 final. I mean, both of these DPS are obviously going crazy, but Stinkers definitely heard you, Cozy. He has stood up, and I really also feel like that Ultron was helping him out too, following up.
Yeah, Chime played a lot better. I think Zatex played the stronger Ultron that first map, but Chime was the self-hunter on that one, if we're being quite honest. But looking at it, we'll see if Odyssey decides to change their approach, and you can actually see right away that they are going to be going with, instead of Self, he's going to the Atom.
Okay, we're getting a little piece here as Self going over to the Atom also means that aside from the extensive hero pool you got, it's a change up here that they're not expecting. Oh, nice little stun there off that portal after they were trying to go right through there and trying to block off Odyssey from behind.
They were trying to pull into the penny trap is what they just tried to do. They had the penny mines out. They tried to use Valentina to pull them in. We saw that in the MRC. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Style points didn't land, but they tried. Now as Zatex trying to get the early farm here. Mace popping in 97% to the Agamotto, and Jabrori keeping the team alive. You have 2 Eternal Bonds out. Mace trades. Momentum is out of this fight, which is going to be huge for Dreamland, and they've got all the sustain for them.
Let's see the purple and blue, and it's just a double Eternal Bond just bruising everybody with its base are going out first because Stinker comes up to the high ground. And although Valentina Eve is getting focused, they're not looking up on high because Stinker's are just getting away with running down Odyssey.
This could be interesting what Odyssey has to do to win this point, because they did use a lot, but here's, man, Dreamland's in a perfect situation. You have Chuckles with his ult, right? So sustain is about to happen for a good while. This could be close to a 99 gap. I mean, calling it early here. They have a lot. Odyssey will have to play perfect play to get this point, but Dreamland can definitely sustain.
The fact that Odyssey here are just trying to hold on to this, just trying to see if they could try to maybe bait something out here from Dreamland as they're going to start slowly upping up their ultimates themselves. Here comes Zatex with the legendary, giving them a taste of their own medicine. Soko moves up, is going to be able to find Chuckles, and Chuckles is going to hold on to that freedom charge. They didn't really have too much out here to really defend themselves from that legendary, so Odyssey are just going to be able to take control over this point, and Dreamland at least getting some extra credit with the 37%.
Yeah, a bit shocked by that, honestly. I thought they were going to at least try to keep that thing rolling with Chuckles, and now you're kind of sitting here, not on defense. You're back on offense with the Capel, which is fine. But yeah, I understand that you did have the legendary, but thought we were going to see a bit more sustain there potentially, but not. We have Self now with the res, momentum ready. We can trust Self with the res for sure here. As now going down, Valentina even taking down Zatex, pushed up a bit too forward there.
Oh, Valentina's going crazy, by the way, but is it worth it here? You got the res, and Stinker's going to move up Self with a ginormous res. I always have to mention it because it's like, you imagine how deflating it could be. You just pop off, you've used up your ultimate, but Valentina had that invisible boundary at the perfect time. This is what they were waiting for, and Chuckles had just used up that freedom charge right before, and now everything is going to come out unleashed from Dreamland as they were building into this after Odyssey in the last fight used up everything they had until this Eternal Bond comes in to save them.
Yeah, this is such a great point. We saw this from 100 Thieves, right? The team that can go aggressive with Adam, then they all get res back, but can they get eliminated yet again? They're doing a pretty good job in convincing of it, but they have the Eternal Bond to keep them alive, 58% and climbing here, but the entire arsenal was used. Zatex getting close to legendary. Keep your eyes on that, folks. Other than that, Dreamland is a bit away from Jabrori, so expect a 99 here from Odyssey.
Nice little cape here, though. Terror Cape just going to try to back them away as Momentum's forced to drop down, taking so much damage, by the way, as Zatex is about to have that legendary on board, and right now it's really only up to Jabrori to keep Dreamland alive before he gets it.
They're in a rough spot here, Vic. If you look at the ult charge and just what they have in Odyssey, but oh my gosh, momentum does fall. That's the only thing that couldn't happen, just happened. Chuckles takes down Self as well. Those two things shouldn't have happened with what's in the roster, now allowing Dreamland to get that ult all the more. Valentina getting close. Jabrori did fall, though. That's going to help things a little bit. We're at 99, and at this point, Vic, it's going to be close, but Self is getting right there for the rest.
How did that happen, though, in that case, though? Because Dreamland had no answer to that Star-Lord ultimate that could have gone the distance, and now Dreamland were able to build into those ultimates for when it matters. Overtime taking away here, 99% in favor for Odyssey. Tries to slam down with that meter, doesn't find its mark, but it's fine because Mace and Chime, they walk in with the Vanguards fighting these pigs, and Stinkers having a legendary himself. Oh no.
There's
oh no!
Self was waiting for it. The ultimate villain, 40% on and climbing. So very close, but they've got to defeat the one golden god himself. We've seen it all day today, folks. It's been Adam Warlock and the Reses to pay your attention to. Stinkers coming from behind, though, able to get one down. Can he make it two? Looking for it. Momentum, keeping the momentum, and he's got the ult on point.
And now they've used up everything. I mean, both teams have, right? But at 99%, Odyssey still have the advantage, while Dreamland, they're still stalling for as long as possible. And now here comes Mace with the portal to come right back around, and Zatex was still able to find Stinkers before he gets some help.
Yeah, we'll see what this legendary can do. This is going to be the big difference maker. Can Zatex get the legendary to pop off this time as he's forcing them inside? That's going to give them maybe the point cap, but he's going to push. He wants more. He's going for Valentina. They know it. Sombo dives in with him. That's great comms to it. They're in the bubble for protection now, and the point is still somehow not capped. Great job from Dreamland keeping that thing theirs. Now as Sombo gets two, make it three, and at this point they're going to get, oh my gosh, Stinkers has had that point forever, Vic.
Yeah, they've been trying so hard to just manage to plant their feet. I mean, look at this. It went from, what, 30-something% to 95%, and and now Odyssey having Zatex right there, forcing everybody of Dreamland to go inside. They only have that extermination. They just need to retouch as they do right here, trying to go the distance as Dreamland are trying to wrap up Valentina having this invisible boundary. She gets it right on time, allowing Chime to be a little bit more aggressive.
Once again, how did this happen? They used the portal for mates earlier. They could have pushed up. That's crazy. Yet again, Dreamland is able to survive this thing as close as you get in Rivals. They get one. They get two. Self has the res. Here it comes again, folks. You heard it before. And there it is again. Same song, same dance. Let's see who comes out on top now as the Eternal Bond paints the battlefield in both blood and the purple heaven now as Chuckles gets one down. Self goes down. Momentum forward. Legendary comes out. Vicky, this is looking like Dreamland can flip it.
Man, Born Again cry again here because you know you got to keep fighting with their last breath with overtime taken away. And with Mace going down first, no matter how much Mace was trying to isolate the Emma, that is Soko, they get called out first. They get taken out. And with Valentina healing so much, it's not going to have any sort of insurance to keep this team alive. Odyssey now just get to walk up for free even with overtime taken away. And Zatex is just going to clean up whatever's left.
I mean, absolute as close as it gets. Are you not? I mean, the last 4 matches of Rivals we've seen has been insane, Vicky. Absolutely insane. I'm speechless.
It's also like so much crazy timing. Like, we're not talking about like, oh yeah, like at least they have 10 seconds. Like, no. Like, it's been a 1 second case for a lot of situations, as well as very detrimental picks that happen when they matter. Guess what? Self on the Atom took out the enemy Ultron when he was at 99% with the extermination. I mean, that was crazy. I mean, that would have been really the only thing they had to lean onto. But Zatex also was the only one with that aggressive ult, and they knew they had nothing to protect themselves with.
Yeah, no, Zatex turned into the final boss there for sure. And just really good follow-up from Sombo, things that you don't get to see in the back end, right? Of Zatex using the legendary. They're trying to survive with the cloak bubble, and then Sombo capitalizes with them, right? And that is what does it ultimately. Funny enough, we saw a similar matchup against 100 Thieves and Alani win, but the big difference here is that we didn't see the same mistakes made from this team. They were able to capitalize on what, I gotta say, a few times there, Vicky, I was stunned at what was happening in the turnaround of what should have been probably an easier victory, but great job either way. Dreamland's not going to go out easily, and so they do, lose one there, but I can tell you this team is about to punch right back because they've got the players to do so.
For real, I mean, I just, did Baser get punished like once? Like, it was like consistent 5-man reses that we saw, even if Baser happened to go down right afterwards. So it's honestly incredible how often Odyssey was able to recontest after reses like that.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, Dreamland played so well too. Like, through the reses, they were getting like another full rack of eliminations, but was just a little bit too late. They kind of solved the answer of Self, but that's what were we talking about when we went in here, Vic? I was saying this duo, Self and Zatex, is this 1-2 punch that is so tough, but then that undermines these other great players, Soko and Sombo. Insane at what they do. Soko's like quietly amazing. And then, of course, we've seen what we have there with the strategist and momentum and Baser.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I honestly was not expecting Sombo to roll out with the Hulk. And like, mind you, that's like without the Namor on the table, right? Like, we had the Star-Lord from Zatex, obviously, putting in the work, but the Hulk coming out, man, I mean, you gotta make do what you gotta guess if you're gonna get target banned, and he did what he had to, and Zatex being the MVP after a first game.
Yeah, listen, when we watched this team in stage 1, it felt like they were maybe one piece away, Vicky, but not only that they were also the experience away, right? And that they were a new team then. And it takes low lows to get high highs, and you can tell that team went through a huge low. I mean, they were super bummed when they lost, but you can see them come around to the team that they are right now, and Baser coming in really good to kind of help that team out and not have a weak spot. But Dreamland is insane too. Like, that was, they lost that map, but this is going to be a team that goes far as well.
Yeah, literally went down to the wire regardless. Even though, they won that first map, it was literally a round 3 situation here for both of these teams. And that also showcases why it's so important sometimes to have an answer to a Star-Lord ult. But then you have to try to conserve something for that. And that wastes something else when you have Self coming out with the res, so that all that work gets put to nothing if you do not isolate that Adam Warlock, which was from Baser originally before then we saw Self coming in.
Now listen, the lowest seed gets a high seed that earn their way in. Dreamland is that highest seed, and so we're going to see if they can continue to win that matchup. Ego Death of Old, now we've got Odyssey. Don't go anywhere, folks. I guarantee we're in for a good one. We'll be back after this quick break.
I want your soul. Hell unleashed!
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly.
Welcome back, folks. It certainly has lived to the hype. We are in match 4, and it is neck and neck for Dreamland versus what has been such a fun Odyssey team now that we've seen now multiple Ignite stages. I expect both these teams to relock, reload as we look at the pick ban phase going forward here in just a moment. Vicky, what was your biggest takeaway from one of the teams here, both of them, as we looked at two dominant teams?
The target ban Ensemble still getting away with what he wanted on Hulk, I think, because the isolation was there on Valentina, because you have to imagine, you have Mace that was on Angela at some points, we had Chuckles out here on Captain America at the end too, Chime was in the air, and then we had Stinkers trying to fly around too, trying to get into different positions. Who is there to help peel for Valentina if everyone is split up essentially there too, right? So there was a lot of isolation picks there in the back line that could have helped out Dreamland, but also the rotations of ultimates and then that res that would just stop whatever they came out with the Star-Lord ultimate.
Yeah, it's I think both teams had different strengths. I think the edge for the Vanguards I probably would give to Odyssey, but the strategist front I would then give to Dreamland. So it is close. I think the duel is it's fun because they both have hyper carries on the team and Stinker's self. Who lives up to that challenge, right? But yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what map Dreamland picks. I think they like Midtown Central Park. I think that's what they've leaned to in the past. We'll have to see if that's what they decide is the difference maker here. As we head in, we have no prior information, so we'll see in just a moment what map was picked, Vicky. Match number 2.
Ooh, I'm already jamming out. I'm already jamming out. Let's go. We got our Spider Islands coming up very shortly here, and it's going to be a good time here too, because this is one of my personal favorite maps, honestly. Not only is the music a jam, but moving on here also provides a lot of more of that verticality that we just saw in the first game.
I was just about to say, this is the map that highlighted Ego Death that long ago when we saw, yeah, right? So this is kind of it's a tough one to pick against Odyssey. I think they like this map a ton, so we'll have to see yeah, we'll have to see if they end up going dive, and if they try to target Sombo once again. I can almost guarantee you Torch isn't going to make it this time around. You would think so, but they did figure it out towards the end, so maybe they allow it. Okay, they go with the Jean Grey save. Zatex.
Yeah, I like this too, because especially in that first point, everyone's always like clustered up together. And in this case, Odyssey do start on the attack. So you're going to have to break through that chokehold first, where we see the Moon Knight, the Storm usually roll out. Whereas Dreamland, they want to rely on the triple Vanguard, triple strategist hold at first with the rocket to res them back, as we've already seen so many times. But the protection on the Ultron still highlights that we still are probably going to have that vertical battle here. And it's always back to the scene of the crime, it seems like, for Odyssey here on this map.
That's such a confident pick. They save Jean Grey and they're like, cool, we're gonna go Ultron. Like, there's just like chimes, like, that's fine. Luna gets out of there, which is always good just to help out what this team's trying to get accomplished. I'm very curious on this next band here for Odyssey, because this is going to tell the tale of their approach, and they might go with the exact same strategy as last time. We could see, okay, yeah, okay, it's the Psylocke being banned. Stinkers is not going to get that. This is a good map to get rid of Psylocke.
They got rid of the Adam Warlock. The problem, they said here, no more Adam Warlock to worry about here, looks like, as Dreamland now looking to see with the protection on the Invisible Woman, just in case Odyssey wanted to go for any target bans themselves onto Valentina being as good of as an Invisible Woman as she is.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Valentina, you don't often want to kind of one trick a hero, and she does. They can play whatever, but their level of Invisible Woman is next level. As now we see the ban for the Jean Grey, and that's always tough when you have one on your side and you can't respond with it. And so expect Zatex, who I expect to play the Jean, to really feast and look for those neutral fight eliminations. This is a pretty close quarter maps at times. So when you get those melee involved with the sparks, you truly get the ignite that we're in here. Last save going to Ultron.
Staying true to the name, honestly. And yeah, I was going to say, like, Valentina's been a player that, as somebody who was really focusing on just Invisible Woman for Season 2 specifically, it's been a great experience to see how Valentina has been able to stay on top. I saw, like, what, like 3 Valentina accounts at one point, like a season ago or so, like 2 seasons ago, and we get to see our final safe pick, the Ultron, the Invisible Woman, and on the other side, we have the Ultron and the Phoenix, but no Mantis for either side here, seeing how that's going to roll out as they still prioritize a Psylocke, recognizing, you know, Psylocke still being a problem here for Dreamland, so we're going to make sure they can't run it.
Yeah, with the Emma banned as well. And so looking at it, Zatex going to the Moon Knight. That's just to get out of what is going to be the triple Vanguard first hold that we all know and love and see. Now, triple Vanguard is very common. What is not common, Vicky, is a Captain America, Venom, and Angela opening. Don't know if that's what we stick with. That'd be something for sure. Love the Moon Knight play, though. As always, we saw what can happen in that regard whenever we watch teams prior here today. But we head in, guys. Look for Storm. Look for more as we are setting our sights on Spider Island.
I love this map. It's one of the first maps I learned the game with too, actually. And it's just the music is super gas, but also being able to see how our teams are going to be able to make those adjustments as we've seen time and time again. I honestly feel like this is the closest in terms of high-level competition that we've seen a lot of these individual players, aside from just these teams themselves as a unit, have been. I feel like we are literally watching pinnacle Marvel Rivals esports right now.
Absolutely here now. Moving through the first push, we have Soko, and they are backed up a lot here, and that could be because they team comp, but they're trying to go for the early push. Okay, very interesting placement. Okay, if you look at what they are trying to roll, they do have the triple Vanguard, but they are way back than we're usually seeing. But now they're pushing forward, allowing that initial push. Good freeze there to slow things down. They have to get kind of cheeky and tricky here with their approach with this specific lineup.
Yeah, right, because you usually see them trying to hug the point instead, just trying to prevent them from getting any sort of progress. But you see them now trying to move up while Odyssey are looking right behind them. The BRB used up, as you saw right there with Valentina being on the rocket, and then Maze taking to the skies on this Angela. Another interesting pick here, too, because you have more so a grounded Odyssey here trying to break through this choke.
Yeah, I don't know if I love this against Odyssey because they have a good counter to it. Love Sambo on the Thing here, who does play a lot of Thing because, A, that's going to be able to help counter what is going to be this barrage of Angela and Venom. But they're gonna have their work cut out for them for sure. You've seen a lot of Angela and Mace's focus go on that self-elimination and maybe a strategist if they can get away with it. Zaytex now on that Jean Grey as we saw, and there it is right there. That is Stinker's job, probably gonna be Chuckle soon, is to just disturb and disrupt the DPS and strategist backline.
The Chime was waiting to make sure that Self was not gonna get a reset there, by the way, before unleashing the It's Jeff. Everybody, let's see where they're gonna be going, as Chime is gonna just isolate the Luna Snow, and I always say that is a win here after the reach around between Dreamland taking over Odyssey and pushing them back to the spawn room gates.
Hey, what a unique comp, Dreamland, and hats off to you guys for throwing something that we have not seen a lot here. Yes, we get the triple Vanguard and Strategist, but this is a new take on it on Spider Islands, and it's working against this team who honestly is trying to adapt on the fly. How do they even handle this thing? Zaytex now over to Psylocke, does get the 1-2 punch and gets the last lap on Shuckles there, trying to get rid of that beacon, but committing a bit too much time now with the extermination to follow. Vicky, they really have to win this fight here. 2 minutes is plenty of time, but they got to get this thing out of the first push.
And Mace's Angela ultimates were really scary, so good thing Baser right there also had that Luna Snow Fate of both worlds to keep everybody alive, but then the isolation, the Mace shish kebab onto Zaytex, who goes out while almost having to dance a butterfly.
I've got to say, Mace has been playing Angela pretty well. I saw Guru earlier, and now he's playing, matching that exact tenacity we saw earlier. Self doing what he does best, going on the carry, hero himself. There it is, though, yet another Jeff ult. Will we see the reaction from Self, and the Kraken impact is exactly just that. He's not going to let him get away. The aim is too good on this man. My gosh, as they're able to clean this thing out, get rid of the sustain that is Captain America. Steve Rogers, goodbye. See you later.
Just a matter of time, and that really opened the door thanks to Zaytex for being able to get those crucial picks here as the portal play to try to get the fight here. They're going to be able to re-engage here. Not going to be able to get the jump that they were looking at that back line, but they were able to call out exactly where they were positioned as the shutdown. Zaytex, once again, it doesn't matter if you're in the skies. No one is safe if Zaytex has you in their eyes.
Yeah, I mean, they barely let them push this point up whatsoever, but unfortunately, Odyssey was absolutely ready for it. I mean, this team is not even just at all breaking, as Stinkers does get a little bit of a pick. I actually love the Wolf switch here. I'll be curious to see if Self matches that. In fact, with Somble on thing, I thought potentially that would be what we would see coming into this, but right now they don't really have a tank that they need the Wolf for necessarily, as now Soko on Strange himself has the Agamotto ready to rock, and there's no portal for Dreamland.
Oh, they get the team up, though, between Valentina and Sinkers being on the store alert, too. That's something else to highlight here, because he'll be able to at least be able to reposition if he is able to utilize that recon now. As now Odyssey, with Momentum having that invisible boundary, Baser, too, very close to having that Fate of both worlds. This is going to go to distance in less than 5 seconds, and the extermination is going to force out the invisible boundary first. Ooh, they found two.
Early there. Oh, my goodness, yeah. That was the Battle of the Vanguards, and it was really Odyssey coming up on top there. Yes, you do get a little bit of help from the res, but Zaytex cleaning up what is the scraps left from the two Vanguards that we highlighted earlier on Odyssey. Just an absolute formidable duo. And now we push into point 2. That was just a game of patience and methodical play, and just adjusting, I think, ultimately, Vicky, to what was kind of a weird comp thrown at them.
100%, because they didn't have to utilize those 3 ultimates for one reason specifically, and getting those 2 picks extensively on Dreamland prevented Stinkers from being able to get the ultimate he wanted. We saw the second pick eventually too, and now Odyssey moving it. I believe it was on Chuckles originally, who still has that Venom ultimate, the Feast of the Abyss, so that could have allowed a huge reset. Now Odyssey move up, having that Luna Snow ultimate. Here comes the jab, though, as Zaytex was still in the middle of the Dance of Butterflies. Huge bubble, is it going to be enough? As it seems like it is, even with the slam down. Zaytex is just getting away with it, and Self is just blundering them enough to get the follow-ups.
Stinkers gets eliminated with 99. That was set up perfectly for Chime to get a massive elim, but nope, it's going to be Zaytex with the last laugh here. And honestly, I haven't felt... I gotta call. I think Chuckles and Mace, I'd like to see better play right now. I think I've not seen enough Vanguard just hold strong here, but we do have to switch to Emma like that in kind of this back half of the map here. They're switching up what this strategy is. These guys, they're great. I've seen them tons of times, and they have the talent. Let's see if they can put it together.
Stinkers Having that Kraken impact right now. Ensemble has the reset and stall potential, but Baser gets the pick onto Stinkers, which is so big right now, considering that Odyssey having momentum and that invisible boundaries not used up is going to allow them to keep this stall going. On the attack as Odyssey try to now reach around with Self, about to have that Kraken impact.
Sambo's playing a different game than me when I watch his POV. Like, that is so craziness going there with the Captain America going up. Self does what he does. We saw it with Terra before. Now it's Self putting it on himself to give this team the second point. 4.14 left, going up with the Kraken. Down on Valentina Eve there to see if they can get the reset. No, it doesn't happen. Instead, Self goes down. It is Jabrori. Oh my goodness, what an absolute perfect play there from the team.
Oh, talk about swap-ups too, by the way. Chuckles having that Feast of the Abyss here. Chime too with the Extermination ready to go. And now they're just going to allow that stall to happen with Sambo just trying to play for their life as he gets finally taken out. And now they have less than 10 seconds on the board.
What a great hold. I mean, they're going to see if they can get this thing done. There's plenty of time left. Stinkers now with the Legendary for the early pick. Sambo having to go quickly over to the Strange. That's going to be the only way that they can continue this as they push forward. Smart awareness from Sambo as we do have the Dance of the Butterflies. Get one, but ultimately not going to get enough there. They do portal in. He realizes and rotates Vicky. Zatex and Sambo keeping this thing alive.
Yeah, but they don't really have that sustainability right now. But with Baser and momentum coming right back and Zatex staying alive, here's right now momentum right behind them. And there's still 2 picks. They found Self, they've found Sambo, and Baser going out is huge with no fatal bolt rolls to keep this stall going. Dreamland, they hold back Odyssey before the second checkpoint.
Just amazing awareness to swap comps, and I love this comp way more in the back half here. May switching over to the Emma and getting this team firmly grounded for what was going to be an absolute crucial hold. They get it done and keep their dreams alive to continue this thing in the winner's bracket. Let's see how Odyssey responds and holds.
Man, Zatex was going crazy. It just here. Seeing how that's going to be enough versus Dreamland this time being on the attack. We have to talk about these Angelas that are showing up though, Cozy.
Yeah, Mace did well. I mean, there was certain plays I definitely liked there for Angela. We're kind of seeing how Angela develops. Funny enough, it was the same song and dance with Black Panther last time. It was like we saw it from Self, and then it was getting trickled in there a bit more. Right, amazing played, and then it was everywhere. So we'll see if Angela's the same, a little bit of a different kit working, right? But, you know, anything can happen, especially if they decide to give, you know, a couple bump ups to the hero. But with this grade of comms, Vicky, and communication that they can do, this hero stands a much better chance in pro play.
And I think it really heavily relies on if there is that high to low ground disparity that we keep highlighting between these last 2 maps, but especially on this first checkpoint, there's a lot of areas to reposition, split a lot more attention, go back up on high ground, and even health packs that you could rely on.
Yeah, no, well said for sure. As Pirate thing in Self is hiding behind this, and actually I've never seen Self on the thing, so love to see something a bit different now. We got the traditional more triple Vanguard approach. Stinkers now going for the early picks, and this is what we wanted to see in Domination. He's doing it again in the air with Jabrori to follow. Love this 1-2 punch in the skies.
A nice little stun here too. Jabori, uncontested, was able to call out momentum, and with Chime now being on the Hela, that's a lot of damage follow-up potential as Mace is going to be able to call them out, and Chime could just try to isolate them, group them together, and Valentina deals a finishing blow onto Sambo. Another team fight win as Dreamland are looking fantastic.
It's like Odyssey is getting Odyssey'd right now with these unique comps, right? Like that's what it feels like, and they're having to really adjust, and I think this is exactly what Dreamland wanted to do, whereas obviously Odyssey couldn't, you know, expect this. So in the pick ban phase, W goes to Dreamland, but here comes the portal out, and we'll see if they're able to do what Odyssey did to this portal and allow us to have no impact, but they got to. 2 minutes on the clock. There's an eternity left to go.
Soko with the snipe onto Chime too, while Jabori's going to try to keep Dreamland up after Chime going out. Valentina being on the rocket though, no BRB to bring him back, but at least the spawn room gates are right behind them. And with the extermination now, and Odyssey trickled in over to that side room, that just allows Self to get exterminated himself. And now Zatex answers back here, not only trying to keep Odyssey alive, but they're going to be able to cycle through the Eternal Bomb that Baser has next.
Yeah, Baser, this is going to help really well for the sustain. Sambo close too to be able to just dance around this point for what seems like ages. Everything thrown out now here for Dreamland. They've got to get this thing rolling before Sambo gets close. This is a way to do it, though. Stinkers gets the flip, the dodge, the hit, the wave, and down goes Baser as well. Stinkers showing why he's the player that he is. He gets 2, make it 3, Vicky.
Ooh, and he is still going with Sambo falling incredibly low. Mace deals a finishing blow. And now Dreamland, they wipe out the point, prevent Odyssey from continuously stalling. And they got to get to this first checkpoint soon. They got 1 minute and 55 seconds left.
Yeah, this is going to go dang near to overtime, but because if we look, obviously, Sambo did get to use the ult on that one. They have it again. Momentum is ready. Soko doesn't even need to wait for the counter of Stinkers. They used that last time. Probably fell off the clock just by a hair here. Now pushing forward with the team. Here we go. We'll see what happens with the ults. And if Soko, he is choosing to go with the patience game, which I like.
Odyssey have a plethora of ultimates, though, to work with here. Same thing for Chime now going in with the It's Jeff. Valentina brings Jabori right back. Talk about a little wait before catching the Ultron up on the roof. I cannot believe what I just saw. The fact that Zaytex was so low, too, and he was able to get away with that. Chime, you are him. And now we get to see Self with the Supernova activated, but Sambo had that Freedom Charge first just to keep everyone into this fight.
They say pigs can fly. No, it's sharks that are flying here in Marvel Rivals now. As Stinkers is getting that ult film right back up. Self throwing down the tornadoes to get some pressure. Sambo did ult to keep that long sustain, and Zaytex now is going to be able to get back to the battle, but matched by Jabrori. Right now, this is definitely momentum in favor of Dreamland here, as Jabrori's done a great job picking out the opposition from the skies here, looking for Self yet again. Stinkers is going to follow with him. A great job in upkeep there from the strategist, but not enough. Stinkers gets 2 with the spin to win.
He gets a double hit here on the Family Massacre. The siblings out, and so far, Zaytex follows right afterwards. Valentina Eve, too, with the Sia, allowing Dreamland to follow up, and Odyssey no longer left to contest before this first checkpoint.
Yo, Family Massacre is crazy, Vic. I love it. Well, going into what we've got now, 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. This is who I highlighted, though. Stinkers was the player who, if this team's going to win, like they did in the MRC, it falls on the hands of this guy. Tremendous play.
And there's that recon there too that we were talking about, just being able to recall right back over to that, having that rocket on your team when you are rocking the Star-Lord, and you do have that legendary online Chocos 2 with the Feast of the Abyss. There starts off with that legendary, momentum looked away for 2 seconds and got deleted.
Yeah, and Soko's just not lined up with these legendaries at all, so the team is just getting absolutely barraged on, unfortunately, here. Now is spinning the win yet again. They're not going to last long. Zaytex goes down, and at this point, there's 2 minutes left. They've got at least, I want to say, 2 fights here to win. So if you are Odyssey, you've got to do what Dreamland did here and reset and just get this thing figured out, because you've got potentially 2 more fights here to earn the win. But Dreamland has everything, Vicky.
And to be able to hear the comms of Dreamland, by the way, because the way that they're not only ult tracking, the way that they are tracking abilities that have already been used has allowed them to get away with trying to get the full extent of not having to waste too many ultimates themselves if they get to isolate one of these other players on Odyssey. As the Extermination is the first to start off things, as Jabori trying to force them back. Literally one shot, they just used up the bubble here too. Soko can't get away, and here comes Sambo to recontest just so that way they can't get any progress.
Yeah, and they did Extermination too, and Zaytex goes down. I mean, this is Dreamland's to win, because nothing is working out in the side of Odyssey, not able to slow things down. Chime now gets, everybody's getting a piece of the pie, Vicky, and staggering at that. So it could not be going more in favor right now for Dreamland. They want to make this thing 1-1. They want to show why they are who they are, as now Chime pushing all the way to the point, and he's going to disrupt the portal. That was...
No, Chime, what are you doing? Oh my, the fact that he bounced off, you know he is clenched sitting on the edge of his seat, and then they still get to all the way to the end. The fact that they disrupted Odyssey that way, including that Doctor Strange portal, is crazy. We are going down to the finish line with Dreamland evening things up.
We knew this would be a 1-1 going into match 3. What a way to win, and with like aura points too. Like, what absolute beautiful locked in, and I knew Dreamland could do this exact thing. That's how they won the MRC. They came back and were able to, I think they came back 2 games and won the whole thing. And so you love to see it from this team that is showing that the practice of that gives them an advantage here. Odyssey is a great team, but honestly, looking at the stats here, Self has had better games. Didn't see what I wanted to from, them and what they can do. And on the opposition side, Vicky, Stinkers showed up massively.
Yeah, he not only showed, I'm just like appalled. Like the things that I just witnessed in that match, like a disgusting flying Jeff ultimate on top of the rooftops. Like I just, not expecting things like that just for the end play to be eating up the Doctor Strange in the middle of trying to utilize that portal. Stinkers following up, and I think together with Jabori being on that Ultron, I feel like we saw a lot of impact from the Ultron, even from both sides, but specifically how important having that Ultron there for having that Star-Lord too.
Yeah, I mean, you highlighted it. I got to say, I've seen a lot in my time of casting, watching Rivals. Flying Jeffs, I can now check it on the list. Didn't have it on the bingo board, but shame on me. I'll put it in the free space next time if it's Dreamland at the helm of it. But yeah, really, I think the biggest takeaway, too, is Dreamland resetting nearly perfectly there on what was looking like a second point that could get away from them. Both times, the second point was theirs to win.
Looking back at it, a lot of these highlights here too. Jabori coming through with that extermination here, just enabling Stinkers. I just want to be the point of view that from Zatex, after he thought he was safe, even though he was incredibly low, just to be in the jaws of Chime being on that Jeff. Get to see the replay, talk about timing here too, but that was just insane for me.
Yo, production, you guys are amazing. Always finding what we're talking about there. I got to highlight too, Soko, again, just never had the Meteor M to counter the Legendary, ever. I felt like it was 4, 5 free ones for him, just always being able to rain down, and that alone, Vicky, can be enough to win. I mean, you've seen it there. All the pushes is just Stinkers, their best player, not being countered. And then look at this slam dunk there.
Even at the very end, you actually hear the Meteor M coming out, and then in the middle of using the Meteor M, you see the Venom actually take out the Magneto, and even into the Feast of the Abyss at one point too. So Stinkers, the MVP for Dreamland, but talk about not only a very solid defense from Dreamland, the way that they were able to rejoin together and still find those isolation picks, essentially dismantled the foundation of what, I think about Ego Death in my mind, the way that Odyssey had came into this series.
Yeah, I mean, we knew a couple 2-0s to start the day, and wow, what a finish so far. This has been some of the closest rivals that we've gotten to witness, and you love to see it this early in this group stage, Vicky, because that means we are in for a treat when everything is on the line for these teams. We're not talking about a couple $250,000 and then leading up to the $1 million land. So I would say there's a lot to play for. But funny enough, through all of that, I think for Odyssey, Pride might be the top of the list because they want to win. They know who they are. We'll see if they can do so. But Dreamland looking good.
Yep, it's all about to see if they're able to keep that consistency depending on which map we're going to be moving on to for this map number 3. Because so far, the theme has been, Cozy, these vertical maps that allow a lot of these repositional abilities from a lot of these flyers that we're witnessing.
Yeah, no, and it's kind of been the story of the Flyers in a lot of this and how they play, and they answered so well against what Self did there on Spider Islands. But now it's going to be Odyssey to pick their path on how their journey ends in the upper bracket, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back to the action. Hello and welcome back, guys. We've had absolute cinema here. We're on hour 5 of match 4 of game 3 of day 2. I am just pumped for the action that we've had so far, Vicky, and we've got one more to seal the deal on one of these teams advancing.
And what better way to go down to the wire for both of our last 2 series that we've had thus far, Cozy. A final game here for day 2 of Americas. And these 2 teams are performing with Dreamland evening up the scores here. You have to imagine when you talk about the pick and ban phase, you want to put some of that attention onto Ensemble, but then you're trying to force out the Human Torch into Stinkers, who has been popping off, by the way, even in the game they did lose.
Yeah, I don't know if they... And you can't go with the Star-Lord ban, most likely, because you're just committing too much to one thing. And so, yes, we see that with Ensemble, but you're still getting the triple Vanguard bans in. So it's going to be interesting on how they respond to this. And right now, I mean, it should be 50-50 from the viewer standpoint of who can win this, because both teams have shown that they have plenty of talent. One of these teams don't deserve to go down to the lower bracket, but one has to here. We'll see if it's the same song and dance. Ego Death went down there last time and had their run, but they don't want to go down yet again. It's 1-1. We are here. This is our last match today, so strap up, get ready for a good one. And Vicky, I don't know about you, but I think I'm still mad at Millennia for showing us that pizza, because I mean, this I'm still thinking about it.
You know what? I don't know. I don't know if I'm still hungry, because after what I just witnessed, a crime from Chime, I feel like I lost my hunger just a little bit. But you know what? That's the fun thing about watching Jeff at the level that we have, as it looks like no Venom once again. Sorry, can't really pull that out, Odyssey. We know what you like to run sometimes, but the Venom is going to get shut down as the Ultron Protect comes out next.
We do get the self-hover on Panther. He's showing the people what they want a little bit. If they do go for Somble, maybe we get the Hulk Somble with the self-Panther. They pick the map, so it gets the home court advantage if they go that direction here. Looking at it, though, Mantis, Luna Band, do like those decisions there from Odyssey. The Gene save yet again for Zaytech, so that could give them a great hit scan to have with the team as Self does go in for the dive. Give the people what they want, Vic.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the fact that we are also going onto Hall of Jalia for this last map, too. Actually influencing probably the same thing that we've already been seeing before, that verticality that is provided, as they've learned their lesson. No Adam Warlock, no Phoenix, though, from the opposite side for Dreamland to run out here. But then you get to look at Odyssey and the fact that they can't rock out that Adam Warlock that they got away with so much with after that first map.
I know, well said here as we look towards the bands of getting, the Adam out into the save. So it's kind of the same song and dance for Odyssey of what they want to roll with. You know, they know they just lost the map, but they're not too uncomfortable with how it happens. Going to be curious on if the picks change as far as what they're going for, but it's just the strategist showdown here as they all get bans out, forcing people into their roles, but Valentina able to keep what they love best. Saved Invisible Woman last time. Let's see how we respond this time. The last save, and it goes to Sue again there. Curious to see if Odyssey would have banned them anyway, but let's see how they end up picking this.
I think it's interesting that this is a priority, though, for Dreamland, because we obviously, we already just saw Valentina popping off, right, with the Rocket, even with the Jeff backline together with that Ultron. As with that Protect, they get to still lean into that comfort. Both Ultrons still available here, and it's going to be the Phoenix going in favor for Zaytex to rock here. And I think with this map specifically and Odyssey coming out on defense, there's a lot of close quarter fights, especially after you get to that first checkpoint. Yes, it's that one long area, but once you reach to that second spot, that second checkpoint, that one long line is very difficult to deal with when you have a lot of that burst damage animation canceling coming out from the Phoenix.
That's a great point there, Vicky. And looking at it, we saw Chuckles play a ton of Hulk whenever we did get to see them in the MRC, and we're going to have that match there from the side of Odyssey. So we're going to see a lot of fun. You're going to see Gamma Squids everywhere, but look for the combo of the Phoenix and the Whale together that they don't have access to. Dreamland, that is banned out. So we're going to see a lot of combo wombos come together. That has been the difference with a lot of these wins for these top teams, but it's all about this first cap of the point, how they get it. And you know better than anyone, Vicky, that the momentum of this map is one of the most important.
Yes, it is. And it's crazy to see how much extra credit you could get away with, as even the chat almost split out here, with Dreamland being the highly favored team to come out on top with 57% on the predictions.
Securing the
They like the performance that they saw there at the end of Zatex on defense. Jean Grey scouting there from the side, and they spotted him right away there, Vicky, and he's doing it yet again as the Hulk going up top here. We've seen this a lot as they kind of split the team. Some go left and one in the middle. They did the strategy a lot in EMRC. Self-bubbled up. Mace is going full aggression, and you love to see it now. And there it is. Zatex throwing down the flames, getting the sparks early.
Zatex was positioned very nicely up on that high ground there too, but forced to back away while Sombo's taking a good amount of that pressure. And Momentum being on that Loki is something else to look out for. Same thing for Jabori. Trying to match that together. Nice little stun as Jabori. Stinkers are going to be able to try to recover here, but Mace is also taking a lot of damage as a huge stun prevents Zatex from backing away. But Zatex still alive for right now, does get healed up thanks to Baser and Momentum.
Chuckles hit that from half court. I mean, that was an insane gamma freeze there. As now Mace is just holding W. No one to disrupt him, and that's kind of the strategy of having all of them go right. He can push up left here, and now Mace has got the Meteor M close to impact. Looking around, Baser's going to be that first one, or Momentum, I guess, there with the Eternal Bomb. Let's see how the comms go for this team. They have what they need for sustain, Odyssey does. Dreamland, can they answer? And it's going to be Mace and the Meteor M. Can they land it?
So close to going low for both Zatex and Zombo, but oh my! Momentum off of the God of Mischief getting the copy. Shuts down one Eternal Bond, but at least they have Baser right there to help contain them. But this allows Valentina to try to get away, but right through the invisible boundary, everyone is grouped up, so that allows the whale to come crashing down and deletes Valentina from allowing her to get the full extension of that invisible boundary.
Yeah, I mean, that was going perfect there for Dreamland, but Zatex himself were pretty much like on enemy territory, completely holding W on their side. I mean, that was perfect play. And you said it perfectly. You have to play very close together here on this map, and Zatex is feasting off that with what Phoenix celebrates that for. So pushing back, love what they did. They used a lot to get it, though. Zatex the only one up here for the ultimate.
Trying to body block them, though, right through that portal before jumping in, just trying to clear some space because Odyssey are holding it down right now. And with the setup that they currently have with Self and the Gamma Squids, some pressure. But Dreamlight do have answers here with Jabor being able to get the copy from the Invisible Woman. Gets the Invisible Boundary. Can they land it smart? No! As the slam down, it may not be the Invisible Woman, but it still is able to find Chime from the sky.
Mace is definitely playing lights out right now as he pushed forward. This is where that double strategist ult earlier is going to come to haunt them a little bit, and what they had to utilize to hold on to that point. Self does have the ult, but the Augmoto goes out, and it is going to shine here as Jabor gets 1, 2, 3, 4, and the ace is coming. Dreamland, though, does have doesn't know that the portal is going to be coming right there. Look at Sobel just shoot through that portal to try to spawn, but the Gamma Squid set up perfectly here for so much damage.
Oh, yeah, and Zatex just took all that damage too. Stinkers had already been set up here. Sobel takes a bit of some stun pressure here too. Chime then follows up, finds Soko, and it's just too much, but at least with the Eternal Bond, is it worth the stall potential here with everyone going out? I mean, they keep it going for as long as possible. Less than 40 seconds on the clock in Dreamland. That means that they're going to have to try to hold on to rotating these strategist ultimates just for that next point.
I compliment you, Hulk, but Ben would
Yeah, I'm not crazy about the decision to try to push everything there, but also they usually give a lot of space at the beginning of this point too. So, you know, they used, first of all, we had a Thor sighting, if anybody was curious if they've seen the God of Thunder. We saw him for 5 seconds there. Yeah, they've got Self in the whale. Momentum is ready. We'll see if yet again they can match that. Mace there on the Strange to answer. So I'm not crazy about Dreamland's comp right this second, but we'll see what they can get out of this Augmoto for Mace.
Seeing here back on the high ground right now with Dreamland having at least 3 ultimates, making forward with Mace really approaching the Eye of Agamotto, but Zatex uncontested up on the high ground allows him to set up, trying to split some more of that potential attention, as Momentum also has that reset potential too with the God of Mischief. But it's about controlling this next angle, and the way that Dreamland's playing, they're wrapping around the corner, but Stinkers, if it isn't on the Star-Lord, if it isn't on the Psylocke, it's here on the Namor, who is here to play with the whale right through the invisible boundary too.
Yeah, I mean, that was complete perfection. Dreamland, ever since point 2 of Spider Island, has just not skipped a beat in their team play. That is one of the things we highlighted in the MRC. We're seeing it come to shine here. Odyssey now having their backs against the wall a bit more as Momentum is slipping through their fingers. 1 minute and 46 seconds left. Stinkers, their best player, here at the top, putting that pressure on early. Chuckles, they have plenty to respond with. Valentina Eve goes up, down goes Soko, no connection, and it's going to be the opposite of Chime with the 1-2. It's the strategist getting it done, Vicky.
And Chuckles with the reset there too. Talk about survivability. You also mentioned this at the very beginning, Cozy, how important momentum is for a map like this, because look at Dreamland's position right now. They even have ultimates that they're still saving in the bank for that next push. That's why you're seeing the Vanguards push all the way up, because it can get a little tricky here if you don't get to clear some of that space before that one choke.
Yeah, speed run at point 2 there for sure, and they just carried that right from the finished battle of point 1. We said, hey, was that worth using the ults on the end of point 1? Well, we saw that come to light there pretty badly. Now, Self does have the Kraken impact, goes to the carry hero himself in the Winter Soldier. Baser can follow. Momentum will then be able to chime up, so they have what they need for the defensive effort.
Dude, your Mace is trying to get into position. You already know when a Doctor Strange is trying to fish, maybe for that Eye of Agamotto, and with the Eternal Bond used up first, now Sambo grouping everybody together. This is just going to enable Odyssey with the green light, but Valentina with the damage orb, and then the pull in. The strategists have chosen just violence from Dreamland right now onto Odyssey.
Hello, Sue Storm. Valentina, we've gassed you up this whole entire matchup, and rightfully so. You're seeing it right here come to light. Just clutch play from the strategist, honestly, since point 2 now, forcing Odyssey to switch over to what they want to do. Momentum is getting close to their ult, but it's been nothing but all gas, no breaks. Dreamland making this dream a reality here as they're pushing closer and closer to this finish. Agamotto ready for Mace. This is the biggest one so far of his young career into Rival. Stinkers ready to follow up with the whale. He knows it. He's going to go up. He's going down, lands it. The wizard hits it, and with it comes no follow. So going to be curious on what they end up rolling with here. It does go out, but no connection.
Oh, yeah, it actually was able to finally get at the very end, because his goal was momentum in that case, and then when momentum gets taken out, everybody follows here, as it is a complete team wipe in favor for Dreamland to get this payload to the finish line.
And these teams are so fun to watch. Dreamland, it is just such a solid unit. A lot of people that played together now since season 0. We're seeing that come to light. I mean, Maze, Valentina, they've been together now for such a long time. Different names, same team, same core energy. And looking at it, if you're Odyssey, yeah, you're definitely not happy with that performance. I think it slipped out pretty quickly there, going from point 1 and onward. Not an impossible time to beat, though, Vicky. So still plenty of margin for victory. We've seen it with 100 Thieves. They came back, and Odyssey do the same.
Yeah, I feel like just when you are on a map like this and you aren't able to find your footing, it's so difficult to try to recontest, and Dreamland did everything right, including building up early space. Once they got to the checkpoint that they needed, they were able to hold on to a lot of these ultimates and only save them for specific scenarios, like the attempt on the Meteor M versus the Invisible Boundary that was called in, and even though it didn't land on its mark, it was still enough pressure to force the Invisible Woman outside of the Invisible Boundary too.
Yeah, that's a good call out there. As we look towards what the strategy might be for Dreamland, and looking at the stats too, obviously Stinkers doing what they do well, rocking the 15 burger there on final elims and damage overall. No one got eliminated, barely. Jabrori didn't even die one time there. Crazy business on what they were able to do and get away with.
Dude, it's the fact that Stinkers got away with literally 15 final hits and only went down once. Like, Stinkers is playing out of his mind right now. As we get started with Odyssey now rolling out on the attack here, they're going to be going on to the Bucky. Momentum still sticking to the Invisible Woman, and Zeta is also sticking to the Phoenix.
All right, let's see what way they go to the traditional path up Main Street here. Self knows what he has to do to get this job done. Soko at 23% and a rising baser to follow, but right now it's going to be the strategist of Dreamland that won him the first time, and they're getting more as Chime pushing forward aggressively. Stinkers, though, gets the first laugh against Zatex. The hit scan hero should go in favor of Zatex. No, it is going to be the Triton from downtown, Vicky, to force his team to push back early.
Taking notes out here, because the way that we've been seeing the No More play, I mean, if you just let this slide through, this is always one of those team ups that I'm always looking out for when it comes to even my own respective ranked gameplays. But with the way that Stinkers has been playing, not just the No More, but the Star-Lord too, he is so on point and is able to get set up with these Gamma Squids as Self is trying to pinpoint wherever they are, and Salvo's trying to build up some space with these walls.
Yeah, 2 minutes 53 seconds here. They have plenty of time. Got to play their speed. Valentina Eve has the Invisible Boundary ready to rock. Chime's gonna be the first one in. Mace to follow. He's hit the first. Oh! The second. Slam dunk on the 2 limb.
point blank in their face. Are you kidding me? Huge output off the Meteor M, and now Soko walks up, finds Jabori next, who by the way goes out without using the God of Mischief, and nobody is looking behind because Zatex sees what is happening before his eyes and knows that he is just gonna get away with even more damage, even more KOs. Are you kidding me? Dreamland with a crazy hold.
And Odyssey used, they have no strategist ults to the name, right? So Valentina and Jabori can put up against what is going to be this combo. They're going to have to, the Sample Self duo that we talk about so much, they're going to have to find it in them right now if they want to be relevant in the winner's bracket to get the elim before anything bad can happen. But how are you going to get through this strategist approach? If you're Valentina and Jabori, play separate a little bit here. Make sure one of you don't get picked off to keep this team sustained.
Let's see how they play this, because Valentina's so good at doing the double jump and staying invisible just for the cooldown and wait on another double jump here. She's been trying to get out of trouble a lot as Zatex, with that Phoenix ultimate, could actually reveal exactly where she is as she used it right before. But the group hug comes in, and now the invisible boundary brings everybody together. But Mace now looking to see if he could come down with that Meteor M, almost with a cheeky play. Could have caught somebody out up on the high ground, but doesn't land its mark, as now Odyssey have a lot of sustainability ready to go.
Yo, those lanterns literally just helped a billion damage.
Yeah.
Self does still get the picks. That's what's going to be important. They were able to get through one of it, not the other there. Great little dodge. Chime throwing down. The whale comes raining up above. You've got Stinkers raining down the trains from above. Chuckles laughing it down, getting both Self and Phaser out of this. Time is ticking, and so is Odyssey's hopes to stay in the winner's bracket.
Nobody is looking at where Stinkers is because everyone is so fixated on the pressure from Chuckles. Chime is on the opposite side of Stinkers, so that way they don't look at Stinkers. This is just primary splitting focus fire right now, and the fact that Stinkers is uncontested, this is single-handedly going to dismantle Odyssey unless they start focusing Stinkers.
Looking like an Omega level X-Men out there. Dude, this guy, no one is taking care of this man. He happens to be the best player on the team that we've seen so far, constantly, both MRC now in this tournament, and he's not even playing his best hero in Psylocke. Again, if you don't know the name, you will now. Here's Dreamland, who did fall early, is looking like they are going to hold the fortress down behind the fortresses of Mace and the Vanguards now. 8 seconds, 7 seconds on the clock. Zatex has the Phoenix to go, but they've got all the answers back.
With the timing on the extermination, though, let's see if Mace could find its mark here with the Meteor M. Drops all the way down on top of the head of his teammate Chuckles, but then with Mace following up onto Phaser, no sustainability here. Sambo goes out next, and it looks like Dreamland right now with this defense have held back Odyssey. Your MRC Season 3 winners were your winners for a reason, and they start off MRI even better.
From the MRC to Ignite in the grand stage here. What a way to show up. That's exactly the momentum you want to take into this tournament. Going while down, I cannot wait to talk to them because I cast their whole grand finals. I finally get to meet some of this team, and I'm excited to do so as Stinkers gets that MVP. Hey, 39-1, Vicky. 39-1.
What, man? That is insane. Literally, we just watched Stinkers get away with murder. He went down once. The Namor went down once. The 21 final hits. Oh my, I just can't.
Mace played a perfect game too. I gotta highlight Mace had some crazy plays there from the Meteor M,
double Meteor,
the Yakamotos. I mean, like, Mace is noticed like the shot caller in a lot of ways. And listen, I gotta say, way to rise up at that right team. This team is so fun to listen to and to watch too. I heard their final comms they posted when they won the MRC. It's a madhouse in there. Love to see it. Can't wait to talk to them, as Zatex and the story of Odyssey will have to be seen yet again from the lower bracket.
Not gonna lie, Cozy, you and I, man, with our predictions today, we had quite a performance from all of our teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just incredible to see what they were able to... the teams, again, people that get doubt, you know, if Alani would have won that, it would have just been all of us in shambles over here of what we predicted. But that is what I gotta learn by now, Vicky. Whatever I think is going to happen in this Ignite tournament, it's always the opposite.
Look at this. He just gets away with it the way that he is uncontested on this high ground.
He made a house up there. I mean, it was an idle game for him. I mean, he was just chilling up there the whole time. I don't think one person saw him as he was just throwing down whales and squids. Could have made himself more known, but my goodness, that's exactly what winners look like. Dreamland, congratulations on your first win in Ignite.
It's been great to see how this team has also just gone through a lot too, right? I just believe that the way that they've been able to come out of the MRC, now show up in the MRI, showcasing what Stinkers has in store for us, and he's just one piece of the pie, as he's only gone down once in that final game. 39 elims, got away with so much damage, 21 final hits on top of it all.
And you know what? We get to talk with someone who I'm super excited to finally meet. I've talked to him before, seen them play a lot. Again, they were on Citadel, now coming over here. And to see now Mace and the performance they pulled up will be our interview here in just a moment. But this team, I know what it means to them. I know what it means to him specifically. And it's always fun to see the MRC and the results from there get carried into this. And that momentum cannot be talked about enough here. So excited to be bringing them in here in just a moment, Vicky.
Yeah, you know, being able to talk to one of the members here of Dreamland, also we get to pick their brains on how it has been to make these adjustments. Obviously, they've had the time here, but it's about finding that foundation to even push them to where they are right now, right? Because we talk about the flexibility. We saw the Jeff plays from Chime, then we got to see the Ultron plays at the very end there too. Stinkers having that same flexibility if you're going to go over to the Hulk, which we actually saw from Odyssey. I believe it was like map number 1 where we saw the Hulk, but we actually didn't even see the Namor and Hulk team up, I believe, at that point. But here we have the Gamma Squids coming out, and they're just putting in so much work on top of Mace getting a crazy 2-pick off that Meteor M. And that wasn't just the only beautiful play with the Meteor M2, right? But that was just the highlight of what we saw on their defense.
Yeah, this team has a lot of flexibility. Even Valentina Eve, right? Like we talked about her being a great Sue Storm. I've seen them play terrific at Luna and adjust there, and that's what they're going to need to continue to do. This is a great first win, but they're going to continue to build on that flexibility and just ride this momentum and this win that they have under their belts. It just, again, pumped to see a team that has put in so much effort. These are the true, like, ladder grinders of Rivals. They are always, you said it earlier with Valentina. I know Mace is out there. The guy's always queuing up. Like, these are the ones, the soldiers out there in ladder and rank play.
Again, like when I was really fixated on like solo queuing and stuff like that, the number 1 player that I would always see like take up like 3 slots, I was like, oh man, Valentina's cracked. Like, let me go check out on the profile, saw the Invisible Woman plays, and obviously like everyone playing season 4, Invisible Woman, Mantis, like there's a reason why the strategists are continuously in that conversation. We know that the strategists in this game are incredibly strong. But did you see, like, I think Valentina had gotten like over 9k damage at one point with the Invisible Woman. You're juggling that plus the healing output that Invisible Woman provides, on top of also saving your double jump for certain situations to survive with your invisible boundary out.
Yeah, not to mention Jabrori saving like the entire team with the Lantern earlier there on the Kraken impact into it all, and then Chime after the first map on Celestial Husk. I didn't see that man die. I mean, he was there the whole time. You guys have been casting this man for a very long time in the rival scene. Excited to officially now welcome him into the winners interview. It's been a long time coming. Mace, what is going on,
Hello.
man? It has been too long. We have congratulations, buddy, on your first win.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're feeling good, we're feeling great, and I'm glad to finally talk to you face to face. And yeah, you know.
Long time coming, buddy. I gotta say, you know, casted you guys obviously at the grand finals for the MRC, watched you in the Boger Bash, now we're here at Ignite. Tell me about the trials and tribulations that this unit has gone through to then get to the MRC, job's not finished, and then now get the first win, man. Talk to me about this unit.
Yeah, so I think especially as a team, like, I'm not even kidding, we formed as a team, I think like 30 minutes before roster lock for MRC. So we were like last second, last everything, and just like we kind of trust each other. You know, I've been a former teammate with Valentina. Chime has been a former teammate with some other people on our team. So we already kind of built that, you know, trust and foundation with each other. So going into this team was like really easy and really, you know, just not that scary, you know, because like jumping into a team like at the very last moment can be kind of scary, but we worked really hard and now we're here.
Yeah, I just have to say, like, the fact that I feel like I've repeated this like 5 times, but it's just like the Marvel Rivals experience if you ever like solo queue ladder, but no one was looking at Stinkers. Like, you guys enable each other so much. You getting that double KO, like off the medium M, had Cozy and I going crazy out here. But I love how you talk about still building up into the cohesion that you guys did with the limited time that you had. And like the average viewer at home who may not have had that experience yet to compete, explain why that's so difficult here. You know, you guys are also coming into a new meta. You're still being able to deal with the triple strategist, triple, you know, just vanguards on top of it all. Are you worried about going into your next opponent and looking at the bracket?
So our next opponent is Rad, which is a very familiar home to mine. You know, I'm good friends with Gale, with Guru, with pretty much everyone on the team. In fact, that's also my former team, way back in like MRC season 0. So as much as I love them, you know what I mean? Like, someone's got to take them out, and you know, it's gonna suck, but maybe they make the lower bracket run. You know what I mean? Like, hopefully they can make it up.
Hey, listen, the two Angela teams, all right? You had Guru on Angela, and now we got Angela with you, man. I've watched your roster yourself. I always see it on Twitter. You're like, you know, you'd be like LFT, and you'd put your kind of heroes that you were confident with, right? And I've seen that expand more and more. And I've got to say, when people talk about Mace, they talk about this man on the mic and being that calm leader for your team and shouting out the communications. Walk me through a little bit of how you approach that, because I've heard nothing but compliments on how you lead this team communication-wise in battles.
Yeah, so I'm definitely one of the main IGLs on the team. I do kind of want to shout out Chime too. Chime is also another big part of our comm structure. But you know, me especially with calling shots, you know, or like shot calling, like who are we fighting, who are we looking at, and then he's more of like the fight planner, like, oh, this is what we want to do this fight, and other things like that. So we work really well together to lead our team into greatness and to make sure that everyone's on the same page. And so that's why I really love Chime. Like, honestly, shout out Chime.
Awesome.
I guess my final question for you, Maze, I love being able to see how you guys have been approaching not only like the IGL role and trying to split that up together as a team with Chime, but looking at your opponents with Odyssey, were you guys worried at any point? Because that even the first map being as close as it was, I feel like you guys were rotating through your ultimates and timing and calling out too when abilities were used so well, even if you weren't together in that one individual fight. Let's say if we would see like a separate 1v1 isolation pick, that was communicated because we would see follow-ups. Were you guys worried at all facing off against Odyssey?
Definitely. Like, Odyssey is a very respectable team, and I think the big thing about Odyssey and the reason why they did so well in stage 1 is because people underestimated them, and people saw their players as just ranked joke players, and then they came out, they beat FlyQuest, they beat a few other teams I don't remember off the top of my head. But going into this, we definitely 100% respected them. I respect them personally as players, and we respected them as a whole as a team. Nothing but love for them, and honestly, like, this isn't the end for them. I know that they're going to do really well in the lower bracket, and who knows, they will probably make playoffs, in my opinion, too. So
I was going to say, there's a lot of players out there with tons of passion, but a lot of those guys on Odyssey match the passion that I see from you guys. Like, y'all are one of my favorite stories to see evolve, especially because behind the scenes, I mean, I've talked with you, I've seen y'all evolve quite literally, man. And so I just want to say, soak up the win. I know you're still even soaking up the MRC win, but soak up this win, enjoy it. You know, we're in the seeding stage, bud, but big congrats to you, the team, Valentina, give my love to her, and just great job all around.
Of course. Thank you guys so much.
All right, buddy.
Thank you guys so much.
Appreciate you, Mace, as always, and we hopefully look forward to talking to you again as we now we're going to be closing up the show. It's fun to finally talk to Mace, though, and see that team. And as he just said, you know, Odyssey was a very good team. And so I don't know how many people had Dreamland advancing, but hey, we are here now, and this is what the seeding is looking like, Vicky. It's been a show today.
Can we also just give a highlight to all of our interviewers too, by the way? Like, our interviews have just been fantastic. All the players that have spoken to us today have had such great positive attitudes. And I feel like with that confidence too and giving that respect, nobody is sleeping on anyone. You know what I mean? Like, you cannot sleep. As you heard it right there, that's what happens when you end up sleeping on a team. And Mace was ready for it, showing that respect to his formidable opponents.
Yeah, looking at Group A, Stage 2, guys, look at this lineup. Wow. Oh, my goodness. Top end, Envy vs. Fly, Dreamland, Rad. Cannot wait for the Angela v. Angela Vians. We have an insane lower bracket as well. Intergalactic or Odyssey. getting knocked out is crazy business here as we look at the lower bracket for Group A. Vicky, all those matchups elite.
Wow, that is, I remember we were talking about the group of death for a reason out here, but that's going to be interesting to see which of those teams are going to come out on top. But that's also what happens when you get to see some early upsets in that lower bracket. As we take a look at Group B right now and what to expect, there you talk about Extinction and what they did today versus Busy at Work. The question is, are they ready to deal with the Titans out of 100 Thieves after they looked mortal today versus Alani who performed amazingly?
Yeah, 100 Thieves definitely likes their path to success here. Going, Alani win definitely formidable. I look towards the lower bracket. You had favorites kind of going in with Busy at Work. Like, people really liked that team. Well, now they face Alani win, who's anything but a pushover, Vicky. So highlight that one for sure. Want to talk about that. And then your favorite player versus Dark Zero. Dark Zero having a lot of old Sentinels. That's going to be a blast. Heck, if you see Sentinels get knocked down to the lower, you could get the rematch at the biggest stakes. Sentinels being the ones that won group stage, right? Like, you have so many storylines. And this is what's great about sports and esports in particular. Love seeing when things kind of evolve, how we end up with these stories, these players. Mace just said it. He's playing against old teammates. You love to see it.
Yeah, YFP also earned so much respect despite the loss too. I just feel like that's kind of been, the subject of a lot of these teams. And it's just day 2 alone closing up Cozy. We got so much more action to look forward to.
Yeah, and taking a look back and production, they're throwing it up. Here's the predictions. Again, y'all, we are looking at what we threw down. You know what? Hey, I went 3, so I'm not.
All right. Cozy's trying to get a perfect score out here. He's trying to come out of his win after winning last time.
I won last time. I got to carry my torch, going forward here. But yeah, no, listen, all I know is all these were very close, and I love to see us both rock with the side of Dreamland. I said who predicted them to win. Well, we both did, so I'm glad that we got that right, Vic. But listen, tomorrow, day 3, we've got a ton of great matchups. Dog and Ship bringing a great show to you guys as well. As we look at that schedule, Envy, Fly to kick things off. Hello Banger, Nemesis, Sentinels. Well, look at this lineup, Vic.
Oh, I also love that we're already moving on to that upper bracket best of 5 territory, which completely changes everything, by the way, especially when it comes to counter picks and bans. And then to end the day, we got Rad versus Dreamland, and then Extinction versus 100 Thieves. And that's going to be another big banner, with the last 2 series being a best of 3.
Yeah, I know. I was wondering if we're going to go upper first or lower, and I'm like, jealousy's booming right now. These are awesome matchups. This is going to be so fun to watch. As a fan, I'm going to be there watching our great casters in Dog and Ship. You guys are going to crush it. But yeah, looking forward to it because all these teams have really something to showcase. Fly looking like the second favorite with the addition of new people like Vision, but also you have Envy, who is right now the favorite in America. And so that is going to be potentially an early finals match that we might see the preview of, right, Vic? But I gotta say, today has definitely surpassed my expectations of what I thought we would see talent-wise and roster-wise, and it just gets me excited for the next month.
Yeah, I'm very hyped up, and I'm also really excited to see how the meta has shifted in Americas, right? Because we've already been exposed to a bunch of days from EMEA. I believe today was their day number 6 or 7 or so, and just being able to see the difference extend between all these different regions, we got to see it at LAN, and we got to see what that meant for a lot of these teams. Now we get to see it iron out at the infancy of stage 2 here in Americas, and I can't wait to see that go down for tomorrow.
Yeah, new plays, new teams, different stories. It's all unfolding right here at day 2. As we carry on to day 3, I want to say from myself and Vicky, we're so glad you guys could join us through what was a 6-hour journey today. Shout out to all you guys here the entire time. Be sure to go to All the Madness tomorrow, and I'm going to go get a pizza 100% right now. Vicky, I know you're hungry as well. Y'all, appreciate you guys, and until tomorrow, good night.